Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Outrageous. This is really outrageous. How outrageous it is for one person to face more than 100 elite ninjas. Hokage Kakashi could see the embarrassment on Jōnin's face when he spoke, which meant that they really didn't have time to help. So, to what extent is Naraku's current strength exaggerated? If it could cause such a horrifying scene, does it mean that Naraku didn't use his full strength when fighting himself and Guy? Perhaps at this moment, Shihouin Naraku is the strongest ninja in Konoha village. At this time, Hokage Kakashi suddenly remembered someone. Fourth Hokage Namake's Minato. During the Third Ninja World War, Minato-sensei once eliminated 50 elite ninjas from Iwagakure in an instant. Thinking of this, Hokage Kakashi was suddenly not surprised anymore. Perhaps such a powerful ninja whose strength far exceeds that of others would appear in the ninja world every once in a while. It was not appropriate to think about these things right now, so Hokage Kakashi could only lead the ninjas who came to support him to repel the enemy first. Because of the addition of new forces, the Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja were instantly suppressed, and more of them were killed or captured by Konoha shinobi. The Sand Ninja leader Baky wants to retreat temporarily. After all, Konoha's reinforcements have arrived, and Gaara's plan to cause Shikaku to go berserk has failed. Now the Sand Ninja's main force has not arrived yet, and they can no longer fight. However, Gunma Shiranui kept pestering him, making it impossible for him to lead the ninja team to evacuate. We can't go on like this. Baky anxiously looked around at the situation and was extremely worried as he saw the ninjas from his fellow village being eliminated one by Konoha. In fact, what he was more worried about was not these, but Orochimaru, who was fighting inside the barrier on top of the building. Don't get me wrong, Baky wasn't worried about Orochimaru's safety. But I want to ask, where did our fourth Kazekage go? Why did Orochimaru disguise himself as fourth Kazekage Raza? And where is the real Raza? If the fourth Kazekage was someone else in disguise a long time ago, then Tsunade was fooled. Baky didn't even dare to think about why the real fourth Kazekage hadn't appeared yet. Puff! Gunma Shiranui didn't care what Baky was thinking. When he noticed that the other party was distracted, his hands moved faster and faster, and the kunai instantly cut a scar on Baky's face. Blood oozes out and falls. Damn it! Baky gritted his teeth and suddenly shouted, "All Tsunade members retreat." With a bang, the smoke bomb exploded and smoke quickly spread. Gunma Shiranui narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately noticed Baky's quietly retreating figure and immediately chased after him. Chase! Leave half of the men to guard the civilians and the daimyo, and some go into the barrier and find a way to support the third Hokage, while the rest of you chase. Hokage Kakashi and Might Guy took the lead in leading people to chase after them, and Sarutobi-sama led his people to jump onto the roof of the tallest building in an instant, thinking about whether there was any way to open the barrier. Others stayed at the examination venue to prevent any accidents from causing large numbers of casualties among the daimyo and other spectators. On the other side, Baky wanted to escape from Konoha village with only a few Tsunade Jonin. But as expected, he found that Konoha village was quiet along the way. Clearly, this was a sign that others had already been evacuated to shelter facilities. Baky gritted his teeth secretly. He had to lead the remaining Jonin to escape. Tsunade's losses this time were too great, and they could not afford to lose any more combat power. Luckily, Gaara has evacuated. Now it seems that the failure of Shikaku's rampage plan is actually a good thing. One-Tail Shikaku is here, which means Tsunade still has a trump card. This is the only good news amidst a lot of bad news. Where do you want to go? Puff! Baky led several Jonin running between the buildings of Konoha village, and suddenly heard a calm voice coming from the front. The next second, two Jonin behind Baky fell to the ground, and there was no movement. Blood immediately flowed and soaked the ground. As if seeing death imminent, Baky closed his eyes, raised his hands, and shouted, "We surrender! Tsunade surrenders." Baky slowly opened his eyes and instantly broke out in a cold sweat, because Shihouin Naraku, a high-ranking official of Konoha village, was holding a sharp blade, with the pitch-black blade pointed at his neck just a millimeter away. The skin on his neck even felt the chill from the pitch-black blade, causing Baky to get goosebumps uncontrollably. Naraku is adult. Naraku, Hokage, Kakashi, and Might Guy arrived with their men and surrounded the 4 Jōnin, led by Baky. Shihouin Naraku took back the Kurakara and glanced at Baky and the other 3 with a calm look. "You almost lost control of your knife. Next time, try to shout faster to avoid blood spurting out. Next time, if it happens again, it will be terrifying. Take them away and lock them up. We'll decide what to do with them later." Yes, Baky and the other 4 were tied up and then escorted to Ombu prison by the Konoha shinobi. "How's it going over there?" Shihouin Naraku swung the knife casually, and the black blade flashed with a cold chill. It was as smooth as new and had not been damaged at all even after many battles. Hokage Kakashi glanced at the 2 sand ninjas lying on the ground with a large pool of blood and said, "The battle at the examination venue has subsided." That is, everyone present looked up and saw that the barrier was still standing on top of the tallest building in the venue. Might Guy said with some concern, "I wonder how the Hokage-sama is doing?" "Don't worry," Hokage Kakashi comforted confidently. "The 3rd Hokage is very powerful. There is no need for us to worry." Shihouin Naraku glanced at Kakashi, speechlessly. If he didn't know the other person's personality, he would have really thought that Kakashi was the yin and yang 3rd Hokage. Hokage Kakashi also added helplessly, "The main reason is that we can't break the barrier of the 4 purple flame array. Unless the 3rd generation master eliminates the caster from the inside, the barrier can be broken. In fact, there is another way to break the barrier. That is, someone uses irrefutable strength to crush and smash the 4 purple flame formation head-on. In the future 4th Ninja World War, for Kage-level masters, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Namikaze Minato consumed a terrifying amount of chakra to perform the 4 red yang formation, which was dozens of times stronger than the current 4 purple flame formation. But the 4 red yang formation was still easily torn apart by Uchiha Bito, who became 10 Tails Jinchuriki. So it's all a matter of power. With strong strength, everything can be broken. Bang! No one else present had time to react as the ground suddenly collapsed, spreading into dense cracks. Shihouin Naraku leaped high into the air, holding Kurakara tightly with both hands, and the huge amount of chakra quickly gathered at the tip of the knife. Indestructible. Only the strong can't be broken. Crescent Moon Sky Rush. A huge pitch-black crescent flashed and slashed through the air, cutting a rapid channel in the turbulent airflow at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Like lightning, the pitch-black crescent slashed and slashed into the powerful barrier of the 4 purple flame formation with a bang. Boom! A roar. The pitch-black crescent crossed time and distance in an instant, slashing heavily on the outer barrier of the 4 purple flame formation. A group of people were shocked. A piercing sound was heard, and everyone looked on in shock as the pitch-black blade light burst out with extremely powerful force, penetrating deeper into the barrier bit by bit. This is a battle between spear and shield. The 4 sound ninjas who were maintaining the 4 purple flame formation showed horrified looks on their faces and watched helplessly as the sword light chopped on the barrier, making a teeth-grinding sound. Did Lord Orochimaru kill the 3rd Hokage? We can't hold on any longer. The Konoha shinobi outside looked at the sword light with different expressions. Some hoped that the barrier would be broken, but some hoped that the barrier would not be broken. Inside the barrier, Orochimaru was panting. Cold sweat broke out on his pale face. His hands couldn't stop shaking, and his snake eyes stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who finally fell down. You be asterisk, 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 D old man. You almost succeeded, damn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell to the ground, his eyes unable to hold up anymore and slowly closed. Unfortunately, Orochimaru was not left in the end. Maybe this is my destiny. Fortunately, new leaves have grown on the new branches of the thriving trees. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Naraku, Kakashi, Danzo, and Orochimaru. Names and figures appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind one by one, but the last one that appeared in his mind was the image of young Orochimaru. My disciple, Orochimaru. Here, Konoha village rebel Orochimaru personally killed 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Such shocking news will spread throughout the ninja world at the fastest speed, causing countless ripples. But for Orochimaru, who was still at the scene, his panic was far from over. Damn old man, he actually knows such a horrible sealing technique. I almost died here. Recalling the thrilling battle scene before, Orochimaru glanced at Kagaya Kimimaro, who was lying on the ground without any breath of life. That was so dangerous just now. If Kagaya Kimimaro hadn't rushed over at the critical moment, he would have been completely sealed by that horrible thing. Shiki Fujin? What kind of sealing technique is this? I couldn't even feel my own hands just now. Could it be the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan? Orochimaru regretted not studying more sealing techniques when he was in Konoha village. In the battle just now, Orochimaru was restrained by the Shinigami summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing the illusory blade cutting down, if Kagaya Kimimaro had not rushed over desperately and saved Orochimaru with his own life, Orochimaru might have really been in trouble this time. But now the result is different. It was Kagaya Kimimaro who was sealed by the Shikigami Fujin, while Orochimaru is standing here intact. Ah, you damn old man, I was right after all. In the end, you fell, but I'm still standing here. So my pursuit is right. Absolutely right. Live forever without dying, pursue all the ninjutsu in this world, and control the truth. This is the true, eternal path. Ha! At this moment, Orochimaru laughed wildly, as if he was laughing at the dead Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was the failure, while he was undoubtedly successful. He came all the way to be the winner. Boom! Before Orochimaru could continue to be happy, the 4 purple flame formation was actually chopped into pieces by the sword light. Jiraiya is back? How did the barrier break? Orochimaru looked at the shattered barrier in astonishment, and then thought of Jiraiya. If it was him, it might be possible to break the barrier. Because Orochimaru knew that Jiraiya's true strength was very strong, and if he fought desperately, the 4 purple flame formation would not be able to stop him. Seeing this, Orochimaru no longer bothered to continue expressing his proud emotions. He directly summoned a white snake to swallow Kagaya Kimimaro's body, and then turned into smoke and disappeared. Don't get me wrong, given Orochimaru's personality, he has no interest in helping with the burial of Kagaya Kimimaro. He just intends to study what the situation is with Kimimaro, whose soul is sealed. If I encounter this sealing technique again in the future, I will know how to deal with it. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, Orochimaru also wanted to take it away, but he didn't dare. Although Orochimaru was a rebel ninja in the past, the only one who really pursued him was Jiraiya. Now he is planning the collapse of Konoha and has killed 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen with his own hands. What he will face next is the hunt by all the ninjas of Konoha. But if Orochimaru takes Sarutobi Hiruzen's body away again, he will have to face the entire Konoha village who have gone completely crazy, because even if the Hokage is dead, there's a lot of information that can be gleaned from his body. No ninja village would allow this to happen. So Orochimaru could only look at his teacher's body with regret, then turned around and left quickly. The next step is to find a way to evacuate. Orochimaru jumped out of the broken barrier and immediately saw the 4 sound ninjas lying on the ground covered in blood, their lives unknown. Waste! Then he ignored the others and quickly jumped away. Orochimaru, stay here. Go find the Hokage-sama. Don't run. Before the Konoha village ninjas could catch up, Two large white snakes suddenly jumped out from Orochimaru's sleeves and bit down with their fangs flashing coldly. Careful! Orochimaru, whose hands are not sealed, cannot be stopped by ordinary Konoha shinobi even after battle. Oink oink! Orochimaru passed by the buildings in Konoha village, and a hidden Yakushi Kabuto followed him with the last two sound ninjas. How's it going, Kabuto? Yakushi Kabuto briefly described the previous war. The situation outside is somewhat unexpected. Lord Nerku is too powerful. I am no match for him. Really? Orochimaru smiled. What do you think of me? Yakushi Kabuto said truthfully, Naraku-sama is stronger. That's really good news. Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, and the next second he and Yakushi Kabuto rolled out in a very image-destroying posture. Swish! The pitch-black blade flashed, and after cutting off a sound ninja, it continued to slash through the large number of houses and buildings behind it without stopping, cutting out an extremely smooth gap, and finally slammed into the ground. Orochimaru, still in shock, turned around and saw Yakushi Kabuto also with sweat on his forehead and spreading his hands. His meaning was very clear. Look, I'll tell you. Orochimaru sneered and jumped directly onto the roof of the building, followed by Yakushi Kabuto and the other surviving Odanin. Opposite the three of them, Shihouin Naraku was leaning against a rooftop wall, looking over coldly. The tip of the Caligula knife was pointed downwards, inserted into the roof, and the black blade flashed in the cold wind. It's been a long time since we last met. Naraku, my most satisfied student. Orochimaru's big mouth pulled into a smile, and his eyes swept over Shihouin Naraku's body, seemingly very curious about where the other party's powerful strength came from. Squeak! With a slight sound, Shihouin Naraku pulled the Kurikara from the roof. Long time no see, Orochimaru-sensei. Ahead, no passage. Konoha village. Shihouin Naraku and Orochimaru stand opposite each other. Although they were smiling and seemed to be chatting, an invisible murderous aura was spreading between the two sides. The atmosphere became increasingly colder, as if one had suddenly arrived in an environment of ice and snow, making people shiver uncontrollably. Yakushi Kabuto and another sound ninja stood behind Orochimaru. They had no right to speak and could only watch the two figures confronting each other in front of them. They knew very well that whether they could leave Konoha village alive today depended on Orochimaru and Shihouin Naraku. The surroundings were so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Orochimaru suddenly smiled and said, "The third Hokage of Konoha village is dead. He died at my hands." Shihouin Naraku frowned. This news was not that unbelievable. When he saw that Orochimaru was intact and not at all affected by the Shiki Fujin as in the original work, he knew that something unexpected had happened in the duel between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru, and that unexpected factor was most likely Kagaya Kimimaro, who was also inside the barrier. In fact, it is already good enough for an old man who is about to retire to fight with Orochimaru like this. Not to mention that in the original plot, Sarutobi Hiruzen almost sealed Orochimaru. In this battle, Sarutobi Hiruzen will face Orochimaru and the Senju brothers and Kagaya Kimimaro alone. Even though Kimimaro's strength is not outstanding among these people, he can still demonstrate his abilities at critical moments, such as blocking the knife for Orochimaru. So the current result is normal. Upon hearing the news, Shihouin Naraku hadn't said anything yet, but Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, and other Konoha shinobi who happened to arrive were suddenly shocked to hear that the third Hokage was dead and were immediately speechless. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been in control of Konoha village for many years as the third Hokage, and his sudden death left everyone a little confused. I don't know what to do. Why? Orochimaru told me that the third generation was dead. Shihouin Naraku still held Kurikara tightly, his pupils calm. Do you want me to be scared and make way for you? Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue and licked his lips, he was a little surprised that Naraku's expression didn't change at all after hearing about Sarutobi Hiruzen's death. "How about it, Naraku? We haven't seen each other for many years. How about this gift from the teacher? Without that damn old man from the third generation clinging to the position of Hokage, from today on, you can become the new Hokage. What do you think of the title? Fifth Hokage Shihouin Nerku." Orochimaru laughed triumphantly, and it was obvious that his words were meant to be provocative. Although it seems to be talking about the relationship between teacher and student, it seems as if Orochimaru killed Sarutobi Hiruzen specifically to make room for Shihouin Naraku. But in fact, he is just trying to instigate other Konoha shinobi. "Alright." Orochimaru seemed to have remembered something, and said with a sinister smile on his face, "Do you want the teacher to help you get rid of these troublesome guys to prevent the news from leaking out?" Before he finished speaking, Orochimaru suddenly attacked. The lurking snake hand. Orochimaru raised his hand and instantly summoned several large snakes, which bit towards where Shihouin Naraku was. Shihouin Naraku stood still, and other Konoha shinobi had question marks on their heads. Could it be that their top leaders really had some secret connection with Orochimaru? The several giant snakes summoned by Orochimaru did not attack at all, but instead retracted into Orochimaru's sleeves immediately, as if they had encountered a natural enemy. Orochimaru looked down in shock. He really didn't expect this situation. The giant snake that was supposed to be controlled by him to attack Shihouin Naraku was actually resisting his orders. What was going on? "Careful!" Yakushi Kabuto yelled, and the next second Orochimaru felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, and with a snap his arm and the other lion majesty that had been cut into several pieces fell to the ground. "What fast knife?" Since Orochimaru-sensei said it was for my sake. Shihouin Naraku waved Kirigara with a smile on his face. "Then stay and tell me how to ascend to the position of Hokage. After all, Orochimaru-sensei does have experience, albeit experience of failure." Beads of sweat appeared on Orochimaru's forehead. He covered his severed arm with his left hand. Waves of pain penetrated his mind one after another, and he almost screamed in pain. No, something's wrong. This painful feeling is so wrong. It was obviously just a broken arm, and Orochimaru himself didn't care about such an injury. There were many ways to recover, but now he was in so much pain that the veins on his forehead were popping out. This kind of pain seems to penetrate deep into the bone marrow and soul. Of course, Orochimaru didn't know that this was Kurikara's Zanpaku ability, a blade specifically designed to deal with souls. Although Shihouin Naraku slashed Danzo more than once or twice in the previous battle, Izanagi was able to help Danzo recover to a state where he had not received any damage. So although Zanpakuto's ability worked, it wasn't much of a problem for Danzo. Later, when fighting against Tsunagekyu's large army of ninjas, these people could not withstand Shihouin Naraku's sword at all. Anyway, they would die with one sword, so there was no need to care about their souls. These two battles are different from the battle with Orochimaru. Orochimaru's soul and spirit are very fragile and unstable due to living corpse reincarnation and the curse. So after being slashed by Shihouin Naraku, Orochimaru immediately felt that something was wrong with his soul. Reattached or restored, it would be of no use, because the soul of that arm was cut off and shredded by Zanpakuto. This is the horror of Zanpakuto. What happened to your knife? Orochimaru covered his body in severe pain and roared hoarsely. He was no longer calm and composed. "Oh, you have good eyesight." Shihouin Naraku had no obligation to answer, and he sank slightly before rushing towards Orochimaru immediately. With the strong wind blowing towards him, Orochimaru could clearly feel the approach of death. Pocket, yes. Yakushi Kabuto really didn't want to face Shihouin Naraku, but Orochimaru was almost killed by a sword, so he had to help fight, otherwise everyone would die in Konoha village. Swish! Yakushi Kabuto dipped his hands in Orochimaru's blood and quickly formed seals with his hands. Damn it, it's too late. Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru opened his mouth, and a sharp sword suddenly pierced out of his mouth. The moment the sword appeared, it quickly grew more than 10 meters long. Clang! Sparks flying. The swords collided. Orochimaru shook his head and swept the more than 10-meter-long Kusanagi sword across, trying to cut Shihouin Naraku in two. Shihouin Naraku holds the Kurakara horizontal block with his hand. The blade is slightly tilted, and then he presses down hard with one hand. Boom! The more than 10-meter-long Kusanagi sword was instantly pressed down by the tremendous force, and Orochimaru's body leaned forward involuntarily. Shihouin Naraku seized the opportunity to draw his sword and rushed forward, holding Kurakara and slashing it fiercely. Bang! A coffin rose from the ground, blocking Orochimaru's way. Shihouin Naraku didn't care what was in front of him and just chopped it down with his sword. The coffin was chopped into pieces in an instant, revealing the body preserved inside. A man with cracks on his face slowly opened his eyes and woke up. The man had just regained some consciousness and immediately cursed. Orochimaru, you be asterisk 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 D. Seeing that the man slightly resembled Gaara, Shihouin Naraku immediately figured out who the other person was. Fourth Kazekage Raza, Gaara's biological father. Before Shihouin Naraku could take any direct action, another coffin rose from the ground. The coffin opened, and a blue-haired man walked out. He was wearing a white wind shadow robe. Second generation IOP. Orochimaru, you're looking for death. Raza was furious. If eyes could kill, Orochimaru would be riddled with holes. What do you think you are, the Kazekage of Tsunade? Summoned again? The second Kazekage immediately understood what was going on and saw Raza standing beside him and sighed. So you're dead too, Raza? I'm sorry. Second generation master. I fell for Orochimaru's trick and was killed by a sneak attack. I also became his puppet. Really? Second Kazekage shook his head helplessly. This was not the first time that he was summoned by Orochimaru to fight. He was barely not that excited. I don't know what Tsunade is like, but this should be Konoha. Second Kazekage did not feel the unique climate of the Land of Wind, especially since he could not see the yellow sand of Tsunade here. So he barely guessed that this was Konoha Village. So everyone is envious of Konoha Village and the environment of the Land of Fire. All right. Yakushi Kabuto walked up and buried the talisman into the heads of the two Kazekages with a chuckle. Before the two could say anything, they lost their minds and were completely turned into puppets being controlled. Orochimaru needs your help in the battle. Shihouin Naraku looked at the scene in front of him curiously and did not stop it. It was the first time he saw the impure world Reincarnation. That's how it's controlled. However, Luo Sha's verification also answered a question. When Orochimaru was fighting Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third coffin that was summoned did not contain the fourth Hokage Namake's Minato, but the fourth Kazekage Raza. Namake's Minato used the Shiki Fujin to seal half of the Nine Tails and himself in the Shinigami stomach. At this time, Orochimaru was unable to summon Minato through impure world reincarnation. Therefore, the coffin with the number for written on it could only be Luo Sha. Boom! Just as Shihouin Naraku was about to take action and Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, and the others were about to come over, a huge roar was suddenly heard outside Konoha Village. Everyone present immediately looked over and saw a gigantic monster appearing in the forest outside Konoha Village. One tail. Orochimaru was stunned, and while enduring the excruciating pain from his damaged soul, he said, although One Tail went berserk a little late, it's just right. Ha ha! Naraku, what are you going to do? Should we stop the rampaging One Tail? If we fail to stop him, the Nine Tails will revolt in Konoha Village again. No, it's the One Tail Rebellion. Otherwise, you can only watch me leave. By the way, Yakushi Kabuto stepped forward at the right time and reminded Shihouin Naraku with his gaze. Kakashi-senpai, your students Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto are also chasing One Tail Jinchuriki Gaara. This is your order. Hatake Kakashi felt his scalp tingling when he heard that. In fact, the reason he sent Naruto out was to bring Sasuke back, not to let them fight Gaara. But looking at the current situation, something big is going to happen. Swallowing his saliva, Hatake Kakashi looked at the one-tailed Shikaku that was raging wildly in the distance. The third Hokage is dead, and if anything goes wrong with Nine Tails Jinchuriki again, Konoha Village will go crazy. Just leave a few people for me, Kakashi. You and Guy take the others to find Naruto immediately. No matter what else happens, Uzumaki Naruto must come back. Good. Knowing that this was a critical moment, Hatake Kakashi didn't waste any time and turned around with Might Guy and his men to rush to One Tail Shikaku's location. In fact, Shihouin Nerku knew that Uzumaki Naruto's side wasn't a big problem. However, Uchiha Sasuke has a love rival from now on, especially since Gaara has red hair. If he stands next to Uzumaki Naruto, who has yellow hair, Sasuke, who has black hair, suddenly seems redundant. Putting all this mess behind him, Shihouin Nerku put Kurakara on his shoulders and looked at Orochimaru and the other two with a calm face. The rest of you, pay attention. Keep your formation and keep an eye on the three people on the other side. Don't let them go. Yes, but Lord Naraku, who will fight? I'll do it. The flames beneath Shihouin Naraku's feet spread out like waves sweeping away. Magnet style, sand iron Shigure. The third Kazekage standing opposite formed a seal and instantly summoned iron sand like a wave, which collided with the sea of fire with a loud bang. A hot breath rushed towards him, and the flames instantly ignited a large amount of iron sand, turning it into molten iron, which fell to the ground. Wind style, a great breakthrough. Orochimaru took the opportunity to blow a strong wind, pushing the flames towards where Shihouin Naraku was. Magnet style sandmat. The fourth Kazekage flew into the air on a sandmat, pouring his huge amount of chakra into the ground and began to create gold sand. Swish, swish, swish. Shihouin Naraku didn't even look at the huge wave of fire coming towards him and accelerated his body to pass through it directly. At the same time, Observation Haki immediately noticed the thin needle hidden in the flames, which was a hidden weapon made of sand iron. The next second, countless fine needles pierced through Shihouin Naraku's body. Adult. Naraku is adult. The Konoha shinobi who were watching screamed and were about to rush over, but were shocked to find that Shihouin Naraku seemed to be fine and accelerated again. Puff! Kurakara pierced the third Kazekage's heart, but the opponent seemed to feel nothing and continued to release magnet style. Magnet style sand iron. Up. Orochimaru originally had a look on his face that said you've fallen into a trap, but now he was dumbfounded. The third Kazekage, whose mind had been wiped out by the spell, seemed to have regained some of his intelligence, and then a look of pain appeared on his cracked face. Sizzle. Shihouin Naraku held Kuragara tightly in one hand and did not draw his sword. Instead, he slashed down with the blade, splitting the third Kazekage's body in two. Then the blade turned in midair and chopped off the opponent's head. Thanks. The third Kazekage's soul smiled in gratitude at the last moment of its annihilation. No strong person would be willing to be controlled by the enemy after death. What's going on? Impure world reincarnation is invincible. Why didn't his body recover? What? Orochimaru saw his trump card being chopped into pieces one by one, almost going crazy. That knife. It must be the knife. Orochimaru stared blankly at the ashes on the ground. Third Kazekage's impure world reincarnation was chopped to pieces alive and could never be restored. Impure world reincarnation actually has this kind of cracking method. Orochimaru can accept the puppets from impure world reincarnation being sealed by sealing techniques, and can also accept that the souls of the dead strong are too strong, so they break free from the restraints on their own. But it is absolutely unacceptable to be chopped into pieces one by one. So Orochimaru immediately activated 4th Kazekage Raza and rushed towards Shihouin Naraku immediately. Let me take a good look at your knife. Luo Sha stepped on the sandmat, flew in the air, and waved the gold sand he had just dug and refined from the ground. Looking at the golden dust rushing in, Shihouin Naraku's eyes were almost blinded. There is so much gold underground in Konoha Village. Is this true? In the intervals between the battles, Shihouin Naraku even had time to confirm that it was over. After the battle, this would be the new territory of the Shihouin clan. Deal with you first. Caligula flashed in the air, and the blade instantly cut off the oncoming gold sand. At the same time, Shihouin Naraku clenched his hand, and the majestic magnetic chakra instantly surged out, covering the cut-off gold sand. Look at my gold dust. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if two waves on the sea were attacking each other, and a large number of gold sands are divided into two groups fighting madly. Orochimaru was stunned, watching from the side. He didn't even notice that several Konoha shinobi who had stayed behind just now formed a formation and attacked him. Yakushi Kabuto and the only surviving sound ninja immediately stood in front, and the battle began again. Orochimaru stared dumbfoundedly at Shihouin Naraku controlling the gold sand to collide with the Luo sand, and he was unable to react for a moment. The previous problems were all about the knife. But what about the magnet style? Magnet style is Tsunade's bloodline limit. Other ninjas in the ninja world may also have some mastery of magnet style, but the systematic magnet style still belongs to Tsunade. As for Konoha village, there is no such bloodline limit at all. So where does magnet style come from? Where did you learn Shihouin Naraku? Orochimaru's qualities as a mad scientist began to take effect, and he even forgot the pain that was coming from his soul for a moment. Boom! Shining gold dust was scattered everywhere. Shihouin Naraku thought to himself, that's about it. If it wasn't for the first time using magnet style and the intention of learning from him, Shihouin Naraku would have dealt with Raza long ago. And now, he has seen almost everything. Relying on the strongest spirit in the ninja world, he gained a deeper understanding of the magnet style ability even in such a short time. Boom! Two waves of gold sand collided with each other, creating countless shining stars. Shihouin Naraku suddenly clenched his left hand, and the gold dust immediately moved as he wished. Magnet style, gold dust world law. In an instant, countless gold sands stretched out a large number of slender and sharp branches like bamboo shoots and directly pierced Luo Sha's chest. I don't know if it's because impure world reincarnation is not yet perfect, or because Shihouin Naraku has surpassed Raza in proficiency in magnet style in a short period of time. In an instant, Luo Sha was defeated. The pitch-black blade chopped off Luo Sha's head and completely shattered his soul. It's true. There's something wrong with that knife. When Orochimaru saw this, he determined the reason why impure world reincarnation had failed. A sharp pain came from his mind, and Orochimaru covered his head, feeling a splitting headache. Bang! Magnet-style gold dust cube. A huge cube formed of gold dust hit Orochimaru hard, knocking him away. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Orochimaru rolled and smashed through several houses, and finally stopped after hitting a tough big tree. Looking at the gap that appeared on the ground, Shihouin Naraku was somewhat surprised by the power of magnet style. That's normal. If magnet style wasn't strong, there would be no need to study Tsunade. Boom! There was a sudden roar, and a large amount of gold sand rolled over and crushed towards where Orochimaru was. Shihouin Naraku turned his head and saw that Yakushi Kabuto and the Sound Ninja were still entangled and had no way to escape. The ones besieging the two were Konoha Jōnin. Although they were not as strong as Yakushi Kabuto when they joined forces, it was difficult for Yakushi Kabuto and the Sound Ninja to deal with them for a while. In the short term, fighting will definitely be no problem. Shihouin Naraku was relieved now and attacked Orochimaru with all his strength. Orochimaru, don't even think about leaving Konoha village today. Cough, cough, cough. Orochimaru endured the severe pain all over his body, stood up, and showed a ferocious smile. It's really surprising, Naraku. Your growth rate is beyond common sense. What made your strength break the limit? Amazing straight blade knife, magnet style. There are more and more surprises. Watching the Shihouin Naraku coming towards him, Orochimaru stained his fingers with his own blood and formed a seal with one hand. With a puff, Before Orochimaru could finish the hand seal, Shihouin Nerku rushed in front of him and slashed a bloody wound on his body with his knife. Without waiting for the move to become old, Shihouin Nerku gripped the hilt of the sword with his right hand and slashed Orochimaru hard from bottom to top. The god of fire Kagura, round dance. A bright and beautiful ring of flames shone, and the powerful flaming slash instantly split Orochimaru's body in two, smashing it to the ground. But Shihouin Nerku did not relax, but stepped forward again and chopped down again with the blade in his hand. A large white snake swam out of Orochimaru's body quickly, and its soft body dodged the sharp blade and jumped out directly. Crash! A large amount of gold dust swept down from the sky and instantly wrapped up the white snake. Shihouin Nerku clenched his left hand and chakra burst out. Bang! The pressure created by the aggregation of gold dust instantly crushed the white Orochimaru into pieces, and blood splattered everywhere. What's this move called? Shihouin Nerku subconsciously used magnet style to control the gold dust to restrain the white snake and directly applied pressure to crush it to death. Sandfall funeral. Pop pop. The pieces of meat fell to the ground bit by bit. It seemed that Orochimaru was completely dead, but Shihouin Nerku was not relieved. It's easy to defeat Orochimaru, but it's hard to kill him. Sniff sniff. Snakes of different colors crawled out densely and swam in all directions. It was obvious that Orochimaru was preparing to escape. Clang! Shihouin Nerku thrust Kurikara into the ground with his backhand, and boiling flames instantly rose up, spreading rapidly like a sea of fire, igniting all the surrounding snakes. Snakes of all sizes screamed in pain in the flames and were burned to ashes in an instant. It can be seen that these snakes are very afraid of Shihouin Nerku and would rather rush into the unextinguishable flames than get close to him. In a flash, in the flames that shot up into the sky, the river-like tide of snakes was burned to ashes, and not a single snake survived. No matter where they hide, the licking of flames will burn all the snakes to ashes. Observation Haki swept through, leaving no one alive. Observation Haki swept past, and Shihouin Nerku suddenly slashed down with a knife, cutting Orochimaru, who came out from the streets on both sides of the street, in half, and the flames spread up and ignited it instantly. But it was obvious that this was not Orochimaru's real body. What was burned to ashes by the flames was just a snake's skin. This guy really looks exactly like a snake. Shihouin Nerku really doesn't like the sight of a bunch of snakes huddled together. Although it can't harm him, the problem is that it's too disgusting. Shuriken Shadow Cloned Technique. Sniff sniff. Another figure of Orochimaru appeared, throwing a shuriken at Shihouin Nerku while quickly forming hand seals. Dense shurikens instantly filled the sky. Countless hidden weapons like raindrops intertwined in the air to form a large net of murderous intent, covering Shihouin Nerku. Shihouin Nerku looked up and saw tens of thousands of shurikens approaching rapidly in his sight. Ding ding ding. Chop pole stab stir pick chop. In Shihouin Nerku's hands, Kurikara turned into a dancing black dragon, instantly smashing the huge net formed by countless hidden weapons into pieces. Ding ding dong dong. The destroyed hidden weapon fell beside Shihouin Nerku, drawing a perfect circle. Not a single hidden weapon landed inside the circle, and not a single hidden weapon landed on Shihouin Nerku. Orochimaru, who was originally preparing for a sneak attack, saw this scene and no longer had any intention of engaging in close combat with Shihouin Nerku. The sword that could hurt the soul was already very tricky to use, and with Shihouin Nerku's swordsmanship, if Orochimaru dared to get closer, he would most likely be turned into a snake meat stew by Nerku. But if he doesn't get close, Orochimaru will start to have a headache about how to defeat the opponent. Impure world reincarnation was restrained. The knife still had the ability to hurt souls, and for some reason the summoned snakes didn't dare to hurt Shihouin Nerku. For a moment, Orochimaru really couldn't think of a good battle strategy. If the snakes are afraid of Shihouin Nerku and don't dare to attack him, then 10,000 snakes may be useless. Orochimaru gave up the plan of summoning 10,000 snakes. How interesting that my former student actually pushed me into a desperate situation. For some reason, Orochimaru suddenly remembered his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just died in his hands. It didn't take long for him to understand Sarutobi Hiruzen's state of mind. Things never stop happening. Shun Nerku knocked away the last hidden weapon and looked at Orochimaru, who suddenly appeared with some surprise. What? You don't plan to hide anymore? Perhaps you intend to surrender? Don't worry, I will arrange the best prison for Orochimaru-sensei in Umbu. I just asked the third Hokage for funds not long ago and renovated the prison in Umbu. Orochimaru stared at Shihouin Naraku with his eyes like a lion majesty. That's really great. But rather than living in this rotten village, I'd rather destroy it completely. Orochimaru roared madly, and then his whole body began to swell rapidly. Boom! With a loud bang, Orochimaru transformed into a giant white snake monster with 8 tails, crushing countless buildings and causing smoke and dust to fill the air. Yaki technique. The gigantic monster roared towards the sky, standing in the middle of Konoha village, wantonly venting its terrifying power. This is Orochimaru's most powerful ninjutsu, Yaki technique. Many ninjas in and outside the village saw the terrifying Yamada no Orochi and shouted out at the same time. Coupled with one tail, Shikaku, still wreaking havoc outside the village, Konoha shinobi have begun to doubt their lives. What on earth are these monsters? Of course, some ninjas also reacted and ran quickly towards the location of the Yamada no Orochi. You have to know that the Yamata no Orochi is in the center of Konoha village. If it really goes crazy and starts destroying it, the loss to Konoha village will be too great. So the ninjas gathered together quickly like streams, gushing out energy like the sea. This is everyone's home and must not be destroyed. Don't get in the way. Blood spurted out, and the Sound Ninja covered his neck in disbelief, fell down with his eyes wide open. Yakushi Kabuto's hair stood on end as he looked at the sudden outburst of the Konoha shinobi and heard a huge noise coming from afar. He knew he couldn't fight any further. Otherwise, I will die here today. Lord Orochimaru has already unleashed the Yaki technique. I can't participate in the battle that follows. Let's retreat. Yakushi Kabuto casually threw out a large number of hidden weapons to repel the Konoha shinobi who were rushing towards him. He quickly retreated, and suddenly a huge snake jumped out from the ground and swallowed him directly. Then the snake disappeared in smoke with a bang. Yakushi Kabuto runs. Now the Konoha shinobi had no intention of chasing the other party, but rushed directly towards the position of the Yamada no Orochi. That's the key. What a big snake. Shihouin Naraku made a sword flower with the Kurakara in his hand, and a fighting spirit appeared on his handsome face. The roaring snake lowered its huge head, and its animal eyes stared at the tiny human below. Naraku, do you see this? This is the truth of the world. I'm the only one who understands everything in this world. Come, join me. Orochimaru's body emerged from the giant snake's mouth, opening his arms and laughing as he invited Shihouin Naraku. What a loud roar! It's noisy. The next second, the earth exploded and the ground rose and fell rapidly like waves. Shihouin Naraku leaped up and rushed into the air. Flames turned into his cloak, thunder wrapped around the blade, and the roar gathered into light. At this moment, the world trembles. Kurakara, Akala. The huge chakra flows like the sea, rising into the sky. The dazzling light shines across the sky and earth. Although it is extremely brilliant, it is also as warm as ever. After a long time, the glow faded slightly. A dark blue god of war stands between heaven and earth. The body of the god of war is extremely huge, with his feet on the ground and his hands holding up the sky. His eyes are bright and sharp, with one eye on his forehead releasing divine light. He holds a pitch-black long sword in one hand, and his half-naked upper body is covered with hideous fire patterns. This is Akalanatha, Orochimaru was stunned. What is this? Boom! Akala ran forward barefoot, wielding a pitch-black long sword, and with a swish, he chopped off 2 huge snake heads. Damn it! How is this possible? Orochimaru angrily controlled the Yamada-no Orochi to fight back. But before the other party could make a move, Akala suddenly swung his fist and knocked the Yamada-no Orochi to the ground. The long sword cut a huge wound on the snake's body, and blood poured out like a flowing river. Shihouin Nerku stood on top of Akala, looking down at everything. No, if this continues, Konoha village will be completely destroyed. The destructive power of Akala's every move is too great, and Konoha village simply cannot withstand such a torrent of destruction. Shihouin Nerku's mind moved, and Akala sheathed his sword. He stepped forward and grabbed the Yamada-no Orochi with both hands. Boom! 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 Akala grabbed the Yamada-Orochi with both arms and bound it tightly. The Yamada-Orochi struggled hard, and its 2 tails suddenly lashed at the huge body of Akala, but it had no effect at all. Akalanatha took root immediately and stood firmly on the ground, not moving at all. Seeing this, the 2 snake heads of the Yamada-no Orochi suddenly stretched out and bit down hard at the location where Shihouin Nerku was. This, whole head high. A dragon roar shook the heaven and earth. The Kurikara in Shihouin Nerku's hand shook, and the black dragon illusion that was originally wandering in the pitch-black blade turned from real to virtual and suddenly jumped out. The pitch-black dragon roared and roared out, with fire and thunder accompanying its body, and its sharp claws instantly crushed the 2 snake heads. Then the black dragon quickly circled down and wrapped around the Yamada-no Orochi, making it unable to move at all. Rise! The force came from the ground, and Akala's arms suddenly exerted force, instantly lifting the huge Yamada-no snake and holding it high in the air. Under the scorching sun, it looks as majestic as a giant that reaches the sky and the earth carrying a mountain. Get out of here! Call out! Akala suddenly exerted force with his arms to smash the Yamada-no Orochi out of Konoha village. Boom! A loud bang. The Yamada-no Orochi was violently smashed into the forest outside the village. Its huge body and power completely overturned the forest, and a huge, deep pit appeared. The ground continued to shake violently, and people both inside and outside the village couldn't help but hold on to the buildings around them to stabilize their bodies. Boom! Akala bent his knees slightly, jumped out of Konoha village with a bang, and landed next to the deep pit created by the Yamada-no Orochi. The earth was shaking violently again. What kind of people are fighting? This is also a ninja? This is really a ninja. Can a ninja do this? You must be kidding. The kunai in my hand is really useful. It won't break immediately if it is stabbed. The ninjas who wanted to join the battle to protect their homes looked at each other, not knowing what to say when looking at the kunai in their hands. Jiraiya stood nearby and scratched his head in a frantic manner. When he saw the Yamada-no Orochi appear, he was planning to help, but Shihouin Nerku came up with something even more cruel. Even though we haven't seen each other for a long time, Naraku's strength has increased too much. What has he been eating these years? You're already so strong. Why bother learning Sage Mode? Shihouin Nerku looked down at the Yamada-no Orochi in the deep pit. It seemed that the other party had been badly beaten and had not yet recovered. In fact, if the battle between Akala and Yamada-no Orochi wasn't too noisy, the slightest movement would have caused chaos, and Shihouin Nerku would have directly eliminated the opponent in Konoha village. The black dragon had already released its hold on the Yamada-no Orochi and wrapped itself around Akala's neck, its ferocious eyes staring at the still struggling Yamada-no Orochi. Superior! Akala drew out his jet-black sword, jumped into the pit without hesitation, and chopped the sword down fiercely. Puff! Boom! 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 Bang! Orochimaru controlled the Yamada-no Orochi to fight back frantically, with its tail and head biting and lashing madly, but all the attacks were blocked by Akala. Not only that, Every time the black dragon wrapped around Akala's neck opened its mouth, it would bite off a snake head. In the blink of an eye, only one snake head was left of the Yamada-no Orochi, and in the snake head stood Orochimaru. No matter how Orochimaru wanted to resist at this moment, he could no longer do it. The Yamada-no Orochi was no match for Akala. Akala raised the long black sword and slashed down fiercely. After a loud bang, the last snake head of the Yamada-no Orochi fell to the ground, and Orochimaru fell to the side wailing in pain. Teacher Orochimaru, rest in peace. Naraku. A huge handful of flames fell from the sky, hitting the body of Yamada-no Orochi and Orochimaru, and quickly spread and burned. Even standing on the tall body of Akala, Shihouin Naraku could hear Orochimaru's screams of pain. The flames burned extremely quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Orochimaru and the Yamada-no Orochi were burned to ashes. Observation Haki swept over, and Shihouin Naraku was sure that Orochimaru in front of him was burned cleanly and really died in front of him. But Naraku also knew that with Orochimaru's caution, he would definitely be able to survive. The Heaven's Curse seal that Orochimaru left on Mitarashi Anko and Uchiha Sasuke can revive him. That's why it's easy to defeat Orochimaru, but hard to kill him. Who knows how many hidden cards this guy has kept behind the scenes? Who knows, someday we might see Orochimaru causing trouble again. Wind style practice blank shots. Water style cannonball. Shihouin Naraku had just finished dealing with Orochimaru when he heard a loud roar coming from a distance. With all this noise, could it be that Naruto and Gaara haven't finished fighting yet? Akala leaped up and stood on the ground with a bang. Shihouin Naraku looked around and saw a giant toad fighting with One-Tail Shikaku. One-Tail Shikaku patted his belly and continuously spewed out powerful wind style. Gamabunta reacted quickly and fought back with water style, occasionally looking for opportunities to attack One-Tail Shikaku. The battle between the two giants caused the surrounding environment to be completely destroyed. As soon as Shihouin Naraku thought of it, Akala immediately took great strides forward, accelerated a few steps, and began to run. With such a huge body, it left behind huge footprints along the way. Wind-style practice blank shots. Water-style cannonball. The hurricane crushed, and the water swept away. With a bang, Gamabunta jumped into the air and avoided One-Tail Shikaku's attack. Huh, what is that? Gamabunta, who had leaped into the air, immediately spotted the huge body of Akala approaching rapidly, and wondered, is this another enemy? Ah, that's Brother Naraku. Brother Naraku. I'm here. Uzumaki Naruto, who was standing on top of Gamabunta, jumped and danced, afraid that Shihouin Naraku couldn't see him. Shut up, kid. Since he is one of us, it will be easy to deal with. Gamabunta began to deliberately lure One-Tail Shikaku, causing the opponent to focus all his attention on the battle. He fired wind style one after another, and he completely ignored the approach of Akala. Puff! Boom! The moment Akala approached, he drew his sword and cut off One-Tail Shikaku's only remaining arm. As for the other one, it was naturally the one that was cut off by Gamabunta before. Call! The black dragon wrapped around Akala stretched its body and suddenly popped out, wrapping around One-Tail Shikaku with its scaly claws, completely restraining him. Who is it? B****************. Let me go. Suddenly attacked. One-Tail Shikaku roared madly, his shrill voice making people's ears itch. Akala drew his sword and slashed it fiercely at One-Tail Shikaku's huge body. The violent power poured out instantly, and most of One-Tail Shikaku's body was cut off. His feet sank into the ground, and he couldn't move at all. Gravel and sand flew in the air, and a sandstorm arose with the wind, blocking the view. Damn it. Who on earth are you? I'm going to kill you. A huge wound appeared on One-Tail Shikaku's abdomen, and quicksand kept falling due to the strong wind. At this time, One-Tail Shikaku couldn't even maintain his balance. He fell to the ground with a bang and struggled frantically. But while being restrained by the Black Dragon, One-Tail Shikaku had both his arms chopped off, leaving him no room for resistance. Puff! Gripping the huge black sword tightly, Akala thrust it fiercely into One-Tail Shikaku's abdomen, nailing him to the ground. Brother Naraku! Gamabunta landed next to Akala with a loud bang, and Uzumaki Naruto immediately waved towards Shihouin Naraku. Naraku pointed to where Gaara was, signaling Uzumaki Naruto to hurry up. Go Naruto, wake that guy up. Leave it to me, Uzumaki Naruto shouted. He did not forget that little Sakura was still tied up by Gaara and immediately rushed forward. At this time, One-Tail Shikaku was slashed twice and restrained by the Black Dragon. He had no ability to resist. He could only watch as Uzumaki Naruto punched Gaara hard in the face, waking him up. As Gaara awakens, the seal takes effect, and One-Tail Shikaku can only be sealed again with unwilling cries. One-Tail Shikaku disappeared. The Black Dragon roared, and its body quickly shrank while swimming, then turned into an illusion and merged into Kurikara's sword again, looming inside and slowly swinging its dragon body. Akala stood in the same place and gradually disappeared. The ensuing battle was a friendly brawl between Uzumaki Naruto and Gaara, with Shihouin Naraku having no interest in participating. As soon as Naraku stood on a big tree, he saw Uchiha Sasuke not far away staring at Uzumaki Naruto with unwilling eyes, and his desire for power could no longer be concealed. Naraku is adult. Just a few minutes after he stood still, Shihouin Naraku was still waiting to see the show between Uzumaki Naruto and Shihouin Naraku. Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy brought the Konoha shinobi around from the other side and appeared in front of him. I was counting on you to help Naruto, but you just watched the show from the sidelines. Shihouin Naraku's teasing voice sounded, and Hatake Kakashi smiled bitterly. He really had no right to join in the battle just now. The power of the tailed beasts is too strong, and ordinary ninjas simply do not have the strength to resist them. Might Guy's 8 inner gates was very strong, but since Uzumaki Naruto didn't fall behind, Hatake Kakashi didn't let Might Guy participate in the battle. Naruto's strength is growing so fast. Hatake Kakashi glanced at Uchiha Sasuke, who was not far away, and the look in the other's eyes showed admiration, jealousy, desire, etc. Uchiha Sasuke has always had a psychological advantage over Uzumaki Naruto, but now that he sees that Naruto's strength exceeds his, all kinds of thoughts begin to arise in his mind. Shihouin Naraku was speechless about his concerns about Hatake Kakashi. Many people would say that he was biased because he was always thinking about Uchiha Sasuke. Naraku, where's Orochimaru? Might Guy leaned over and asked in a low voice, is he? Might Guy made a hand gesture. It was obvious that he was asking whether Orochimaru was dead or ran away. Hatake Kakashi and the other Konoha shinobi also looked over. Shihouin Naraku spread his hands. I saw him burn to ashes with my own eyes, but with Orochimaru's ability, even if he kills him, he can come back to life. The ninjas present all trusted Shihouin Naraku and did not suspect anything. But then they all remembered that third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had died, and their mood couldn't help but become depressed. All right. Shihouin Naraku seemed to remember something and immediately gave an order to a ninja. You came here too hastily just now. I remember that Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword should still be in the deep pit. Go and get the sword back. Yes. The Kusanagi sword can be taken back and swallowed by Kurikara. Orochimaru has no chance of getting it back anyway. As they were talking, the battle between Uzumaki Naruto and Gaara finally ended. Both of them lost control of their bodies and fell to the ground. Take everyone with you and go back. We'll be busy soon. The 3 Gaara brothers did not escape either, and were also taken back by the Konoha village ninjas. After returning to the village, I could clearly feel that everyone was in a sad atmosphere. It seemed that the news of the 3rd Hokage's death had spread. Fortunately, the war has stopped. Except for a few who escaped, the other ninjas who invaded Konoha village were either killed or captured. The Konoha collapse plan ends here. In this war, Konoha village was severely damaged. Before the chaos occurred, Konoha village evacuated the elderly and children to shelters. So apart from being a little frightened, these civilians did not have any other problems. As for the spectators at the examination venue, casualties were inevitable. Even though the Konoha village ninjas tried their best to avoid hurting the spectators, and Tsunade and Orochi did not deliberately attack the spectators, there was nothing that could be done about the spectators being affected once the battle broke out. This reason is also the reason why the Konoha village Jōnin cannot let go and quickly eliminate the enemies present. Konoha has more concerns. As for the outer defense positions of Konoha village, there were heavy casualties at the beginning. The 3 summoning giant snakes and other disruptive enemies caused great trouble to the Konoha shinobi. But when Shihouin Naraku appeared, the situation was instantly reversed. The summoning giant snake was killed, the enemies were cleared out, and even these ninjas had enough energy to support other battlefields. As for the worst loss in this war, it was naturally the death of 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In general, the war not only destroyed a large number of houses and buildings in Konoha village, causing serious damage to its economy, but more importantly, many powerful ninjas, led by 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, died, greatly weakening the overall strength of Konoha village. Compared to the Konoha village before the Chunin exams, the overall strength of the current Konoha village has weakened by about 1/3. Of course, 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen accounts for a large part of this. While others were worried about the future of Konoha village, Shihouin Naraku was quick to accept it. This result is already very good. After all, in the original Konoha collapse plan, not to mention the indirect losses of Konoha village, its overall strength was not even half of what it was before the war. This loss is really serious. In fact, if it hadn't taken Shihouin Naraku some time to deal with Shimura Danzo, the losses of Konoha village could have been reduced. So it's all Shimura Danzo's fault. If you die early, there will be nothing else to worry about. As for whether Danzo will protest, just make him crawl out from underground if you can. The next day, a light rain began to fall from the overcast sky. The misty and silky drizzle soaked people's hair, and the people of Konoha village were sadly commemorating the dead 3rd Hokage. Faint crying sounds could be heard from time to time, making people feel even more uncomfortable. No matter what the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen did right or wrong, he is now buried here. Konoha village entered a new day, and the weather was very refreshing. The pain brought by the war is not so easy to go away. Those who survive have to continue living, and the village has gradually begun to return to its former tranquility. But secretly, many things began to become confusing. Shihouin Naraku quickly processed the increasing amount of documents in the Umbu base and then stretched. Boom, boom, boom. Come in. Yamanaka Yu walked in respectfully and reported, "Sir, Danzo's body has been found by others. What do we need to do next?" "No, this is fine." Shihouin Naraku smiled. Although the war was over, everyone's initial attention was focused on the shocking news of Sarutobi Hiruzen's death in the battle, so no one noticed that Danzo had died quietly. "I just found out today. It's already late." Yamanaka Yu hesitated to speak, but finally reminded, "Sir, according to your order, several bodies of Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja have been thrown around Danzo, but this should not be hidden from others." In fact, Yamanaka Yu's meaning is very simple. If Shihouin Naraku really wanted to conceal the news that he killed Danzo, he could have done things more perfectly. Umbu is such a good hand. After handling it, other people will definitely not find any problems. But if you want to put the blame on the Sand Ninja or the Sound Ninja just by dumping 2 bodies like this, it would be a bit too much. After all, there were too many and too obvious traces of fighting at the Root Organization's base, and any experienced ninja could easily find evidence from them. "Oh, I know." Shihouin Naraku saw Yamanaka Yu's worry and smiled, "Because I did it on purpose. If the village can't find anything on me, it will be a bit troublesome." "Ah." Yamanaka Yu looked puzzled and asked, "If you really wanted others to know, why did you send me to throw the body away?" "Ha ha ha. All right, go and do your own thing." "Yes." Although Yamanaka Yu was puzzled, As an Umbu, he could not ask any more questions unless his superiors said anything. Why? Because I did it on purpose. I did it on purpose. Shihouin Naraku certainly knew how to clear the traces of battle so that others could not find any clues of evidence. After all, the corpse disposal team was under his jurisdiction. Shihouin Naraku is very clear about this process. Besides, it's okay even if you don't deal with it. All he had to do was take out the mission scroll that Sarutobi Hiruzen had given him, which clearly stated that killing Danzo was the third Hokage's order. Compared to the original plot, this time Sarutobi Hiruzen knew a lot of things in advance and made some corresponding arrangements, and executing Danzo was one of them. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew very well that if he was alive, he could easily suppress Shimura Danzo, and Danzo would not be able to make any waves. He was confident of this. But if he really dies in battle, then Danzo will become a big problem that will be difficult to deal with. No matter who the new Hokage is, old politicians such as Yuditane Kaharu and Midokado Hamura will definitely support Shimura Danzo's comeback in order to maintain their own power. These old men will form an offensive and defensive alliance to fight against the new Hokage. Of course, this confrontation is not a rebellion, but these people will subconsciously obstruct the work of the new Hokage for the sake of power. Shimura Danzo comes out to take control of the root organization. This is force. Yuditane, Koharu, and Midokado Hamura are deeply rooted in Konoha's power structure. This is money and connections. Coupled with the presence of some other elderly people, the combined power of these people is terrifyingly great. No matter who the fifth Hokage is, facing this huge trouble, it will be difficult for him to do anything. But such a thing must not happen. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that if he died in battle, the new Hokage would have a lot to do and would not have time to play things like checks and balances. So Shimura Danzo must die. Only Danzo died, and even though the old man had the money and connections, as long as the Umbu and the medical department controlled by Shihouin Naraku, and the Jōnin class controlled by Nara Shikaku, and Hatake Kakashi stood by the new Hokage, everything would be fine. Because the new Hokage who has control over force can forcibly overturn the table. The old people like Midokado Hamura want to keep their power, but if the Hokage turns the table, they will definitely not be any better off. In this way, the new Hokage will have the space and room to do things. So again, Shimura Danzo must die. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the matter upon himself and left the mission scroll so that if Shihouin Naraku really became the new Hokage, he would not have any stain on him. From this perspective, Shimura Danzo is really not suitable to be Hokage. There are so many stains on his body that no matter how hard you try to wash them off, they're just not clean. Shihouin Naraku shook the quest scroll in his hand, but his face showed no other expression, appearing very calm. The third-generation old man did a good deed before he died, and gave this to me as a gift. It seems that in the end, after all the choices, he still chose me as the fifth Hokage. This is also because of the war. A powerful fifth Hokage will make many people feel safe. What a pity. Too bad I don't plan on becoming Hokage, at least not now. The ninja world is too dangerous. My strength is still not enough. I need to continue to draw prizes to become stronger. So, let's let Tsunade-sensei do it. Shihouin Naraku stood up, straightened his clothes, and left the Umbu base. There is an important meeting to be held today. Can't be absent. The capital of the Fire Nation. In a solemn meeting room of a luxurious building. Shihouin Naraku, Nara Shikaku, Yuditane Koharu, and Midokado Hamura sat opposite each other. There were several Fire Nation nobles sitting next to them. As for the leader, the daimyo of the Fire Nation sits firmly. This is a meeting of great importance to the Fire Nation and Konoha. Recommend 5th Hokage. Actually, there was another person who was supposed to be there, and that was Jiraiya. However, according to Jiraiya's personality, he obviously knew that the meeting to elect a new Hokage would be held soon. So he hid away early, and no one knew where he ran to. Oha! Why is everyone silent? The Fire Country daimyo opened a folding fan, covered his lips, and whispered, "Konoha village needs the 5th Hokage. There is no time to delay this matter any longer." Cough. Naraku, who was presiding over the meeting, spoke first. "According to the recommendations of the village Jōnin, there are a total of 4 candidates for you to choose from." Glancing at Udatain Koharu and Midokado Hamura, Naraku continued. "The first of the 3 great warriors, Jiraiya. First of all, Tsunade, Captain Kanehagakure Umbu, head of the medical department, Shihouin Naraku, vice-class leader of the Kanehagakure Jōnin class, instructor of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Hitaki Kakashi." After reading the names and brief identities of the 3 people, Naraku picked up the documents on the table and began to introduce the 4 people's specific identities, backgrounds, qualifications, and other detailed information, including what tasks they had completed and what contributions they had made to Konoha village. Although everyone present was familiar with the 4 candidates, these were necessary rules and procedures and could not be omitted. Naraku held the document and finished explaining the detailed information of the 4 candidates. "So these are the information of the 4 candidates." After saying that, Naraku glanced at Udatain Koharu and Midokado Hamura before sitting down. In fact, there were only 2 original candidates for Hokage, Shihouin Nerku and Hitaki Kakashi. However, when Konoha village was nominating candidates, an unexpected situation occurred. The elders, led by Udatain Koharu and Midokado Hamura, nominated Jiraiya and Tsunade as candidates as well. This is the class with the most Kanehagakure Hokage candidates in history. Ahem. Midokado Hamura coughed, looked around, and said, "The village has just experienced a war." At this time, Jiraiya, who is more experienced and has more qualifications, is very suitable to become the 5th Hokage. With his contribution to Konoha village, there is basically no problem for him to become the Hokage. Everyone supports him. That's true. Udatain Koharu added, "Kanehagakure should stay calm at this time. Jiraiya is still very stable at the critical moment. He can quickly stabilize the turbulent hearts of Konoha village." And there's another point. Jiraiya has made contributions to Konoha village many times during the war. Other countries in the ninja world also recognize the title of Sannin. If Jiraiya becomes a 5th generation, it will be very beneficial to the stability of the border. Shihouin Naraku looked up at Udatain Koharu and Midokado Hamura. It seemed that the death of Shimura Danzo scared the 2 of them, so they pushed Tsunade and Jiraiya out when the Jōnin of Konoha village were nominating candidates. At this time, a noble who was participating in the meeting spoke up. This noble was from the direct line of the Fire Country daimyo's family and had once married into the Konoha village Senju clan, so he was qualified to attend the meeting. "I am very satisfied with Jiraiya. He has both the strength and prestige to become the 5th Hokage. But the problem is," the noble said seriously, "as far as I know, Jiraiya has been traveling for a long time and has not returned to Konoha village for many years. He has not even spent much time in the Land of Fire. If such a ninja becomes Hokage, can he really stabilize the unfamiliar Konoha village in a short period of time? If he needs time to get familiar with Konoha village and the Land of Fire again, then why don't we choose someone familiar to be the Hokage from the beginning? Especially now that what we lack is time. For example, I think Shihouin Naraku is pretty good. After he became the 5th Hokage, these things weren't a problem anymore." "I agree too." Naraku expressed his opinion on behalf of the Jōnin class. At this time, a powerful ninja becoming Hokage will be of great advantage in stabilizing the situation. This is the problem. Udatain Koharu and Midokado Hamura looked at each other. Shihouin Naraku is too strong, which is a good thing for Konoha village, but not for them. Shimura Danzo's death has been confirmed, and both of them believe that it was Shihouin Naraku who did it. Whether it is from the injuries on Danzo's body or the traces of battle in the root organization's base, it can be seen that Danzo was killed by someone who is proficient in fire style and swordsmanship. And these characteristics just happen to match Shihouin Naraku. In particular, The conflict between Shihouin Nerku and Shimura Danzo was deep, which further supports the possibility of vendetta. What disgusted Yuditane Koharu and Midokado Hamura the most was that Shihouin Nerku could have done things perfectly, but he just threw a few enemy corpses at random to get the job done. What's this? This is being fearless. This is a deliberate revenge on Shimura Danzo. If Shihouin Nerku dares to attack Danzo today, he will dare to kill the other two elders tomorrow and dig up their graves the day after tomorrow. As for whether Sarutobi Hiruzen gave orders in secret, it doesn't matter anymore. If Shihouin Nerku really becomes Hokage, no one will survive. So Jiraiya and Tsunade were urgently nominated. Wah. The Fire Country daimyo asked with a smile, fanning himself. Jiraiya and Shihouin Nerku, both are very good ninjas. But Jiraiya is not here today. So Nerku, you tell me what you think. Yuditane Koharu and Midokado Hamura's faces suddenly turned dark. What does that mean? The Fire Country daimyo is preparing to support Shihouin Nerku? Shihouin Nerku glanced at everyone after hearing this, and then said calmly, "The two elders recommended teacher Jiraiya, and I have no objection." Yuditane Koharu and Midokado Hamura were stunned, then frowned. What did this mean? Are you planning to give up on becoming a member of the fifth generation? Teacher Jiraiya is both capable and prestigious enough to become the new Hokage. But there's a very crucial question. Is Teacher Jiraiya willing? Shihouin Nerku stared at the two elders. Everyone knows Jiraiya Sensei's personality. He doesn't like constraints and likes freedom. I hope you two can answer me seriously. Whether Jiraiya Sensei agrees to become the fifth Hokage if the nomination meeting passes. Silence. Embarrassing silence. Not to mention Yuditane Koharu and Midokado Hamura trying to convince Jiraiya. The two of them couldn't even find Jiraiya, and after the war, Jiraiya had already gone into hiding. The meaning of Jiraiya's action is very clear. Don't ask him to be Hokage. He doesn't want to be Hokage. With a pair of pupils emitting stern reproach, Shihouin Nerku rolled his fingers and said, "If we pass the nomination and Mr. Jiraiya is unwilling to become Hokage, what will happen next? Especially at this time. Every minute and every second is precious to Konoha Village. How can we waste it like this?" Shihouin Nerku's words were like directly tearing off the two elders' faces, throwing them to the ground and stomping on them. Naraku doesn't plan to become Hokage now, but that doesn't mean he wants to see the two old guys occupying the top positions all the time. This is not only not good for him, but also not good for Tsunade. Especially, Shihouin Naraku wanted to take the positions of the two elders. Therefore, we must strike as soon as we get the chance. The power of these two elders will be crushed bit by bit. Then someone else takes the seat. After attacking the two elders and forcibly shutting them up, Shihouin Naraku turned around and said his proposal. "Actually, I think Mr. Tsunade is the most suitable Hokage for Konoha Village at this time." Why? Koharu and Midokado Hamura immediately frowned and wanted to scold you because you just said that we hastily proposed candidates without discussing it with Jiraiya in advance. But now, have you discussed it with Tsunade? Jiraiya is still in Konoha Village after all. Even if he is not in Konoha Village, he is still hanging around the village. But what about Tsunade? Who knows where she is now? Tsunade-sensei is more suitable to be the fifth Hokage. Here is my reasoning. First, Tsunade-sensei's identity. She is the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the second Hokage, and a descendant of the Senju clan. If she becomes Hokage, she will definitely be able to stabilize the slightly turbulent situation in Konoha Village and the Land of Fire in the first place. Shihouin Naraku calmly raised his second finger and stated his reasons. Secondly, Mr. Tsunade is the best medical ninja in the ninja world. He has rescued a large number of ninjas. Now, Konoha Village has just experienced the baptism of war. A medical ninja who can save lives and heal the wounded can greatly ease the pain in everyone's hearts. Thirdly, as a student of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen Mr. Tsunade can better unite everyone's will. Right now, The older generation of ninjas in Konoha village are gradually aging, and the new generation of ninjas have not yet fully grown up. It is just right for a middle-aged person like Mr. Tsunade to ease the conflicts and opinions between the two sides. Fourthly, the spies in Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village have sent back news that the two ninja villages have received the news of the third Hokage's death and are now ready to take action. To be frank, as the top combat force in Konoha village, it will be difficult for me to go to the front line freely if I become the Hokage at this time. Everyone knows the problem of Teacher Tsunade. If she becomes the Hokage, she can stay in the rear. Fifth, after years of peace, I have a vague feeling that the conflicts between countries have accumulated deep enough, and a war that affects the entire ninja world may break out at any time. So Tsunade-sensei, who participated in the Ninja World War, should really be found. Outrageous. This is really outrageous. How outrageous it is for one person to face more than 100 elite ninjas. Hatake Kakashi could see the embarrassment on Jōnin's face when he spoke, which meant that they really didn't have time to help. So, to what extent is Naraku's current strength exaggerated? If it could cause such a horrifying scene, does it mean that Naraku didn't use his full strength when fighting himself and Guy? Perhaps at this moment, Shihouin Naraku is the strongest ninja in Konoha village. At this time, Hatake Kakashi suddenly remembered someone. Fourth Hokage Namake's Minato. During the Third Ninja World War, Minato-sensei once eliminated 50 elite ninjas from Iwagakure in an instant. Thinking of this, Hatake Kakashi was suddenly not surprised anymore. Perhaps such a powerful ninja whose strength far exceeds that of others would appear in the ninja world every once in a while. It was not appropriate to think about these things right now, so Hatake Kakashi could only lead the ninjas who came to support him to repel the enemy first. Because of the addition of new forces, the Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja were instantly suppressed, and more of them were killed or captured by Konoha shinobi. The Sand Ninja leader Baky wants to retreat temporarily. After all, Konoha's reinforcements have arrived, and Gaara's plan to cause Shikaku to go berserk has failed. Now the Sand Ninja's main force has not arrived yet, and they can no longer fight. However, Gunma Shiranui kept pestering him, making it impossible for him to lead the ninja team to evacuate. We can't go on like this. Baky anxiously looked around at the situation and was extremely worried as he saw the ninjas from his fellow village being eliminated one by Konoha. In fact, what he was more worried about was not these, but Orochimaru, who was fighting inside the barrier on top of the building. Don't get me wrong, Baky wasn't worried about Orochimaru's safety. But I want to ask, where did our fourth Kazekage go? Why did Orochimaru disguise himself as fourth Kazekage Raza? And where is the real Raza? If the fourth Kazekage was someone else in disguise a long time ago, then Tsunade was fooled. Baky didn't even dare to think about why the real fourth Kazekage hadn't appeared yet. Puff! Gunma Shiranui didn't care what Baky was thinking. When he noticed that the other party was distracted, his hands moved faster and faster, and the kunai instantly cut a scar on Baky's face. Blood oozes out and falls. Damn it! Baky gritted his teeth and suddenly shouted, "All Tsunade members retreat." With a bang, the smoke bomb exploded and smoke quickly spread. Gunma Shiranui narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately noticed Baky's quietly retreating figure and immediately chased after him. Chase! Leave half of the men to guard the civilians and the daimyo, and some go into the barrier and find a way to support the third Hokage, while the rest of you chase. Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy took the lead in leading people to chase after them, and Sarutobi-sama led his people to jump onto the roof of the tallest building in an instant, thinking about whether there was any way to open the barrier. Others stayed at the examination venue to prevent any accidents from causing large numbers of casualties among the daimyo and other spectators. On the other side, Baky wanted to escape from Konoha village with only a few Tsunade Jōnin. But as expected, he found that Konoha village was quiet along the way. Clearly, This was a sign that others had already been evacuated to shelter facilities. Baky gritted his teeth secretly. He had to lead the remaining Jōnin to escape. Tsunade's losses this time were too great, and they could not afford to lose any more combat power. Luckily, Gaara has evacuated. Now it seems that the failure of Shikaku's rampage plan is actually a good thing. One-tail Shikaku is here, which means Tsunade still has a trump card. This is the only good news amidst a lot of bad news. Where do you want to go? Puff. Baky led several Jōnin running between the buildings of Konoha village, and suddenly heard a calm voice coming from the front. The next second, 2 Jōnin behind Baky fell to the ground, and there was no movement. Blood immediately flowed and soaked the ground. As if seeing death imminent, Baky closed his eyes, raised his hands, and shouted, "We surrender!" Tsunade surrenders. Baky slowly opened his eyes and instantly broke out in a cold sweat, because Shihouin Naraku, a high-ranking official of Konoha village, was holding a sharp blade, with the pitch-black blade pointed at his neck, just a millimeter away. The skin on his neck even felt the chill from the pitch-black blade, causing Baky to get goosebumps uncontrollably. Naraku is adult. Naraku, Hokage, Kakashi, and Might Guy arrived with their men and surrounded the 4 Jōnin led by Baky. Shihouin Naraku took back the Kurakara and glanced at Baky and the other 3 with a calm look. "You almost lost control of your knife. Next time, try to shout faster to avoid blood spurting out. Next time, if it happens again, it will be terrifying. Take them away and lock them up. We'll decide what to do with them later." Yes, Baky and the other 4 were tied up and then escorted to Ombu prison by the Konoha shinobi. "How's it going over there?" Shihouin Naraku swung the knife casually, and the black blade flashed with a cold chill. It was as smooth as new and had not been damaged at all even after many battles. Hokage Kakashi glanced at the 2 sand ninjas lying on the ground with a large pool of blood and said, "The battle at the examination venue has subsided." That is, everyone present looked up and saw that the barrier was still standing on top of the tallest building in the venue. Might Guy said with some concern, "I wonder how the Hokage-sama is doing?" "Don't worry," Hokage Kakashi comforted confidently. "The 3rd Hokage is very powerful. There is no need for us to worry." Shihouin Naraku glanced at Kakashi, speechlessly. If he didn't know the other person's personality, he would have really thought that Kakashi was the yin and yang 3rd Hokage. Hokage Kakashi also added helplessly, "The main reason is that we can't break the barrier of the 4 purple flame array. Unless the 3rd generation master eliminates the caster from the inside, the barrier can be broken. In fact, there is another way to break the barrier. That is, someone uses irrefutable strength to crush and smash the 4 purple flame formation head-on. In the future 4th Ninja World War, for Kage-level masters, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Namikaze Minato consumed a terrifying amount of chakra to perform the 4 red yang formation, which was dozens of times stronger than the current 4 purple flame formation. But the 4 red yang formation was still easily torn apart by Uchiha Bito, who became 10 Tails Jinchuriki. So it's all a matter of power. With strong strength, everything can be broken. Bang! No one else present had time to react as the ground suddenly collapsed, spreading into dense cracks. Shihouin Naraku leaped high into the air, holding Kurakara tightly with both hands, and the huge amount of chakra quickly gathered at the tip of the knife. Indestructible. Only the strong can't be broken. Outrageous. This is really outrageous. How outrageous it is for one person to face more than 100 elite ninjas. Hokage Kakashi could see the embarrassment on Jōnin's face when he spoke, which meant that they really didn't have time to help. So, to what extent is Naraku's current strength exaggerated? If it could cause such a horrifying scene, does it mean that Naraku didn't use his full strength when fighting himself and Guy? Perhaps at this moment, Shihouin Naraku is the strongest ninja in Konoha village. At this time, Hokage Kakashi suddenly remembered someone. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. During the Third Ninja World War, Minato-sensei once eliminated 50 elite ninjas from Iwagakure in an instant. Thinking of this, Hatake Kakashi was suddenly not surprised anymore. Perhaps such a powerful ninja, whose strength far exceeds that of others, would appear in the ninja world every once in a while. It was not appropriate to think about these things right now, so Hatake Kakashi could only lead the ninjas who came to support him to repel the enemy first. Because of the addition of new forces, the Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja were instantly suppressed, and more of them were killed or captured by Konoha shinobi. The Sand Ninja leader Baky wants to retreat temporarily. After all, Konoha's reinforcements have arrived, and Gaara's plan to cause Shikaku to go berserk has failed. Now the Sand Ninja's main force has not arrived yet, and they can no longer fight. However, Gunma Shiranui kept pestering him, making it impossible for him to lead the ninja team to evacuate. We can't go on like this. Baky anxiously looked around at the situation and was extremely worried as he saw the ninjas from his fellow village being eliminated one by Konoha. In fact, what he was more worried about was not these, but Orochimaru, who was fighting inside the barrier on top of the building. Don't get me wrong, Baky wasn't worried about Orochimaru's safety. But I want to ask, where did our fourth Kazekage go? Why did Orochimaru disguise himself as fourth Kazekage Raza? And where is the real Raza? If the fourth Kazekage was someone else in disguise a long time ago, then Tsunade was fooled. Baky didn't even dare to think about why the real fourth Kazekage hadn't appeared yet. Puff! Gunma Shiranui didn't care what Baky was thinking. When he noticed that the other party was distracted, his hands moved faster and faster, and the kunai instantly cut a scar on Baky's face. Blood oozes out and falls. Damn it! Baky gritted his teeth and suddenly shouted, "All Tsunade members retreat." With a bang, the smoke bomb exploded and smoke quickly spread. Gunma Shiranui narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately noticed Baky's quietly retreating figure and immediately chased after him. Chase! Leave half of the men to guard the civilians and the daimyo, and some go into the barrier and find a way to support the third Hokage, while the rest of you chase. Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy took the lead in leading people to chase after them, and Sarutobi-sama led his people to jump onto the roof of the tallest building in an instant, thinking about whether there was any way to open the barrier. Others stayed at the examination venue to prevent any accidents from causing large numbers of casualties among the daimyo and other spectators. On the other side, Baky wanted to escape from Konoha village with only a few Tsunade Jōnin. But as expected, he found that Konoha village was quiet along the way. Clearly, this was a sign that others had already been evacuated to shelter facilities. Baky gritted his teeth secretly. He had to lead the remaining Jōnin to escape. Tsunade's losses this time were too great, and they could not afford to lose any more combat power. Luckily, Gaara has evacuated. Now it seems that the failure of Shikaku's rampage plan is actually a good thing. One-Tail Shikaku is here, which means Tsunade still has a trump card. This is the only good news amidst a lot of bad news. Where do you want to go? Puff! Baky led several Jōnin running between the buildings of Konoha village, and suddenly heard a calm voice coming from the front. The next second, two Jōnin behind Baky fell to the ground, and there was no movement. Blood immediately flowed and soaked the ground. As if seeing death imminent, Baky closed his eyes, raised his hands, and shouted, "We surrender!" Tsunade surrenders. Baky slowly opened his eyes and instantly broke out in a cold sweat, because Shihouin Naraku, a high-ranking official of Konoha village, was holding a sharp blade, with the pitch-black blade pointed at his neck, just a millimeter away. The skin on his neck even felt the chill from the pitch-black blade, causing Baky to get goosebumps uncontrollably. Naraku is adult. Naraku. Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy arrived with their men and surrounded the four Jōnin led by Baky. Shihouin Naraku took back the Kurikara and glanced at Baky and the other three with a calm look. "You almost lost control of your knife. Next time, try to shout faster to avoid blood spurting out. Next time? If it happens again, it will be terrifying." Take them away and lock them up. We'll decide what to do with them later. Yes, Baky and the other four were tied up and then escorted to Ombu prison by the Konoha shinobi. How's it going? Over there. Shihouin Naraku swung the knife casually, and the black blade flashed with a cold chill. It was as smooth as new and had not been damaged at all even after many battles. Hatake Kakashi glanced at the two sand ninjas lying on the ground with a large pool of blood and said, "The battle at the examination venue has subsided." That is, everyone present looked up and saw that the barrier was still standing on top of the tallest building in the venue. Mike Guy said with some concern, "I wonder how the Hokage-sama is doing?" "Don't worry," Hatake Kakashi comforted confidently. "The third Hokage is very powerful. There is no need for us to worry." Shihouin Naraku glanced at Kakashi, speechlessly. If he didn't know the other person's personality, he would have really thought that Kakashi was the yin and yang third Hokage. Hatake Kakashi also added helplessly, "The main reason is that we can't break the barrier of the four purple flame array. Unless the third generation master eliminates the caster from the inside, the barrier can be broken. In fact, there is another way to break the barrier. That is, someone uses irrefutable strength to crush and smash the four purple flame formation head-on. In the future Fourth Ninja World War, for Kage-level masters, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Namikaze Minato consumed a terrifying amount of chakra to perform the four red yang formation, which was dozens of times stronger than the current four purple flame formation. But the four red yang formation was still easily torn apart by Uchiha Bito, who became Ten Tails Jinchuriki. So it's all a matter of power. With strong strength, everything can be broken. Bang! No one else present had time to react as the ground suddenly collapsed, spreading into dense cracks. Shihouin Naraku leaped high into the air, holding Kurakara tightly with both hands, and the huge amount of chakra quickly gathered at the tip of the knife. Indestructible. Only the strong can't be broken. What on earth is going on? Orochimaru felt his right arm. 1 second it seemed to be cut and chopped by an ultimate sharp blade, and the next second it seemed to be burned back and forth by flames. This cruel process was constantly alternating. This is a pain that goes deep into the bones and soul. It cannot be reduced. It cannot be stopped. Raising his right arm tremblingly, Orochimaru gritted his teeth and looked at his arm, which seemed to be in perfect condition. What on earth was going on? Orochimaru is an adult. Kabuto, prepare for the experiment now. I need to figure out what's wrong with this arm first. Yes. Yakushi Kabuto quickly prepared the laboratory, and Orochimaru endured the pain and began to experiment on his right arm. We must find a way to recover as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we continue like this, not only will we be unable to unleash ninjutsu in combat, but even our normal life will be a problem. The experiment ended quickly, and Orochimaru finally got some bad news. His right arm is finished. Various experimental tests and recovery methods have not reduced the pain even a little. The key point is that Orochimaru's right hand can't even make a simple action like picking up a cup, let alone forming a seal. Apart from the fact that it looks no different from before, this right arm is basically just a decoration. Orochimaru simply cannot accept this kind of thing. Crack! Orochimaru stretched out his left hand and broke his right arm. Here, bring Shin's arm here. Yakushi Kabuto took a look at Orochimaru, who was sweating profusely from the pain, and quickly brought a pale arm. This arm was exactly the same as Danzo's arm that was covered with Sharingan. Of course, there is no Sharingan embedded in this arm now. Quick, quick! The pain became more and more intense, and Orochimaru's eyes went dark due to the pain. Soon, the arm was embedded into Orochimaru's body, but the pain did not subside. Over the next few days, Orochimaru tried countless methods and changed many arms, and finally he barely found a solution. After a lot of experiments, Orochimaru found that the higher the concentration of Hashirama cells in his arms, the more it could relieve his pain, but only barely relieve the pain. His right hand still could not form seals and could not be used as before. It was still just a decoration. No, we can't go on like this. At this time, Orochimaru has been tortured to the point of going crazy. His eyes have turned scarlet and are covered with bloodshot. If this continues, he will awaken on his own without even having to transplant the Sharingan. Yakushi Kabuto frowned and put down the test tube in his hand. He was silent for a long time, as if thinking about something. The danger of Hashirama cells increases with the increase in concentration. So we must find a balance point, suppressing the pain to a relatively low level, but also not letting the Hashirama blood cells get out of control. According to previous experimental data, let me think. While thinking, Yakushi Kabuto picked up the experimental equipment again and started the experiment. As for Orochimaru, he was almost losing his mind. He suppressed the murderous intent that he could not control and walked out of the laboratory. After a long time, Orochimaru, covered in blood, returned to the laboratory again. Master Orochimaru, try out the arm you've developed this time. Yakushi Kabuto took out a new arm from the culture vessel and came to Orochimaru's side. Orochimaru pinched the broken arm with great familiarity and attached the new arm, while Yakushi Kabuto stood by and helped wrap the bandage. How does it feel? Orochimaru closed his scarlet snake eyes, feeling the pain that penetrated his soul slowly weakening, until finally, very good, Kabuto. The pain hasn't completely gone away, but it has weakened to a level that I can't accept. Orochimaru opened his eyes with some surprise and touched the bandage on his right arm. The pain was continuous, but he could totally accept this level. At least the pain won't drive him crazy, and he won't be able to lead a normal life. After taking the experimental data handed over by Yakushi Kabuto, Orochimaru now had the mind to check it carefully. If we continue to increase the concentration of Hashirama cells, I guess we can suppress the pain to a minimum, but then the loss of control of Hashirama cells may increase significantly. Yakushi Kabuto's meaning was very clear. Unless Orochimaru wanted to turn into a tree, he should just continue to endure it. The pain had been greatly reduced anyway. Orochimaru put down the information with a very unhappy look on his face. Yakushi Kabuto shared the same opinion as him, that the concentration of Hashirama cells could not be increased any further. Actually, there's another way. Yakushi Kabuto didn't finish his words, but Orochimaru understood that the method was living corpse reincarnation. Transferring the soul to a new container might be a solution, but is only a possibility. Orochimaru now understands that it is his soul that is hurt. He was not sure whether this kind of injury that affected the soul could be healed through living corpse reincarnation. Moreover, the new vessel Orochimaru chose for himself was Uchiha Sasuke, but the other party was still in Konoha village. In the short term, Orochimaru did not want to go near Konoha village again. What if I run into Shihouin Nerku? As for sending his subordinates, Yakushi Kabuto certainly couldn't do that, as he was now responsible for Orochimaru's safety and injuries. As for the others, Orochimaru thought they were all a bunch of trash and could never complete the task. Therefore, living corpse reincarnation is currently just an idea and has no operational potential. But Orochimaru thought about it, and a smile suddenly appeared on his pale face. In that case, let's go see a doctor. Maybe we can solve the problem of the arm. Doctor? Yakushi Kabuto didn't react, so he was confused. He is a doctor. In the entire ninja world, the number of people whose medical skills are better than his can be counted on one hand. Who else can we look for? What is the secret? This is a good candidate, and his medical skills are indeed better than Yakushi Kabuto. But if they go to find Shihouin Nerku, it won't be a question of healing their wounds, but whether they will be hacked to death again. Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. It's been many years since we last met. I'm sure Tsunade won't refuse a request from a former companion. Tsunade? Yakushi Kabuto understood that he was going to find Tsunade for treatment. That's a good idea. Lord Orochimaru, I don't doubt Tsunade's medical skills, but is she really willing to help? Orochimaru smiled proudly. Tsunade will be willing. She definitely will. Bang! Shihouin Nerku opened Umbu's warehouse and saw the Kusanagi swords on the shelves at a glance. It was really a random place. Fortunately, I remembered it. Otherwise, the Kusanagi sword would have been summoned back by Orochimaru sooner or later. Shihouin Naraku directly picked up the Kusanagi sword without a scabbard. It seems that Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword has never had a scabbard. No, Orochimaru is the scabbard of the Kusanagi sword. The sunlight shone on the sword, and a cold light flashed by. This Kusanagi sword is very sharp. Even a monkey demon with a diamond body would feel unbearable pain when encountering the Kusanagi sword. This sword has another feature, which is that it can be of the desired size. Small enough to fit inside Orochimaru's body, long enough to be over 100 meters long, and not even that's the limit of the sword. Of course, although the Kusanagi sword has many advantages, Shihouin Naraku does not intend to use it, and instead prepares to give it to his Zanpakuto to devour. Holding the Kusanagi sword, Shihouin Naraku returned to his Umbu office. Clang! With one hand in hand, Naraku directly pulled out the Kurakara and placed the two swords on the table. Okay, let's get started. A black hole slowly emerged on Kurakara's pitch-black blade and began to devour the Kusanagi sword. Even though the Kusanagi sword was made of the hardest material in the ninja world, it could not withstand Kurakara's powerful devouring force and was eaten up in the blink of an eye. Orochimaru's weapon, the Kusanagi sword, is gone. However, for Orochimaru, a Kusanagi sword is indeed precious, but he can still find a new one. Yes, in the ninja world, Kusanagi sword is not the name of a single sword, but a general term for a type of sword. Future Uchiha Sasuke's straight blade sword and Uchiha Itachi's 10-fisted sword can both be called Kusanagi swords in the ninja world. There are far more than one Kusanagi sword like this. Watching the end of Kurakara's devouring, Shihouin Naraku picked up the Zanpakuto, and all the abilities Kurakara had before were improved, such as helping Naraku recover chakra and physical strength faster, etc. The statue of Akala summoned by summoning is also enhanced simultaneously. It can be said that it swallowed the Kusanagi sword, but it greatly improved Kurakara. It's a pity that I forgot about Samahata when I killed Kisame last time. Otherwise, Kurakara could have been improved further. With his right hand tightening, Shihouin Naraku gripped the hilt of Kurakara, feeling the rise of Zanpakuto. Sheath the sword. I'm a member of the executive committee, and I've been granted 5 draws. My position will definitely change when Teacher Tsunade returns to the village. So, the next 10 draw will be here soon. Shihouin Naraku sat in his seat, thinking about the lottery. That's right, not long ago, he qualified for 5 more draws. These 5 lottery qualifications are derived from the establishment of the executive committee. Although Tsunade has been confirmed as the 5th Hokage, she has not yet taken office. At this stage, various affairs of Konoha Village and the Fire Nation need someone to be responsible for handling them, and the newly established executive committee is doing this. The members of the executive committee are basically the heads of the major departments of Konoha Village, and Shihouin Naraku is naturally among them. This membership was not something he created by himself, but was a position that truly had power and responsibilities, so the system would naturally recognize it. Thus, Shihouin Naraku obtained 5 draw qualifications. This is also a pleasant surprise. Lord Naraku, this is the information about a Wagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village. Okay, go down. Yes. Shihouin Naraku opened the sealed information and read it. Before he had finished reading a few lines, his brows raised. Iwagakure ninjas are suspected to have appeared in the Land of Grass. Does this guy, Anoki, really want to cause trouble? After quickly reading the information about the 2 ninja villages, Shihouin Naraku fell into deep thought. Iwagakure's movements are getting bigger and bigger, and they are no longer trying to hide it. Even the people of Grass Country have discovered the traces of Rock Shinobi, which means a tentative attack is about to appear. The Cloud Shinobi Village is a bit strange. The previous intelligence said that they were making some small moves. Now, they have settled down. Shihouin Naraku would not underestimate the muscular men in Cloud Shinobi Village. They seem to be without brains, and if he underestimated them, he would be completely fooled. The Cloud Shinobi village has played so many conspiracies and tricks, kidnapping Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina, kidnapping the Hyuga family heir Hyuga Hinata. All of these things were done by them. Someone come. Naraku is adult. Send someone to notify the border troops to step up vigilance. If the enemy dares to invade, I will allow the border troops to fight back. Yes, the subordinates left, and Shihouin Naraku took the 2 intelligence reports to the executive committee meeting. There were certainly arguments, but Naraku's decision was still agreed upon by the majority. The Jōnin squad would dispatch teams led by 4 Jōnin as appropriate to support the border troops, and supplies were also transported to the border at an accelerated pace. Then, based on the opinions of others, send diplomats to Cloud Shinobi Village in Iwagakure to inquire about the other party's intentions. According to the current situation between Konoha Village and the Fire Nation, everyone seems to be thinking, if you can avoid fighting, then don't fight. At least it would be better not to have a war, no matter how big or small, before Konoha Village recovers. Of the entire executive committee, Shihouin Naraku has the upper hand. Basically, the resolutions he proposed would be passed. It is difficult for the older generation of ninjas, led by Udatain Koharu and Mitokado Hamura, to stop Shihouin Naraku's resolution. At most, they can only put forward some supplementary opinions when they cannot object, and even this may not be passed. Originally, when the executive committee was formed, Udatain Koharu and Mitokado Hamura thought they were in the upper hand. But I didn't expect that except for Nara Shikaku, most of the heads of other departments were on Shihouin Naraku's side. In fact, this is easy to understand. Apart from the connections that Shihouin Naraku has accumulated over the years and the people that Shihouin Haramoto has won over, most people will naturally not offend Naraku after knowing that Tsunade is about to become the 5th Hokage. Just kidding. Shihouin Naraku is Tsunade's apprentice. Everyone knows this. Therefore, during this period of time, the resolutions of the executive committee have basically been implemented in accordance with Shihouin Naraku's ideas. Tsunade's delegation is about to arrive in Konoha. What should we do? Let Tsunade go, pursue the losses, or start a war? Mitokado Hamura folded his hands and looked at everyone on the executive committee, with the focus, of course, on Shihouin Naraku. Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure are ready to make a move. This is not the right time to start a dispute with Tsunade. So, forget it. Forget it? Are you kidding me? Who will pay for the loss of Konoha Village? You or me? That's right. The village suffered heavy losses this time, and the ninjas were also killed and wounded. We can't let Tsunade go. So according to your opinion, we should just start a war? It's fine to pursue accountability, but I suggest forgetting about compensation. After all, Tsunade was once our ally. Tsunade doesn't consider Konoha an ally. Compensation? What can Tsunade give us as compensation? They are poor as hell. When the 4th Kazekage was here, they could still refine gold. Now that the Kazekage is dead, let alone compensate us, Tsunade will be lucky to be able to survive on its own. So what do you say we should do? Just pretend it never happened. The 3rd Hokage died in battle. If we just let him go, how are we going to explain this to the villagers? Explain? What do we need to explain? We are the top leaders, and the decisions we make are definitely for the good of the village. What else do we need to explain to the villagers? Cole. What are you talking about? The executive committee was in chaos. Even Shihouin Naraku couldn't stop them at this time. There was nothing they could do. Everyone had their own ideas and interests, so quarrels were inevitable. However, the Tsunade delegation is about to arrive, and the executive committee must decide on Konoha Village's opinion today. So after some arguing, the final resolution was reached. Tsunade was definitely wrong. There was no doubt about that, and Konoha Village must be compensated. There was no room for negotiation. Of course, the amount of compensation needs to be negotiated between the two parties. Konoha Village wasn't afraid of Tsunade's disapproval. After all, there were still sand ninjas imprisoned in Konoha's prison, especially since among these prisoners there was one tail, Shikaku, Jinchuriki, Gura. If Tsunade wants to take these Jōnin captives and Jinchuriki back, of course there will be bloodshed. Tsunade may not have that much money to pay, but the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind does. The Fire Country will cooperate with Konoha to demand debts from the daimyo of the Wind Country. No matter what, Konoha village must be compensated. Not long after the decision was made, Tsunade's top advisor, Ebizo, arrived at Konoha village with a delegation. Shihouin Naraku will not interfere in the specific negotiations, which will be handled by specific people. Compared to Tsunade, no one mentioned Sound Village at all. Why? Because Konoha had already sent out ninjas to clean up the Sound Village and destroyed several Orochimaru bases. The daimyo of the Sound Village prostrated himself and accepted the defeat by paying the money. Basically, all the savings of Sound Village over the years were wiped out. This village is only in name. A large number of low-level ninjas fled in panic, and civilians fell into difficult situations and could hardly survive. Of course, there is hope for the Inin village to rise again, but it will take more than 10 years. There is no way. Who made the Hokage village join the Konoha collapse plan? Who made them accept the Konoha rebel, Orochimaru? Since they have enjoyed the benefits brought to them by Orochimaru, they should not blame Konoha village for taking ruthless action. This is also the sadness of the small ninja village. It survives by being a buffer between major powers, but the slightest setback will lead to the crisis of extinction. Most of the things the executive committee does are strategic decisions, so there is no need to get busy with specific matters. As for Umbu and the medical department, everything was going on as usual. Shihouin Naraku was in charge of both departments with ease, and no one could interfere. Originally, Yuditane Kaharu and Midokado Hamura had placed some personnel in the medical department, but now they have basically withdrawn and no longer have any plans to set up a medical emergency team. So while the ninjas in Konoha village were busy hitting their heads with their feet, Shihouin Naraku even had a lot of free time. There's no way around it. The other ninjas can go out and complete various missions. But at this time, Shihouin Naraku cannot leave. He is now the pillar of Konoha and the guarantee for the villagers to live in peace. Even if a war really breaks out on the border, Shihouin Naraku can only stay in Konoha village and stabilize the people's hearts in the rear until Tsunade successfully takes office as 5th Hokage. Although he was free, Shihouin Naraku did not relax, but continued his training. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of rushing wind echoed in the air. Shihouin Naraku held Kirigara tightly in both hands and practiced taijutsu and swordsmanship seriously without relaxing for a moment. Drops of crystal sweat slid down his half-naked upper body. Shihouin Naraku's muscles were like sculptures, with clear and smooth lines, full of power, but not a bit bloated. Shihouin Naraku was like a tall pine tree, standing firmly on the ground, swinging the blade in his hand, feeling his physical strength gradually increase. Although his breathing was rapid, it was extremely firm and powerful. Shihouin Naraku was now wearing special weight-bearing equipment. A pair of wrist guards, a pair of leggings, a pair of waist guards, all of which were worn on the body except for the weight-bearing vest. The total weight of these loads reaches 2.8 tons. At the beginning, Shihouin Naraku certainly did not wear all these weights directly, but increased them step by step, little by little, and now has reached a weight of 2.8 tons. In this process, the reward for Shihouin Naraku's third 10-pull draw played a big role. 1,000 kilograms of sea king's meat. The meat from the sea kings in the pirates' world is full of nutrients and seems to be naturally suitable for replenishing consumption during physical exercise. Coupled with Shihouin Naraku's enhanced heart, there were nutritional supplements that the body absorbed quickly and perfectly, which resulted in a significant improvement in his physique in the shortest possible time. This speed of progress was beyond Shihouin Naraku's imagination. Unfortunately, he had already eaten up the 1,000-pound sea king's meat. Call! Shihouin Naraku slowly put away Kurikara and then let out a long breath. At the same time, a large tree on the edge of the training ground, facing Shihouin Nerku, suddenly began to sway with its branches. My physical condition has slowed down and is not as obvious as before. Shihouin Nerku walked to the training ground to rest, frowning. He couldn't accept this slower pace of progress. No wonder the people in the pirate's world are all so physically strong. Not only do they have training methods, but more importantly, the food they eat is full of nutrition, which supports their strong physiques. I thought it was more than 1,000 pounds, but I didn't know it would be consumed so quickly after exercising. But it's worth it. Shihouin Nerku smiled on his handsome face and suddenly clenched his fists. An invisible force attached to them, emitting a powerful aura. Real armament. Yes, he awakened armament haki. Shihouin Nerku has thoroughly mastered Conqueror's haki. This means that his strength has been greatly improved once again. Moreover, armament haki is the same as Conqueror's haki, both of which are awakened by himself and not obtained through system lottery. Of course, without drawing observation haki from the system, there would be no armament haki in Conqueror's awakening. Shihouin Nerku admitted this. The growth of his own strength was indeed helped by the system, but more importantly, it was due to his own efforts. Shihouin Nerku. Ahem! Nerku. Maui-Gao. The heroine who has not appeared for a long time finally appeared. What's wrong? Shihouin Nerku wiped the sweat off his body and looked at his girlfriend Yuzuki Yugao, who was running towards him. Tsunade-sama will be back soon. The people in Umbu said they can already see the return of Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya-sama. Mao Xian's face turned red with excitement. She was very excited. After all, Tsunade is the idol and life goal of all the female ninjas in Konoha village. Oh, most of the female ninjas in the ninja world admire Tsunade. Tsunade's return to the village is a big deal. When Shihouin Nerku arrived at the gate of Konoha, the others had not yet received the news. Shihouin Nerku, Tenzu, and Narashikaku, the three of them stood at the gate of Konoha, waiting for Tsunade to arrive. Gang Ziti and Kanzuki Izumo, who were guarding the gate of Konoha, looked at the three high-ranking officials of Konoha village standing beside them in confusion and had no idea what was going on. Who was coming? The honor was so great that the three top leaders of Konoha village were standing here waiting. Of course, Tenzang was wearing a mask. However, at this time, he can stand with Shihouin Nerku and Narashikaku, so even if he is not in a high-level position, it will not be bad. Gang Ziti and Shun Yu Chuyun looked at each other and immediately perked up. Although they didn't know who would come, it would always be a good idea to perform better. Time passed little by little, and four figures suddenly appeared on the road, leading to Konohagakure and approached. As the four approached, their identities were revealed. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto, and Shizen were slowly walking towards Konohagakure. Hey, you're finally back. The four of them smiled and looked up at the four Shihouin Nerku who came to greet them, and the noisy Konohagakure. Tsunade looked at the strange, yet familiar village and muttered to herself that from today on she would become the fifth Hokage. Just like her two grandfathers, can she really protect Konoha village? Naraku, I brought Tsunade back home. Please don't bother me anymore, okay? While Tsunade was sighing, Jiraiya quietly came over and whispered to Shihouin Nerku. Shihouin Nerku gave a thumbs up, indicating that he understood. Naraku, you have grown up to be so handsome. Not bad. Okay. Tsunade slapped Jiraiya aside and moved forward, looking Shihouin Nerku up and down. Although she has always let Shihouin Nerku do whatever he wants, it seems there is nothing wrong with that now. Nerku is growing up very well. Thinking of this, Tsunade was extremely proud. Teacher, Shihouin Nerku greeted with a smile, while Narashikaku and Tenzu also stepped forward to welcome Tsunade's return. Oh, it looks like everyone is doing well. Hey, you kid. Tsunade pushed over without any hesitation, grabbed Shihouin Nerku, put the Konoha village high-ranking official under his armpit, and whispered, Nerku, you are a bit too much. The teacher is living outside. How can you always cause trouble for me? A scent filled his nose, and he experienced Tsunade's breast for the first time in a long time. Although this action was quite comfortable, Nerku was still speechless and wanted to break free. Teacher, what are you talking about? I haven't seen you for so many years. How can I cause you trouble? Snort. Tsunade let go of the reward for Nerku. You've developed Konoha's medical care so well that no one comes to see me anymore. Sensei can't even make extra money out there, and it's taking too much away from my gambling. Tsunade said this without any shame. The people who were listening nearby all had black lines on their foreheads. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Tsunade let go of Naraku and laughed with her hands on her hips, while Shizen was hugging her pet pig and smiling awkwardly. Hey, Naraku-sama, how is Sasuke now? Has he been discharged from the hospital? Uzumaki Naruto was jumping around, trying to attract the attention of Shihouin Naraku. When he and Jiraiya left the village, Sasuke was still lying in the hospital recovering. Oh, Uchiha Sasuke. He has been discharged from the hospital a long time ago. He should be taking advantage of the time to practice now. Don't let him leave you behind. Ha! Uzumaki Naruto imitated Tsunade, put his hands on his hips and laughed. It doesn't matter. I learned a very powerful move this time. Sasuke will definitely look at me differently. Ha! He did look at her differently, and it indirectly contributed to Uchiha Sasuke's departure. Thinking of this, Shihouin Naraku was suddenly stunned. Did Orochimaru come back to life? If he hadn't been resurrected, would Uchiha Sasuke not have escaped for the time being? The group chatted and soon arrived at the Hokage building. By this time, Uzumaki Naruto and Jiraiya were long gone. Tenzu and Shikaku said their goodbyes and left, leaving Shihouin Naraku alone with Tsunade and Shizen, who entered the Hokage building. At this time, the Hokage building had been thoroughly cleaned and looked brand new, waiting for the new Hokage to move in. It's been a long time since I came back here. Tsunade, accompanied by Naraku, took a brief walk around the Hokage building. Fisk, nothing has changed. It seems that old man is still nostalgic. Standing in front of the picture of third Hokage, Sir Toby Hiruzen, Tsunade was silent for a long time, and no one knew what he was thinking. I feel a little irritated when I think about working. Tsunade sat cross-legged, feeling a little bored. Yuditane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura had arrived and stood in front of Tsunade along with Shihouin Naraku, staring at her. Tsunade, you'll be the Hokage soon. Don't be like before. Yuditane Koharu reminded. Tsunade waved her hands helplessly. Hey, got it. Shihouin Naraku ignored Tsunade's helplessness and reported directly. The news of the teacher's return has been notified to the daimyo, and the village is also prepared for the inauguration ceremony in advance. Really? I haven't even become Hokage yet, but I'm already feeling the pinch. Tsunade held her forehead with her white hands, looking unbearable. Shihouin Naraku continued to report. The news of Tsunade-sensei's return to assume the position of Hokage has been posted. It will spread throughout Konoha village and the land of fire within a few days. This is as it should be. After all, Tsunade has been traveling away from the village for many years. Many people know her title of Sannin, but there are even more people who don't know Tsunade. After deciding that Tsunade would be the fifth Hokage, Konoha village had already begun to publicize Tsunade's past achievements and identity, laying the foundation in advance. Now that Tsunade has been announced as the successor to the Hokage, there will be no confusion as to who Tsunade is and how he became the Hokage when no one knew him. After discussing the specific inauguration ceremony for a while, Yuditane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura left together. Hey, Naraku. Tsunade suddenly extended his elbow to nudge Shihouin Naraku and said with interest, Amazing. When the old man was here, he couldn't avoid giving in to the two elders, but you were able to snatch power from them. Outrageous. This is really outrageous. How outrageous it is for one person to face more than 100 elite ninjas. Hitaki Kakashi could see the embarrassment on Jōnin's face when he spoke, which meant that they really didn't have time to help. So, to what extent is Naraku's current strength exaggerated? If it could cause such a horrifying scene, Does it mean that Naraku didn't use his full strength when fighting himself and Guy? Perhaps at this moment, Shihouin Naraku is the strongest ninja in Konoha village. At this time, Hatake Kakashi suddenly remembered someone. Fourth Hokage Namake's Minato. During the Third Ninja World War, Minato-sensei once eliminated 50 elite ninjas from Iwagakure in an instant. Thinking of this, Hatake Kakashi was suddenly not surprised anymore. Perhaps such a powerful ninja whose strength far exceeds that of others would appear in the ninja world every once in a while. It was not appropriate to think about these things right now, so Hatake Kakashi could only lead the ninjas who came to support him to repel the enemy first. Because of the addition of new forces, the Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja were instantly suppressed, and more of them were killed or captured by Konoha shinobi. The Sand Ninja leader Baky wants to retreat temporarily. After all, Konoha's reinforcements have arrived, and Gaara's plan to cause Shikaku to go berserk has failed. Now the Sand Ninja's main force has not arrived yet, and they can no longer fight. However, Gunma Shiranui kept pestering him, making it impossible for him to lead the ninja team to evacuate. We can't go on like this. Baky anxiously looked around at the situation and was extremely worried as he saw the ninjas from his fellow village being eliminated one by Konoha. In fact, what he was more worried about was not these, but Orochimaru, who was fighting inside the barrier on top of the building. Don't get me wrong, Baky wasn't worried about Orochimaru's safety. But I want to ask, where did our fourth Kazekage go? Why did Orochimaru disguise himself as fourth Kazekage Raza? And where is the real Raza? If the fourth Kazekage was someone else in disguise a long time ago, then Tsunade was fooled. Baky didn't even dare to think about why the real fourth Kazekage hadn't appeared yet. Puff! Gunma Shiranui didn't care what Baky was thinking. When he noticed that the other party was distracted, his hands moved faster and faster, and the kunai instantly cut a scar on Baky's face. Blood oozes out and falls. Damn it! Baky gritted his teeth and suddenly shouted, "All Tsunade members retreat." With a bang, the smoke bomb exploded and smoke quickly spread. Gunma Shiranui narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately noticed Baky's quietly retreating figure and immediately chased after him. Chase! Leave half of the men to guard the civilians and the daimyo, and some go into the barrier and find a way to support the third Hokage, while the rest of you chase. Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy took the lead in leading people to chase after them, and Sarutobi-sama led his people to jump onto the roof of the tallest building in an instant, thinking about whether there was any way to open the barrier. Others stayed at the examination venue to prevent any accidents from causing large numbers of casualties among the daimyo and other spectators. On the other side, Baky wanted to escape from Konoha village with only a few Tsunade Jonin. But as expected, he found that Konoha village was quiet along the way. Clearly, this was a sign that others had already been evacuated to shelter facilities. Baky gritted his teeth secretly. He had to lead the remaining Jonin to escape. Tsunade's losses this time were too great, and they could not afford to lose any more combat power. Luckily, Gaara has evacuated. Now it seems that the failure of Shikaku's rampage plan is actually a good thing. One-tail Shikaku is here, which means Tsunade still has a trump card. This is the only good news amidst a lot of bad news. Where do you want to go? Puff! Baky led several Jonin running between the buildings of Konoha village, and suddenly heard a calm voice coming from the front. The next second, two Jonin behind Baky fell to the ground, and there was no movement. Blood immediately flowed and soaked the ground. As if seeing death imminent, Baky closed his eyes, raised his hands, and shouted, "We surrender!" Tsunade surrenders. Baky slowly opened his eyes and instantly broke out in a cold sweat, because Shihouin Naraku, a high-ranking official of Konoha village, was holding a sharp blade, with the pitch-black blade pointed at his neck, just a millimeter away. The skin on his neck even felt the chill from the pitch-black blade, causing Baky to get goosebumps uncontrollably. Naraku is adult. Naraku Hitachi Kakashi and Might Guy arrived with their men and surrounded the four Jōnin, led by Baky. Shu and Naraku took back the Kurikara and glanced at Baky and the other three with a calm look. You almost lost control of your knife. Next time, try to shout faster to avoid blood spurting out. Next time, if it happens again, it will be terrifying. Take them away and lock them up. We'll decide what to do with them later. Yes, Baky and the other four were tied up and then escorted to Ombu prison by the Konoha shinobi. How's it going? Over there. Shihouin Naraku swung the knife casually, and the black blade flashed with a cold chill. It was as smooth as new and had not been damaged at all even after many battles. Hitachi Kakashi glanced at the two sand ninjas lying on the ground with a large pool of blood and said, "The battle at the examination venue has subsided." That is, everyone present looked up and saw that the barrier was still standing on top of the tallest building in the venue. Might Guy said with some concern, "I wonder how the Hokage-sama is doing?" "Don't worry," Hitachi Kakashi comforted confidently. "The third Hokage is very powerful. There is no need for us to worry." Shihouin Naraku glanced at Kakashi, speechlessly. If he didn't know the other person's personality, he would have really thought that Kakashi was the yin and yang third Hokage. Hitachi Kakashi also added helplessly, "The main reason is that we can't break the barrier of the four purple flame array. Unless the third generation master eliminates the caster from the inside, the barrier can be broken. In fact, there is another way to break the barrier. That is, someone uses irrefutable strength to crush and smash the four purple flame formation head-on. In the future Fourth Ninja World War, for Kage-level masters, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Namikaze Minato consumed a terrifying amount of chakra to perform the four red yang formation, which was dozens of times stronger than the current four purple flame formation. But the four red yang formation was still easily torn apart by Uchiha Bito, who became Ten Tails Jinchuriki. So it's all a matter of power. With strong strength, everything can be broken. Bang! No one else present had time to react as the ground suddenly collapsed, spreading into dense cracks. Shihouin Naraku leaped high into the air, holding Kurikara tightly with both hands, and a huge amount of chakra quickly gathered at the tip of the knife. Indestructible. Only the strong can't be broken. Really? But I think Naraku-sama is stronger and more powerful. What do you know, idiot? My uncle's youngest son's son-in-law is Jōnin, and he told me that Tsunade-sama is Naraku-sama's teacher. Is this true or false? Of course, Lord Naraku learned his medical ninjutsu from Lord Tsunade. I love Tsunade-sama so much. Tsunade-sama is so beautiful. As time went by, everyone became more familiar with Tsunade and began to accept in their hearts that the new Hokage would soon take office. Thus, the fifth Hokage's inauguration ceremony began. Tsunade, who is particularly beautiful today, is wearing a Hokage hat and standing on the Hokage building, looking at the crowd gathered below. Behind her stood Shihouin Naraku, Jiraiya, Narashikaku, Udatain Koharu, and Midokado Hamura. A gust of wind blew, ruffling people's long hair. Tsunade took off the Hokage hat, revealing her stunningly beautiful face, and announced loudly to everyone, "From today on, I will govern Konoha Village. I'm the fifth Hokage." Before he finished speaking, huge cheers resounded through the sky. The news of Tsunade's inauguration as fifth Hokage was like a stone falling into a lake, causing ripples that spread throughout the ninja world at the fastest speed. Aside from Sunagakure, which was crippled, Kirigakure, which was still in civil strife, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Iwabikure had already begun to react after learning of this information. Take it. Sarutobi Hiruzen died in battle. Shimura Danzo died in battle. This is really good news. The stubborn Noki put down the intelligence he had just delivered and immediately ordered, "Speed up the delivery of supplies to the front line. It must be completed in the shortest possible time. Inform Winya that the war must be kept within a certain scope. There will definitely be some chaos as Tsunade takes office. Just take advantage of it." there is no need to expand the war. Also, unless there is a major setback, members of the demolition team are not allowed to appear on the front lines. Finally, let Huang Tu be ready to provide support at any time. In case of unexpected situations in the war, he can decide whether to provide support or not. Yes, Onoki tapped his fingers on the stone table. Despite his short stature, he had an extremely tall aura. Let me, an old man, teach the newcomers a lesson. But what's the situation at Cloud Shinobi Village? Are they planning to give up? No, those guys aren't all brawn in their heads. They must be thinking of other things. TSK, it all depends on how Konoha Village reacts. Onoki had no intention of starting a large-scale war directly with Konoha Village. He just wanted to take advantage of the new Hokage's handover and before he could completely control power, who allowed the Fire Country and Konoha Village to occupy the best land in the ninja world. Of course, Onoki had no intention of looking down on Konoha. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen died in battle, a new generation of ninjas in Konoha has risen. Even if there are some problems for a while, they can turn the danger into safety with their foundation. Especially when the news came that Shihouin Naraku had killed Orochimaru, Onoki was filled with envy for Konoha. Konoha Village's talent pool is truly enviable. Fire style, swordplay, and someone witnessed the appearance of a giant. When mentioning the giant, Onoki's face turned dark. He thought of someone he absolutely didn't want to think of, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. When Onoki was a child, he and second Tsuchikage Mu went to Konoha Village together to conduct diplomacy, hoping to make a Wagakure and Konoha Village an alliance. But they unexpectedly met Uchiha Madara, and as a result, Onoki and Mu were both seriously injured. It was that incident that left an indelible shadow on Onoki. When talking about giants, Onoki is reminded of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. He still cannot forget the overwhelming and terrifying pressure. It shouldn't be. Shihouin Naraku is not from the Uchiha clan. Besides, the Uchiha clan is almost extinct now. Shaking his head, Onoki dispelled the fear in his heart. Sai, why are the talents produced by Konoha Village so good? None of those guys in a Wagakure are worry-free. Onoki was furious when he thought of Four Tails Jinchuriki Laozi, who was very stubborn and left the village because of a conflict with him, and his disciple Deidara, who talked a lot about art, but suddenly disappeared. After many years as Tsuchikage, Onoki had forgotten that his temper was never very good. Cloud Shinobi Village. At the foot of the towering mountain, the strong and dark-skinned Fourth Raikage AI was seeing off his own ninja troops. With a big sword on his back and the words Thunder and Water tattooed on his shoulders, Darui stood at the front of the ninja team and yawned. The two-tailed Jinchuriki, led by Wooden Golem, stood proudly at the front of the group, their long pigtails hanging down to their waists, with its Sundara attitude of a queen, not listening to the Raikage lecture at all. Only with a special eye patch on his left eye, Toshiro, a very reliable ninja of the older generation, was listening very carefully to the Raikage's instructions. Dodai, Darui, the troops are now in your hands. Konoha Village has gone through so many twists and turns. This is definitely a good opportunity. If we want to break into the Fire Nation, we'd better occupy some defensive positions. But remember, our goal is medical ninja and medical ninjutsu. Compared to Konoha, our medical development is too slow and there are too few medical ninjas. So this time, our main goal is to grab some medical ninjas. If we can't grab them, or the medical ninjas we grab don't give up, then we'll focus on medical ninjutsu. Tell the people of Konoha that we will never give up unless they agree to our conditions. Yes, the Fourth Raikage, who looked rough on the outside but was actually very delicate on the inside, said nothing as he watched the ninja team set off. If only Darui and the other two were to set off with the Wooden Golem leading the team, he would still be worried. After all, these two people are sometimes very reliable, but sometimes they're terribly sloppy. Fortunately, Jōnin Tsukio is leading the team this time. As a vassal of successive Raikages, Tsukio was very serious and reliable, so the Fourth Raikage felt relieved. Just as the Raikage was about to go back to his office, A cloud shinobi ran over in a panic. Raikage is adult. Raikage is adult. Something happened. Master Killer Bee is missing again. We searched all over Yunlei Gorge, but couldn't find Master Killer Bee. What? The fourth Raikage, who was originally calm, suddenly punched the mountain next to him. With a loud bang, accompanied by several cracks, a deep pit appeared on the mountain. This guy, doesn't he know what time it is now? Send more people to look for him. If you find any trace of him, notify me immediately. I will capture him personally. Yes. The fourth Raikage sneered and clenched his fists. It had been a while since he was beaten, and it seemed that Killer Bee was itching for a fight again. I told him that as Eight Tails Jinchuriki, he shouldn't run around, but this guy would run away from home from time to time, just asking for a fight. At this time, in a forest far away from Cloud Shinobi Village, an agile figure shuttled through. Faintly, there seemed to be a strange, singing voice coming. Konoha Village. What a passion! Tsunade sat behind her desk. In front of her was the intelligence that the spy had just passed back. Iwagakure prepares for a surprise attack on the Fire Nation. Cloud Shinobi Village has begun a surprise attack on the Fire Nation. I've only been in office for a few days, and Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure are already eager to send me gifts. Nerku, what do you think? I stood and watched. Shihouin Naraku almost couldn't hold back his complaints and coughed softly. Well, the purpose of these two ninja villages is very clear. They are preparing to launch a small-scale surprise attack and take advantage of the crisis that Konoha Village has just encountered. So as long as we can hold on, the war will be over soon. Tsunade nodded. She thought so too. After all, she was a ninja who had participated in the war, so she could still see this. B plus WB. Good. I order. Shin Naraku Ombu is relieved of his post as Captain General immediately, and you are appointed Supreme Commander of the front lines of Konoha Village and Cloud Shinobi Village. Yes. Ding. Host is promoted to the highest commander of the Konoha Corps front. Congratulations to Host for winning 4 draws. Current draw is 9. Friendly reminder. It is easier to get magical items if you draw 10 times in a row. 9 times. Shihouin Naraku couldn't help but be excited. The executive committee gave him 5 lottery qualifications, plus the 4 times this time, it was exactly 9 times. Just 1 draw away from 10 consecutive draws. The 4th 10-draw streak is almost here. Naraku. Tsunade deliberately took care of Shihouin Naraku and asked, "Are you sure you want to take charge of the battle with Cloud Shinobi Village? There is still a chance to regret before the order is actually issued." Shihouin Naraku came back to his senses and shook his head. "It's just Cloud Shinobi Village. I'll go deal with them. But what about Iwagakure? Who are you going to send, Sensei?" At this stage, there are not many people among the Konoha Village Jōnin who are suitable to become commanders and lead the ninjas into war. Especially this person must be trusted by Tsunade. After the Sannin grew up, Sarutobi Hiruzen never let anyone else touch the position of Supreme Commander. Only one of the Sannin could lead the ninja army, and no one else could even think about it. Among the Sannin, Tsunade served as the Supreme Commander the least, Jiraiya was in the middle, and Orochimaru the most. In fact, it is understandable that Sarutobi Hiruzen did this. After all, the Supreme Commander has too much power and is in charge of a large number of troops. If he has other intentions, it would be a disaster. So Shihouin Naraku was concerned about who the other commander was. Tsunade said unhappily, "Who else could it be? Of course it's that Jiraiya guy. Since he dragged me back to be the Hokage, he can't go out and play around. He has to sit in the commander's position even if he doesn't want to. He must lead people to stop Iwagakure. The old man Anoki is very cunning. Jiraiya will not suffer if he goes there." Shihouin Naraku had forgotten about Jiraiya. After all, in his memory, Jiraiya would soon take Uzumaki Naruto around the world. You know what? Jiraiya is indeed a very suitable candidate. Trust is a must, needless to say, and Jiraiya's abilities are top-notch. As long as he gets serious, he is indeed a very qualified commander. Tsunade looked at Shihouin Naraku seriously. I will arrange Shikaku as your deputy to help you complete various combat plans. I am not worried about your strength, but you must be careful. Anything can happen in a war. Clear. Shihouin nodded seriously, then turned and left. There had been signs of unrest on the border before. The executive committee had already transported the supplies over in advance, and now Shihouin Naraku only needed to take people there. Subsequent supplies will also be delivered to the front line after they are prepared. Half a day later, Shihouin Naraku and the Konoha village Shika Cho combination stood at the main gate of Konoha, watching the ninja vanguard unit assemble. The ninja troops, led by Shihouin Naraku this time, totaled 372 people. If you don't count Shihouin Naraku and Shika Cho, there are only 5 Jōnin, 8 special Jōnin, and the rest are all Chunin. This is the essence of Konohagakure. Set off. Shihouin Naraku threw his cape and led the way out of Konoha village. Set off. Set off. Set off. The ninja troops immediately followed and rushed to the border to join the war. The ninja troop of nearly 400 people did not set out all at once, of course, but went to the battlefield in batches. Shihouin Naraku led the strongest vanguard, about 100 people, and set off first. After the subsequent ninja troops gathered, the Shikacho combination and other Jōnin were responsible for leading them to the battlefield in batches. Because the ninjas led by Shihouin Naraku were all elite ninjas, it took very little time to reach the border of the Land of Fire. Because it was already night when they arrived at the border, Shihouin Naraku arranged for the troops to set up camp, and except for the necessary guards, everyone else took a temporary rest. Here. Shihouin Naraku stared at the map on the table and drew it with his hand. This was the map of the land of hot springs. He was thinking about the route of advance. The war must never be fought in the Fire Nation. Even if they win, the losers will be Konoha Village and the Fire Nation. Their own land will be destroyed, so what good can come of it? Therefore, Shihouin Naraku must lead the ninja troops to completely repel the Cloud Shinobi Village ninja team before they enter the Land of Fire. Naraku is adult. A secret agent passed the double check of secret codes and hand gestures and entered the command center. What's up? Lord Naraku, the vanguard of Cloud Shinobi Village has entered the land of hot springs. They're clearing out the spies we left behind. It's a bit fast. Taking the intelligence scroll handed over by the secret spy and motioning him to leave, Shihouin Naraku checked the intelligence. The vanguard is led by Darui. Sending out this powerful ninja, are they planning to rush through the land of hot water and directly into the land of fire? Looking at the marching route of the Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas, Shihouin Naraku began to draw up war missions one by one. After being busy for a while, he directly ordered, "Let Yuanjin and Yura come to see me." Yes. Soon, 2 special Jōnin arrived. Utajin, you lead 2 teams into the land of hot springs from the northwest. If you encounter ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village, I allow you to decide how to act on your own. The only requirement is that you are not allowed to withdraw from the land of hot springs before reinforcements arrive. Yes. Yuan Jin took the order and left immediately, leading the team out night. Yura, your mission is more important. I will give you 3 teams of 12 people. You will be the vanguard troops and will enter the kingdom of hot springs. Your mission is to occupy the kingdom of hot springs. Shihouin Naraku's finger pointed at a location on the map called Shiratani. If Cloud Shinobi Village occupies Baigu before you arrive, you must immediately take action to take this position back from me. If Cloud Shinobi doesn't come, bring your men to defend this place, and don't let you give up your position. Yes. Yura took the order and left, leading the team to Shiratani. That's 2 elite Jōnin missing right now. After dispatching his subordinates, Shihouin Naraku continued to be busy. After daybreak, under the order of Shihouin Naraku, the field hospital began to be quickly prepared. With the help of the existing defensive buildings on the border, the field hospital was built quickly. Immediately afterwards, Shihouin Naraku sent people to re-explore the border defenses and replenish the number of ninjas in the border team. No matter what, the Fire Nation's borders cannot be lost. As time went by, the border defense measures became increasingly tight. If the ninja troops of Cloud Shinobi Village wanted to attack, they wouldn't even be able to get close to the border of the Fire Country without shedding a layer of skin. Shihouin Naraku spent the whole day adjusting his deployment based on the various intelligence reports coming from the front lines, and began to engage in a battle with the commander of Cloud Shinobi Village from a distance. The battle started quickly and fiercely. In the territory of the land of Hot Springs, the war broke out in an instant and entered its most fierce state. One by one, the injured ninjas were evacuated from the battlefield and taken to the field hospital for treatment. New ninjas are dispatched by Shihouin Naraku to once again enter the land of Hot Springs and fight against the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village. There is a huge difference between the Supreme Commander and ordinary Jōnin. The Jōnin need to fight on the front line, while the Supreme Commander, unless there are unexpected situations, needs to sit in the command center and coordinate the overall situation on the battlefield. The current supplies are sufficient, and the field hospital is running smoothly. Shihouin Naraku was looking at all kinds of intelligence coming back from the front lines. Some of the intelligence was true, and some was false. He had to judge it himself, and then find out what was worth paying attention to. Darui has led the Cloud Shinobi to take root in the land of Hot Springs, but the Konoha Shinobi have also occupied many strategic points and blocked the Cloud Shinobi team. The assault on Cloud Shinobi Village has definitely failed. Now it depends on whether they plan to attack or evacuate. If Konoha had not discovered the movements of Cloud Shinobi Village, allowing Cloud Shinobi to occupy the land of Hot Spring first, the surprise attack might have been successful. However, Konoha reacted quickly and quickly stopped Cloud Shinobi in the land of Hot Spring, so the surprise attack failed. According to the character of those musclemen in Cloud Shinobi Village, they will not withdraw even if the surprise attack fails, so there is still room for war. Shihouin Naraku's eyes fell on the map of Unokuni, looking for ideas to break the impasse. This war must be ended in the shortest possible time. Tsunade had just taken office, and if the war lasted too long, it would not be a good thing for her. Not only can the time not be too long, the number of ninja casualties cannot be too high. Soon Shihouin Naraku began to act according to the plan, mobilizing the ninjas at hand, and forcibly began to suppress the vanguard of Cloud Shinobi, trying to drive them out of the land of Hot Springs. It's true that the Cloud Shinobi troops led by Darui are very strong, but the Konoha Shinobi sent by Shihouin Naraku are also elite. As their numbers increase, the pressure on the Cloud Shinobi vanguard is increasing. Darui is a powerful Jōnin who not only has superb swordsmanship, but also possesses the bloodline limit of Storm Release. Normally, if it was an ordinary Jōnin, they would not be a match for Darui. But once the number of Konoha Shinobi increased, they would resort to siege tactics. They would not engage in a siege with him at all, using hidden weapons, traps, poisons, whatever was more ruthless and more likely to work. After all, this is a war of either you or I die. Ninjas are cruel tools of fighting, so there is no bottom line. Since this small-scale war began, the one who suffered the most casualties was not Konoha Village or Cloud Shinobi Village, but the land of Hot Springs. The war caused huge casualties to the Kingdom of Yu. Even though the Kingdom of Yu had sent diplomatic envoys, both Darui and Shihouin Naraku pretended not to hear anything. Now the diplomatic envoys of Hot Spring Country have gone to Konoha Village and Cloud Shinobi Village, intending to ask the leaders of each village to stop the war, but once the war begins, it will not be so easy to end. Shihouin Naraku doesn't care about this at all. His mission is to repel the ninja troops of Cloud Shinobi Village. As Naraku sent out most of his forces, the situation in the Kingdom of Hot Springs changed greatly. The Cloud Shinobi led by Darui were defeated step by step and were about to lose all their positions in the Kingdom of Hot Springs. Cloud Shinobi was suddenly put in a passive situation. At the same time, the location of Shihouin Naraku's headquarters became dangerous as most of the ninjas went to the front line. Set off. Yes. Darui and the two ninja teams led by Wooden Golem a total of 10 sneak attack teams began to bypass the battlefield where the most intense fighting in Yu Kingdom was taking place, and rushed to the location of the Shihouin Nerku headquarters and the field hospital. Toshiro led a large force of Cloud Shinobi to station at the only remaining position in Kuni, pretending to counterattack in order to confuse the ninjas of Konoha village. If the sneak attack by Darui and the two wooden golems is successful, they will immediately launch an attack, repel the Konoha shinobi, and provide support. At that time, the Konoha shinobi's headquarters and field hospital were attacked. The frontline troops had no will to continue fighting and would most likely be defeated at the first contact. All positions in the Kingdom of Soup will also fall into the hands of Cloud Shinobi. If we are luckier, we might be able to invade the Land of Fire. Of course, this is just the best plan, and even the experienced Two-Dai in war would not dare to have such a beautiful dream. However, the plan to sneak attack the Konoha headquarters and field hospital still has a great chance of success. If I remember correctly, this is Shihouin Naraku's first time as the Supreme Commander, and he is indeed inexperienced. How could so many people be sent to the front line at once? We have achieved some results, but the follow-up ninja support has not arrived, and the defense manpower of the headquarters and the field hospital is stretched to the limit all of a sudden. Todai looked at the battle map, calculating the success rate of this sneak attack. As a ninja who has experienced many wars, Toshiro still looks down on Shihouin Naraku. Of course, it is not because of his strength, but because he looks down on Naraku's level as the highest commander on the front line. It may not be Shihouin Naraku's fault. The 5th Hokage has just taken office, and the situation in Konoha village does not allow the war to continue for too long. Maybe the other side has no other options, so they are eager to end the war once and for all. Thinking of this, Tsuchiya understood Shihouin Naraku's idea. Of course, Todai was not unaware that this very good combat opportunity could very well be a trap. But according to intelligence from the front line and information passed back by spies, the follow-up support troops from Konoha village did not arrive. In recent times, the alert range of Konoha Command and Field Hospital has been significantly reduced, and the frequency has also decreased accordingly. All this shows one thing. The number of ninjas that Shihouin Naraku can dispatch is indeed decreasing. As for the war front, there are indeed a large number of Konoha shinobi present, and the Cloud Shinobi's front line is constantly retreating, which can also prove this. If we add in the fact that Konoha village had recently been attacked, the 3rd Hokage had died in battle, and the 5th Hokage had just taken office, this series of changes could be explained. Todai, Darui, and the two wooden golems all agreed that this was a good opportunity for a sneak attack. The success rate is very high. Can win. Besides, there is no such thing as a 100% chance in war. The current success rate is enough for Cloud Shinobi to take the risk. The Fire Nation. In a vast forest, the lush trees blocked the sunlight, making the inside of the forest appear a little dim. This forest is located slightly east of due north of the Land of Fire and is very close to the border. It won't take long to cross the border and enter the Odogakure village. The forest, which should have been very quiet, now seemed a little noisy. Konoha shinobi shuttled through the forest. In the camp that had been set up long ago, a large number of people were making final preparations for war. In the base camp in the center of the camp, Naraku Shihouin, wearing a Jōnin vest, was discussing the battle plan with other staff officers. "Sir, Lord Naraku sent someone to deliver the information. Give me." The originally noisy discussion immediately quieted down. Naraku Shihouin grabbed the intelligence scroll, opened it directly, and began to read quickly. "Great!" Cloud Shinobi fell for it. "Notify everyone and get ready to go." "Yes." Naraku Shihouin actually disagrees with the battle plan planned by Shihouin Naraku. According to his idea, they would fight normally at the beginning, then block Cloud Shinobi in the Land of Hot Springs, and then gather most of the forces to defeat Cloud Shinobi. This method is correct, and with the strength of Konoha village, this result can indeed be achieved. But the problem is that this will take too long. Shihouin Naraku didn't want to spend all his time on this small-scale war. It was meaningless and unnecessary. That's why Shihouin Nerku formulated his current strategy, using himself as the target, attracting Cloud Shinobi to actively raid, then defeating the opponent's raiding team, and then most of them formed a sweeping momentum to completely eliminate Cloud Shinobi. He wanted to do this himself. Otherwise, he would have the courage to use their own supreme commander as bait. Just as Naraku led a large force towards the Konoha headquarters, the positions occupied by the Konoha shinobi of the country of hot springs had already quietly begun to be deployed. The Hyuga clan ninja opened his Byakugan and stared at Cloud Shinobi's movements. The ninjas of the Aburame clan released a large number of insects and gathered intelligence silently. The other ninjas seized the opportunity to set up various poison-detonating talismans, traps, and other defensive measures. Cloud Shinobi had secretly assembled a large force, waiting for the assault force to successfully attack the Konoha headquarters and the field hospital before launching a massive attack. So now on the surface, Konoha Shinobi are in the majority, but when the battle starts again, Cloud Shinobi will be the majority. In addition, the Konoha Shinobi, whose morale was unstable due to the attack from the rear, found it difficult to stop the Cloud Shinobi's attack. However, both ninja troops have their own plans, and it depends on who will come out on top. Inside the headquarters, Shihouin Naraku watched the Yamanaka clan ninjas busy for a long time, arranging several special dolls and then leaving. Shihouin Naraku was also very curious about how these dolls were made. He didn't know the specific details, but their function was to disrupt the enemy's perception. Simply put, even if there is no one in the command center, through these puppets, the sensory ninja can see that there are people moving around in the building. Use puppets to deceive the sensing ninja. It's a bit magical. Shihouin Naraku remembered that Yamanaka Fu, the guard of Shimura Danzo who was burned to ashes by him, also played with this kind of doll, but it could seal the enemy's soul in the doll. TSK. Every famous ninja family in the ninja world has its own killer weapon. After taking a quick glance at the puppet, Shihouin Naraku walked out of the command center. It's not that he doesn't want to stay, but mainly because within 100 meters around the building where the command center is located, there are a large number of traps, poisonous smoke, detonating talismans, hidden weapons, and other terrifying things buried. Although Naraku himself was not afraid, he still felt a little uncomfortable at the thought of being surrounded by these things. These traps are, of course, gift for the Cloud Shinobi raiding party. Naraku is adult. As soon as Shihouin Naraku walked out of the building, Mitarashi Anko came towards him. Normally, the two of them had a good relationship, but this was on the battlefield, so Anko addressed him seriously. "How's it going at the hospital?" The medical ninjas and the wounded in the field hospital have been evacuated to a safe location. The ninjas who will protect them are also in place. Mitarashi Anko continued to report. The traps near the field hospital have been set. The large force led by Lord Narashikaku has set off, and they will also send some ninjas to the safe location where the medical ninjas and the wounded are located to protect them. Very good. Shihouin Naraku nodded. You will go to the field hospital immediately and garrison there. If you encounter an attack, send a signal immediately. Yes. Mitarashi Anko came and left in a hurry. Shihouin Naraku stood in place. At this time, there were more than a dozen ninjas busy around the command center. It seemed normal, but in fact, they were all Naraku's shadow clones, placed here just to confuse the enemy and for show. Swish! Marino Ibiki knelt on one knee and reported urgently. "Sir, the Cloud Shinobi raiding force has crossed the border, heading towards the headquarters. Within 10 minutes, the enemy raiding team will definitely show up. Withdraw." Yes. The crescent moon was high in the sky, and the night seemed a little foggy. The Cloud Shinobi assault force, which had just crossed the border of the Fire Country, avoided the secret guards with the help of the Perception Ninja and approached the Konoha headquarters at high speed. Darui reached out and lightly grasped the hilt of the knife behind him. While rushing, he glanced vigilantly at the surrounding environment. The assault force had a smooth journey, except when they were crossing the border of the Land of Fire, they were discovered by the Konoha troops. However, the enemy was too small in number, and Darui didn't even have to take action, so they were easily dealt with by others. Although discovered by the enemy, Darui was relieved because the reduction in Konoha's border troops confirmed the intelligence that a large number of ninjas were sent to the front line, indicating that they were not deceived by the enemy. This is great news. Darui's figure quickly passed through a forest, and he immediately saw the ninja leading the way in front of him, making a gesture, and he also made a gesture behind him. "We're here. Oink oink." The Cloud Shinobi assault team of 10 stood silently on the tree, their figures hidden by the lush branches and leaves. Darui squinted at the brightly lit house not far away, which was where Konoha's frontline headquarters was located. Shihouin Naraku is in it too. At this time, the news that Nerku had killed a large number of Sunagakure ninjas and taken out Orochimaru had spread throughout the ninja world. Although I understand that some medical ninjas are indeed very strong, Tsunade is a vivid example. The problem is that the record reported by Shihouin Naraku in the Konoha collapse plan is too outrageous. He fought alone against more than 100 elite ninjas in Sunagakure. Even if the Jōnin were a minority among them, this record is still ridiculous. The people of Cloud Shinobi Village didn't quite believe it. They thought everyone was the third Raikage, and the third Raikage also died under the siege of the enemy. Even if Shihouin Naraku was not fighting against 10,000 people, but only a few hundred, the Cloud Shinobi would still scoff at it. As for the information about Naraku killing Orochimaru, the Sannin War was quite a big deal, and it was already known to the Cloud Shinobi Village. Orochimaru didn't die. So how did Shihouin Naraku kill Orochimaru? What is immortality? Is there such a thing? Therefore, many people are skeptical about the battle record and strong strength of Shihouin Naraku that was reported from Konoha Village. Sunagakure knew it was true, of course, but he had been beaten so badly by Konoha and still had prisoners and Jinchuriki in Konoha's hands. At this moment, he was keeping silent and trying to save his reputation, so it was impossible for him to speak loudly. Except for a few people who reluctantly believed it, most people suspected that Shihouin Naraku's record was fake news released by Konoha Village. Because the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, died in battle, Konoha urgently needed a strong fighting force to maintain deterrence. Darui didn't care whether the news was true or not. Shihouin Naraku would definitely die on the battlefield today. It doesn't matter whether it's true or false. Superior. Darui gestured, and the Cloud Shinobi strike team of 10 immediately rushed out. Kill. The Konoha Shinobi who were busy around the building looked at the Cloud Shinobi who rushed out of the woods in shock and stopped where they were and did not move. Puff. The moment Darui jumped out, he pulled out the ninja sword from behind and slashed it at the Konoha Shinobi like lightning. But the touch from a ninja sword made Darui stunned. Before he could retract his ninja sword, he was surprised to find that the Konoha Shinobi in front of him had a smile on his face, with a little fire reflected in his pupils. Not good. Got fooled. Withdraw. Retreat quickly. Darui yelled, backing away quickly. This is a trap. Run. The 10-man assault team of Cloud Shinobi were all the most elite ninjas. They also noticed something was wrong at the first moment, and after hearing Darui's shout, they immediately retreated and prepared to escape. But at this point, it was obviously too late. The Konoha Shinobi near the headquarters are all shadow clones of Shihouin Naraku, and these shadow clones are now all ablaze. Seeing this scene, Darui immediately understood. This is a trap specifically designed for them. Boom! The violent explosion resounded between heaven and earth, instantly awakening countless lives sleeping in the darkness. A brilliant white light flashed, turning the dark night into day, hot and dazzling. Orange-red flames gushed out, releasing terrifying explosions at will, and the hot breath spread in all directions. The earth shook and the sky began to shake. The violent air waves pushed away all obstructing objects with unstoppable momentum. At this moment, the horrific explosion released the most powerful force in the world, and the flames continued to rise, burning the sky red. Even though it was far away in the sky, one could still faintly hear the huge roar and see the burning red clouds in the sky. For a moment, even the stars hanging high in the sky seemed much dimmer. How can this be so powerful? Standing behind Shihouin Naraku, Marino Ibiki stared at the explosion rising into the sky in disbelief, with the scorching breath rushing towards him by the strong wind. The scene that seemed like the destruction of the world really shocked Marino Ibiki. Shihouin Naraku was not surprised at the power of the explosion in front of him. Those dozen shadow clones I left at the headquarters are no joke. With the explosive improvement of his own strength, Shihouin Naraku's control over Maramara fruit and fire style has become stronger, and he has begun to be able to perform some more powerful operations. Those dozen or so shadow clones are the abilities he developed. The powerful flame energy is forcibly compressed to form a special fire-style shadow clone. This special fire-style shadow clone cannot be used in combat because its energy is compressed by ultimate, causing it to be very unstable internally. Apart from normal walking, sitting, and lying down, the only powerful thing about it is its self-destruction. The fire-style shadow clone's self-destruction power is extremely terrifying. When this ability was first developed, Shihouin Naraku was also shocked. What a pity! If the flame energy can be further compressed, Shadow Clone's self-destruction ability should be able to reach several levels. The power of fire-style Shadow Clone's self-destruction depends on the degree to which the energy is compressed. Shihouin Naraku knows that the scene before him is not the ultimate of fire-style Shadow Clone. The strong wind with a hot breath blew towards you, making you squint your eyes slightly. Observation Haki swept across the center of the explosion where the flames were gradually dying out, and Shihouin Naraku clearly saw a female cloud shinobi with blue cat demon pattern chakra emerging all over her body. Under the cover of this strange chakra, the other party's injuries caused by the explosion, hidden weapons, and poisonous smoke were healing rapidly. Next to her, 3 cloud shinobi were lying with obvious burns. One of them was Darui. The 3 cloud shinobi tried to stand up while enduring the pain of burning all over their bodies. No wonder. It turns out that Cloud Shinobi's confidence in the success of the sneak attack lies in the 2 Jinchuriki. Shihouin Naraku figured out Cloud Shinobi's plan, and with the 2-tailed Jinchuriki there, even if the operation failed, Cloud Shinobi would have a chance to evacuate safely. This is because the 2-tailed beast Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi Village, 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, is a perfect Jinchuriki who can freely control the power of the tailed beast. As for the 2-tailed Jinchuriki, the wooden golem, that is, the woman in front of you, has also reached a reconciliation with the tailed beast in your body, but due to her own strength problems, she cannot truly master the power of the tailed beast and become a perfect Jinchuriki. But even so, it is enough to illustrate the tricky nature of the 2 wooden golems. A Jinchuriki who can maintain consciousness and reason after fully transforming into a tailed beast is enough to cause trouble even if his strength is slightly weaker. Be careful. This time Cloud Shinobi sent out the tailed beast Jinchuriki. Shihouin Naraku warned without even turning his head. The 9 people behind him, led by Marino Ibiki, were stunned for a moment, and then their faces turned serious. Even ninjas who have not experienced the Night of 9 Tails know how dangerous the tailed beast Jinchuriki are, and they cannot help but take it seriously. Follow the battle plan. Get started. As soon as Shihouin Naraku finished speaking, Marino Ibiki and the other 9 people immediately rushed out. Their goal was clear, to kill the 3 cloud shinobi except the tailed beast Jinchuriki. As the elite Jōnin of Cloud Shinobi Village, Darui is very powerful, but he is currently seriously injured and his strength is less than half of what it was originally. The 9 Konoha shinobi who work in harmony can definitely kill him. Swish! Shihouin Naraku was the last to start, but he rushed forward first. Meow! The 2 who had already transformed into half-tailed beasts turned around from wooden golem and roared at the Konoha shinobi who rushed out, and the blue pattern chakra spreading all over their bodies burned violently. With four claws grasping the ground, the two of them pounced out from the wooden golem in an instant like a vicious cat. Bang! There was a flash of light before their eyes, and the two of them flew back from the wooden golem at a faster speed. The whole person was thrown out in an instant, leaving a gap on the ground, and fell into the woods in the distance. Storm release, Laser Circus. Without waiting for the two Naraku from wooden golem who had just been kicked away to fall from midair, Darui reacted quickly and formed hand seals to release a powerful storm release. Several powerful lasers shot out, piercing through the air in an instant. The lasers locked onto Shihouin Naraku in an unpredictable route, attacking him from a blind spot. Shihouin Naraku, who was still in midair, seemed to have no chance to dodge, and in an instant he was pierced through many vital parts of his body by a large number of lasers. Without waiting for the jutsu to finish, Darui already held the sword in both hands and rushed towards Shihouin Naraku. Black lightning wrapped around the blade, and Darui slashed down suddenly, seemingly intending to kill Naraku in one fell swoop. The Konoha shinobi, who were a little slower, saw this scene and attacked together, shooting out a large number of hidden weapons. The vital points of Shihouin Naraku were pierced, and sparks of fire appeared. Kurakara was suddenly unsheathed, and thunder instantly spread over the blade. Clang! Sizzle! Lightning flashed continuously before his eyes, and the two knives collided fiercely. Shihouin Naraku, who was falling from midair, poured out his power, and the violent pressure instantly acted on Darui through the blade, and the opponent gritted his teeth and held on. The next second, Shihouin Naraku suddenly retracted his sword and withdrew his strength. Darui had no time to retract his strength, and his body swayed, making it difficult for him to maintain his balance. Shihouin Naraku stepped forward with one foot, turned sharply, and Kurigara slashed out instantly. Darui was caught off guard and tried his best to defend with his sword. Clang! Sniff, sniff! Sniff, sniff! Shihouin Naraku's slash was not intended to kill the opponent, but to change Darui's position. Countless hidden weapons whizzed in and pierced Darui without missing a single one. Darui was shocked all over, and the light in his eyes began to fade. The only successor to the third Raikage's Black Lightning style, the fourth Raikage's Loyal Guard, the future fifth Raikage was expected to succeed him. Darui died on the battlefield of a surprise attack. Darui was no match for Shihouin Naraku, and he stepped into a trap specially prepared by Naraku, so his strength was less than half of what it was originally. It's not surprising that he died so quickly from a hidden weapon. Bang! 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 Several thick trees suddenly flew out of the woods and crashed towards Shihouin Naraku's position. Outrageous! This is really outrageous. How outrageous it is for one person to face more than 100 elite ninjas. Hatake Kakashi could see the embarrassment on Jōnin's face when he spoke, which meant that they really didn't have time to help. So, to what extent is Naraku's current strength exaggerated? If it could cause such a horrifying scene, does it mean that Naraku didn't use his full strength when fighting himself and Guy? Perhaps at this moment, Shihouin Naraku is the strongest ninja in Konoha Village. At this time, Hatake Kakashi suddenly remembered someone. Fourth Hokage Namake's Minato. During the Third Ninja World War, Minato-sensei once eliminated 50 elite ninjas from Iwagakure in an instant. Thinking of this, Hatake Kakashi was suddenly not surprised anymore. Perhaps such a powerful ninja whose strength far exceeds that of others would appear in the ninja world every once in a while. It was not appropriate to think about these things right now, so Hatake Kakashi could only lead the ninjas who came to support him to repel the enemy first. Because of the addition of new forces, the Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja were instantly suppressed, and more of them were killed or captured by Konoha shinobi. The Sand Ninja leader Baky wants to retreat temporarily. After all, Konoha's reinforcements have arrived, and Gaara's plan to cause Shikaku to go berserk has failed. Now the Sand Ninja's main force has not arrived yet, and they can no longer fight. However, Gunma Shiranui kept pestering him, making it impossible for him to lead the ninja team to evacuate. We can't go on like this. Baky anxiously looked around at the situation and was extremely worried as he saw the ninjas from his fellow village being eliminated one by Konoha. In fact, what he was more worried about was not these, but Orochimaru, who was fighting inside the barrier on top of the building. Don't get me wrong, Baky wasn't worried about Orochimaru's safety. But I want to ask, where did our fourth Kazekage go? Why did Orochimaru disguise himself as fourth Kazekage Raza? And where is the real Raza? If the fourth Kazekage was someone else in disguise a long time ago, then Tsunade was fooled. Baky didn't even dare to think about why the real fourth Kazekage hadn't appeared yet. Puff! Gamashirenoe didn't care what Baky was thinking. When he noticed that the other party was distracted, his hands moved faster and faster, and the kunai instantly cut a scar on Baky's face. Blood oozes out and falls. Damn it! Baky gritted his teeth and suddenly shouted, "All Tsunade members retreat." With a bang, the smoke bomb exploded and smoke quickly spread. Gamashirenoe narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately noticed Baky's quietly retreating figure and immediately chased after him. Chase! Leave half of the men to guard the civilians and the daimyo, and some go into the barrier and find a way to support the third Hokage, while the rest of you chase. Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy took the lead in leading people to chase after them, and Sarutobi-sama led his people to jump onto the roof of the tallest building in an instant, thinking about whether there was any way to open the barrier. Others stayed at the examination venue to prevent any accidents from causing large numbers of casualties among the daimyo and other spectators. On the other side, Baky wanted to escape from Konoha village with only a few Tsunade Jōnin. But as expected, he found that Konoha village was quiet along the way. Clearly, this was a sign that others had already been evacuated to shelter facilities. Baky gritted his teeth secretly. He had to lead the remaining Jōnin to escape. Tsunade's losses this time were too great, and they could not afford to lose any more combat power. Luckily, Gaara has evacuated. Now it seems that the failure of Shikaku's rampage plan is actually a good thing. One-tail Shikaku is here, which means Tsunade still has a trump card. This is the only good news amidst a lot of bad news. Where do you want to go? Puff! Baky led several Jōnin running between the buildings of Konoha village, and suddenly heard a calm voice coming from the front. The next second, two Jōnin behind Baky fell to the ground, and there was no movement. Blood immediately flowed and soaked the ground. As if seeing death imminent, Baky closed his eyes, raised his hands, and shouted, "We surrender!" Tsunade surrenders. Baky slowly opened his eyes and instantly broke out in a cold sweat, because Shihouin Naraku, a high-ranking official of Konoha village, was holding a sharp blade, with the pitch-black blade pointed at his neck, just a millimeter away. The skin on his neck even felt the chill from the pitch-black blade, causing Baky to get goosebumps uncontrollably. Naraku is adult. Naraku, Hatake Kakashi, and Might Guy arrived with their men and surrounded the four Jōnin led by Baky. Shihouin Naraku took back the Kurikara and glanced at Baky and the other three with a calm look. "You almost lost control of your knife. Next time, try to shout faster to avoid blood spurting out. Next time? If it happens again, it will be terrifying. Take them away and lock them up. We'll decide what to do with them later." Yes, Baky and the other four were tied up and then escorted to Ombu prison by the Konoha shinobi. "How's it going? Over there?" Shihouin Naraku swung the knife casually, and the black blade flashed with a cold chill. It was as smooth as new and had not been damaged at all even after many battles. Hatake Kakashi glanced at the two sand ninjas lying on the ground with a large pool of blood and said, "The battle at the examination venue has subsided. That is..." Everyone present looked up and saw that the barrier was still standing on top of the tallest building in the venue. Might Guy said with some concern, "I wonder how the Hokage-sama is doing?" "Don't worry," Hatake Kakashi comforted confidently. "The third Hokage is very powerful. There is no need for us to worry." Shihouin Naraku glanced at Kakashi, speechlessly. If he didn't know the other person's personality, he would have really thought that Kakashi was the yin and yang third Hokage. Hitaki Kakashi also added helplessly. The main reason is that we can't break the barrier of the 4 purple flame array. Unless the 3rd generation master eliminates the caster from the inside, the barrier can be broken. In fact, there is another way to break the barrier. That is, someone uses irrefutable strength to crush and smash the 4 purple flame formation head-on. In the future 4th Ninja World War, for Kage-level masters, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Namikaze Minato consumed a terrifying amount of chakra to perform the 4 red yang formation, which was dozens of times stronger than the current 4 purple flame formation. But the 4 red yang formation was still easily torn apart by Uchiha Bito, who became 10 Tails Jinchuriki. So it's all a matter of power. With strong strength, everything can be broken. Bang! No one else present had time to react as the ground suddenly collapsed, spreading into dense cracks. Shihouin Naraku leaped high into the air, holding Kurakara tightly with both hands, and a huge amount of chakra quickly gathered at the tip of the knife. Indestructible. Only the strong can't be broken. So strong. So strong. The Konoha trio hid in the forest, watching the battlefield in shock. The huge great fireball spit out by the tailed beast was blocked by Lord Naraku with one hand, and then he used the power of the tailed beast to blast it away. What a powerful force this is. The Konoha trio was so shocked that they were speechless. They just stared at the battlefield and swallowed their saliva involuntarily. Shihouin Naraku's attack was not over yet. The lightning attribute chakra spread on his left palm, and the crescent moon hanging high in the sky was already obscured by dark clouds. Boom! Muffled thunder exploded, and electric snakes shuttled through the music. Is it thundering? The Konoha trio looked up and saw that the originally clear night sky had become overcast. Sizzle. Thunder flashed on Shihouin Naraku's left hand, and lightning spread. Roar. The two-tailed cat that was knocked away roared wildly at Naraku again. Its extremely huge chakra gathered, and a huge chakra ball emerged. The two-tailed cat opened its huge mouth and aimed at Shihouin Naraku again. Tail Beast Bomb. This is a chakra ball formed by compressing and condensing the yin-yang chakra in a ratio of 2 to 8. It has extremely terrifying power. Every explosion will cause mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. It is a scene like a natural disaster. This is the most powerful ability of the tailed beasts. If this tailed beast bomb hits, not only Naraku's location, but also the Konoha trio will definitely be affected. Boom! The next second, thunder exploded in the air. Roar! The roar of a ferocious beast came from the sky, and lightning snakes shuttled through the dark clouds, forming an extremely huge and ferocious beast, the Qilin. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, and the thunder that controlled the power of punishment expanded wildly, emitting a dazzling light, illuminating the dim sky like daylight. The sky and the earth changed color. Kirin pokes its head out. Lightning-style Kirin. Boom! The aura of destruction filled the air, and in an instant, the Kirin slammed into the huge body of the two-tailed Nikomata that was condensing the tailed beast bomb at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Ouch! A painful howl was heard, and the tailed beast bomb, which had not yet been fully condensed, collapsed and dissipated. The ferocious beast Qilin, formed by thousands of thunders, crushed the body of the two-tailed cat-shaped beast, releasing its terrifying ultimate power at will, with lightning flashing and thunder roaring. The temperature rose sharply, and the air was filled with the faint smell of thunder burning the air. The blinding white light forced the Konoha trio to close their eyes, and the terrifying shock wave overturned large tracts of forest. The earth-shaking thunder continuously attacked the two-tailed Nikomata, who was roaring in pain. The paralyzing power caused the tailed beast to be unable to even control its body and escape. Shihouin Naraku held the Kurakara in his hand, and his figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, he was standing high in the sky near the Niue Nikomata. If you can't escape, then die. The blade flashed, and the powerful crescent-shaped blade slashed down, fiercely cutting into the body of the two-tailed Nakomata, leaving a huge wound across the opponent's huge body. Ouch! The two-tailed cat howled in pain again, but the paralyzing power carried by the lightning-style Kirin made it impossible for it to break free, and it could only withstand Naraku's attack. Swish! 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 One after another, crescent-shaped blade beams slash down. If this continues, the two-tailed cat will be chopped to death here by Shihouin Naraku. Bang! At the critical moment, a whistling sound was heard, and two long tails swung through the air, blocking the front of the sword light. Ouch! The two long tails of the two-tailed cat were cut off by the sharp blade, and the broken tails fell to the ground. But because of this, the paralysis on the huge body of the two-tailed cat finally weakened. It instantly stood up, waving its claws rapidly, and pierced the body of Shihouin Naraku in midair. Oh, no! Caught by the tailed beast! The Konoha trio screamed in fear and almost wanted to rush out. But then they realized that the claws of the two-tailed Nakomata only hit the afterimage of Shihouin Naraku, not the real body. Boom! Shihouin Naraku himself appeared on the side of the huge body of the two-tailed Nakomata, his body wrapped in flames, and kicked the tailed beast hard with his right leg. The violent power surged, and the Nakomata howled as he was kicked away. It hit the ground with a loud bang, causing a violent vibration. Without waiting for the cat to stand up again, Yuya Tianchong slashed at it again, followed by another powerful punch. Punch! Kick! Chop! The continuous attacks were like a rainstorm, bombarding the two-tailed Nakomata nonstop. The originally powerful tailed beast was now like a weak wild cat, and was beaten so badly that it had no ability to fight back. Are the tailed beasts so weak? The Konoha trio looked at the shocking scene on the battlefield in confusion. What was happening before their eyes really made them feel surprised. Aren't the tailed beasts very powerful? All countries in the ninja world regard the tailed beast Jinchuriki as a trump card for military force. But if this military force is like a weak wildcat that cannot resist and can be attacked by anyone without being able to fight back, then what is the use of it? No, Marino Ibiki tried to save his life outlook, which was about to collapse. It's not that the tailed beasts are weak, but that Lord Naraku is too strong. Not just generally strong, but extremely strong. I have never seen such terrifying power in anyone else, Lord Naraku, but I heard about it in stories about Konoha's history when I was a child. You mean, that's right, the god of the ninja world, first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Marino Ibiki's face was full of seriousness. Only the first Hokage who pacified the troubled times and established Konohagakure has this kind of power. Only with this kind of power can we ignore the power of the tailed beasts. The Konoha trio naturally had never seen the battle of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, but they grew up listening to the legendary stories of the first Hokage. In the past, they just treated that kind of thing as a story, but now, the three of them really believed it. Boom! 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 The earth continued to shake, and the power was transmitted, waking up the three Konoha members who were lost in thought. The second is the spiritual space of Wooden Golem. By the Wooden Golem, get ready to run. We are no match for our enemies. No, Matatabi, we didn't lose. The cat shook its head again, looking at the two stubborn wooden golems, the humans it recognized from the bottom of its heart. It's a loss. Cloud Shinobi Village is a loss in this war. Wooden golems find a way to survive. Don't do this, Matatabi. There must be a way to survive. Us. The two-tailed cat was about to persuade the stubborn wooden golem, but suddenly he stretched out his paws and covered his head in pain. Matatabi? What's wrong? What happened? Outside world. Kurikara. Akala. Shihouin Naraku's calm eyes flashed with fire, and a huge body of a god lifted him up, and Akala reappeared. Perhaps because the distance record swallowed the Kusanagi sword, Naraku could clearly feel that Akala had become even more powerful. Kill! Akala drew out a jet-black sword, infused it with supreme power, and slashed with the sword like a god. Boom! The roar resounded between heaven and earth. The long sword chopped down. An extremely terrifying and huge canyon spread out from under the two-tailed cat-shaped beast body, stretching to a distance of 1,000 meters away. The canyon is wide and long, with no end in sight. This is the power of Uranus's sword that cannot move. A bottomless canyon runs across the battlefield. Ouch! Such a terrifying blow hit the body of the two-tailed Nakomata. It had already suffered multiple attacks from Shihouin Naraku, and under this powerful blow, it completely lost the ability to resist. This attack truly defeated the two-tailed Nakomata. Its huge body shrank rapidly and soon returned to the human form of the two wooden golems. The two wooden golems seemed to have lost consciousness and lay on the ground without any movement. Shihouin Naraku dispersed Akala and stood in front of the enemy, holding the Kurikara. Puff! The pitch-black blade pierced through the hearts of the two wooden golems, who lost their last breath while still unconscious. UB****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** knife? Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee from Cloud Shinobi Village suddenly appeared, and seeing the two wooden golems die at the hands of Naraku, he roared in anger, and the tailed beast chakra was instantly draped over his body, and he crashed into Shihouin Naraku as if he had teleported. Bang! The powerful force hit Naraku and knocked him away. Seeing Naraku being knocked away, Killer Bee suddenly vomited blood before he had time to look at the two wooden golems. Bye. Pull the knife out. Quick. In a mental space, Eight Tails Gyuki kept reminding loudly. Outside, Killer Bee looked down and saw a pitch-black straight-blade knife piercing his body. The pain that penetrated deep into Killer Bee's soul burned him. Trying hard to resist the urge to vomit blood, Killer Bee grasped Kurikara's hilt with both hands, wanting to pull it out quickly. Don't! Before Killer Bee could grab the handle of the knife with both hands, a cluster of flames suddenly ignited and spread instantly, enveloping Killer Bee in the extremely hot flames and burning him madly. Ah! Screams were heard, and the flames burned faster and faster, more and more fiercely. In the blink of an eye, Killer Bee was burned into a human-shaped torch. The flames licked and blazed, and the torches illuminated a large area around. The crackling flames burned fiercely, and finally Killer Bee could no longer endure the pain, and fell to the ground, rolling back and forth frantically. Crack! Shihouin Naraku stepped closer, stretched out his hand, and with a clang, Kurikara returned to his palm. Naraku didn't even look at the burned Killer Bee rolling on the ground, but turned his head to the left, where an octopus's tentacles had just dragged the two bodies away from the wooden golem. Shihouin Naraku flicked Kurikara lightly, and a leaping flame ignited under his feet. With a bang, cracks like spider webs appeared on the ground and spread out. Swish! Shihouin Naraku, holding the Kurikara, rushed into the forest like lightning. The flames of the human-shaped fire column that was burning in the original place gradually went out. Unexpectedly, what was almost burned to pieces was not a human-like object, but an octopus-like tentacle. Swish! Under the dark night sky, a figure quickly shuttled through the quiet forest. Killer Bee calmly carried the bodies of the two wooden golems and rushed towards Cloud Shinobi Village at the fastest speed. He had no intention of returning to Cloud Shinobi's position in the land of hot springs. Since the sneak attack plan had failed, the position of the people in the land of hot springs would not be much better. So Killer Bee's only option is to rush back to Cloud Shinobi Village. Ah! A sharp pain came from his brain, and Killer Bee lost his balance and fell to the ground from midair along with the two wooden golems. Hurry up, Bai. The octopus leg clone technique will definitely not be hidden from the enemy, and they will catch up soon. Run! The pain that penetrated deep into his soul made Killer Bee lose the mood to rap as usual. He gritted his teeth, picked up the two wooden golems that fell lifeless beside him, and set off again. By the life force of the wooden golem and Matatabi has dissipated. They will not survive. I know. Even before he attacked, before he could stop the enemy's blade, Killer Bee knew that the wooden golem and the two-tailed cat were doomed again. But he never gave up on his companions and friends, even if it was just to retrieve the bodies of his companions. And he didn't care even if he got injured for it. Abba, the wound is healed. Why does it still hurt so much? In the mental space, Eight Tails Gyuki could clearly sense that Killer Bee's mind was somewhat unstable, which was a sign of soul trauma. Eight Tails Gyuki can help Killer Bee recover from external injuries, but even it can't do anything about injuries like this that involve the soul. Even if it was a different Jinchuriki, the tailed beast would have the possibility of breaking free from the seal. Mental instability and a damaged soul mean that the seal is at risk of collapse. If it were any other tailed beast, they would have already broken free from the seal and gone berserk. However, Eight Tails Gyuki is different from the other tailed beasts. It has a very good relationship with its own Jinchuriki Killer Bee, so there is no possibility of it going berserk. Swish! Crescent moon, sky, rush. The pitch-black crescent-shaped blade light turned into moonlight and poured down. At the critical moment, an octopus tentacle quickly grew out of Killer Bee's waist, and the tentacle wrapped around the tree, suddenly pulling Killer Bee's body aside, avoiding the powerful sword light. The blade flashed, cutting a passage in the forest that stretched into the distance, and finally slashed fiercely into the distant mountain. The sound of huge rocks falling could be faintly heard in the distance. Cold sweat dripped down Killer Bee's forehead. It was a really thrilling scene. Run! Before he could continue sighing, Killer Bee vaguely felt as if a sharp blade was approaching from behind. The feeling that his heart was about to be pierced made him jump out immediately without looking back. Swish! A few seconds later, Shihouin Naraku landed on the crown of a big tree at ease, looking at the desperate figure running away in the distance. It runs pretty fast. Eight Tails is not weak either. Why doesn't he dare to turn around and fight me? Tilting his head and raising his eyebrows, Shihouin Naraku turned into a white line and rushed out. During the subsequent chase, Naraku began to consciously drive Killer Bee towards the land of hot springs. As long as Killer Bee dared to deviate from the route a little, a terrifying blade would chop him down in the next second, forcing him to run towards the land of hot springs. In this way, the two chased each other. At a speed close to its peak, it crossed the border of the land of fire, entered the territory of the land of hot springs, and then quickly approached the front line of the battle between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi. At this point, a fierce battle had already begun between the Konoha village ninjas and the Cloud Shinobi village forces. According to the predetermined plan, Toshiro led the Cloud Shinobi army and launched a frenzied attack on the Konoha position. As soon as the battle began, it entered into the most brutal fighting. The Konoha Shinobi troops on the front line used various traps set up in advance to slow down the advance of the Cloud Shinobi troops. However, there were too many Cloud Shinobi, and the traps could only work temporarily, not forever, so the Konoha village's position was still falling rapidly. The Konoha Shinobi cannot retreat endlessly. According to the plan, their positions cannot be lost too much, otherwise it will cause great trouble to themselves when they counterattack. Hot Spring Country is a small country. Because of its beautiful scenery and many hot springs for recuperation, it has become a favorite tourist destination for travelers in the ninja world. As a result, the Kingdom of Tang accumulated a lot of wealth. Once you have money, you must develop military force in order to protect yourself. The former daimyo of the land of hot springs was ambitious. While he was building the hidden hot spring village, he also began to vigorously train ninjas. Just when the country was turning for the better, the daimyo went out for a trip and drowned in a dried-up hot spring. The newly appointed daimyo started an investigation. The ninjas of his own village believed that the daimyo died of assassination, but the Konohagakure ninja team and the Cloud Shinobi village ninja team, who were hired for money, unanimously gave the result that the daimyo drowned due to drunkenness. Never mind a dried-up hot spring or how the daimyo drowned. The result was this. From then on, the newly appointed daimyo stopped working hard to govern the country and began to indulge in debauchery. Not long after, a small-scale war broke out in the Kingdom of Soup. Konohagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village, as two warring parties, didn't lose even a few genin in this war, but the Kingdom of Soup suffered a great blow. Civilian casualties were heavy. The newly established Yugakure village had not yet produced many ninjas when it was dragged into the war and completely destroyed. After the war, all subsequent ninja missions in the land of hot springs were entrusted to Konohagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village. As for the half-dead hot spring village, no one dared to mention it again. This is the tacit understanding among the 5 major countries. No small country is allowed to grow. The ninja world is already too crowded and cannot accommodate a new challenger. So this time, Konohagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village once again went to war in the Kingdom of Hot Springs, and the Kingdom of Hot Springs was like an ostrich, burying its head in the sand, pretending nothing had happened. Anyway, when the war is over, the ninjas of the 2 major countries will withdraw. As for the current losses, they're just losses. What can the Kingdom of Hot Springs do? It can only allow the other 2 ninja villages to fight back and forth in their own territory, with smoke everywhere and blood flowing like a river. Boom, clang, jump, bang, bite. On the battlefield filled with smoke and corpses were everywhere. Konoha Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi were fighting fiercely, and the positions were shifted back and forth between the 2 sides of the war. Although the ninjas on the Konoha Shinobi side were elite, they could not help but begin to be defeated when facing the Cloud Shinobi, who outnumbered them several times. The positions gradually fell, and Cloud Shinobi completely gained the upper hand. Konoha's ninjas are very tenacious. Toshiro stood on the position that Cloud Shinobi had just recaptured, watching as his own team of ninjas began to strangle the Konoha Shinobi. It will take some time. Wait for the news of the fall of the rear, and the Konoha Shinobi troops will be defeated instantly. Seeing that victory was already decided, Toshiro did not intend to let Cloud Shinobi continue to attack Konoha. The training of any ninja would require huge resources, so it was better to minimize unnecessary losses. Anyway, this surprise attack is just to gain some advantages. There is no need to cause too many casualties among our own ninjas. The key point is that it is night now, and the defending side has the upper hand. The Cloud Shinobi who are attacking have suffered a lot more casualties. Toshiro watched as the battle in front of him came to an end. The Konoha Shinobi began to retreat in an orderly manner to the last important main position. He immediately waved his hand and ordered, "Notify the assault team to rotate, new." Before he finished speaking, Todai watched in shock as the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. Swoosh bang. Beautiful fireworks bloomed in the night sky. Bang 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 dash. Flares exploded one after another, lighting up the dark night. Cloud Shinobi was clearly visible on the battlefield. Toshiro was horrified to find that a large number of ninjas had appeared on the Konoha side without him noticing. Boom! Dozens of powerful fire styles gathered together to form a raging wave of fire, which swept down and instantly engulfed a large number of Cloud Shinobi. Boom! Amidst the huge explosion, the shock wave spread, blowing away countless Cloud Shinobi. Kill! The Konoha Shinobi who held out until the large reinforcements arrived, their wills burning, rushed together to the position of the Cloud Shinobi. Got fooled. Todai felt cold all over and looked at the battlefield in disbelief as the situation turned bad. Cloud Shinobi didn't want to fight back, but at this time, the situation changed again and the Konoha Shinobi became the majority again. With many people besieging one person, Cloud Shinobi began to be defeated without any surprise. At this moment, Todai no longer dared to think about the consequences of a sneak attack on the 10-man team. With rich experience in warfare, he understood that he had to hold his ground at this moment, otherwise he would be doomed. Team Flame. Yes. Team White. Yes. Team 9. Arrive. Move out immediately. We must stop the attack of the Konoha Shinobi. Yes. Without any hesitation, the Cloud Shinobi jumped out of the positions they had just seized from Konoha and rushed towards the Konoha Shinobi who were coming like waves. This is a necessary sacrifice. Toshiro gritted his teeth and waved his hand to signal some ninjas to stay and hold their positions, while the others retreated to the rear with him. The position under our feet had just been snatched from Konoha, and no defensive measures had been arranged. It was too late to arrange any now, so if we wanted to stop the Konoha shinobi, we had to retreat to the rear position for defense. As for those who stay, most of them will sacrifice. There was no other way. If they didn't leave anyone behind to slow down Konoha's advance, they would be defeated. With one last look at Cloud Shinobi, who stayed behind to cover the retreat, Todai led his large force away without looking back. Such obvious movement was naturally discovered by the Konoha side. The powerful Konoha force launched a general attack, instantly defeating the Cloud Shinobi blocking force, and then advancing again in one breath. With such a fast advancement speed, Cloud Shinobi had no time to arrange defensive measures, and just like that, all the positions that had just been taken from Konoha were returned to them. At this time, the Konoha shinobi was also exhausted, and the offensive gradually slowed down. Just when both sides were tacitly preparing to stop and rest before fighting again, two figures quickly broke into the center of the battlefield. Boom! A huge fist of fire gushed out, illuminating everything around it, and the scorching airwaves were so hot that people could not bear it. Killer Bee's body was covered with burn marks, his clothes were tattered, the 7 knives he was wearing were missing, and his white scarf was burned to a short piece, which looked a little funny when blown by the wind. However, even though he was in such a miserable state and almost died at the hands of Shihouin, Naraku, several times, Killer Bee still did not give up on the remains of the 2 wooden golems. As Jinchuriki, Killer Bee and the 2 wooden golems have suffered the same grievances and pains. As companions who can understand each other, Killer Bee is unwilling to give up the 2 wooden golems, even if it means his death. Shihouin, Nerku, and Killer Bee suddenly burst into the center of the battlefield, attracting everyone's attention. For a moment, the battle even stopped. "Help! Hurry up and save me!" Killer Bee looked at the alert Cloud Shinobi and yelled frantically. The continuous pain almost made his spirit collapse. As 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Cloud Shinobi was very familiar with Killer Bee. After all, he would cause trouble in Cloud Shinobi Village from time to time, such as holding concerts, and then, unsurprisingly, he would be beaten up by the 4th Raikage. Such scenes happen from time to time. Killer Bee, who is so high-profile and loves rap, is unique in Cloud Shinobi Village. So Cloud Shinobi immediately recognized that the beggar who appeared on the battlefield in a miserable state was his own 8 Tails Jinchuriki. How did 8 Tails Jinchuriki appear here? The 2-tailed Jinchuriki were dispatched in this war? Who's hunting Killer Bee? A series of questions popped up in the Cloud Shinobi's minds, but they didn't have time to think about them now. Even though this war was a disastrous defeat, the Jinchuriki could not afford to lose, and the Cloud Shinobi immediately went towards Killer Bee, wanting to cover his retreat. At this point, the outcome of the war is no longer important. What matters is that we must protect Killer Bee from the pursuers. It's Master Killer Bee. Killer Bee this way. Charge. Stop the Konoha Shinobi. Nothing can happen to the Jinchuriki. Killer Bee-sama, run. Todai, who was standing on the battlefield commanding, felt his scalp tingle instantly when he saw Killer Bee suddenly appear in the center of the battlefield. Why is Killer Bee here? Everyone out. Quick, bring back Killer Bee. Hurry up. The local leader will never allow anything to happen to Killer Bee. Losing this war is no big deal. But if something unexpected happens to Killer Bee, all his lifelong honor will be ruined, and the only outcome left is suicide to atone for his sin. There was no formation at this time, and no one cared about casualties. All Cloud Shinobi charged forward. Even Todai, the supreme commander on the front line, joined in the charge. The Cloud Shinobi began to surge forward like a surging wave. However, their target is not the Konoha Shinobi, but the location of Killer Bee. Killer Bee forced himself to use his remaining strength to increase his speed again, and in a blink of an eye, he passed by the Cloud Shinobi who came to support him. Go! Don't look back. Protect Master Killer Bee. Whoever it is, kill him. Killer Bee looked at the Cloud Shinobi who rushed towards Shihouin Naraku, regardless of their lives, in order to protect him. Although he felt pain in his heart, he resolutely retreated to where the main force of Cloud Shinobi was. Shihouin Naraku, who had been chasing Killer Bee all the way, was in very good condition. After all, Kurikara was helping him recover the consumed chakra and physical strength anytime and anywhere. Looking at the large number of Cloud Shinobi rushing towards him, Naraku clenched Kurigara tightly. Flames exploded under his feet, and his speed increased again. In an instant, he entered the ultra-limited combat state and crashed into the Cloud Shinobi army like a cannonball. Boom! Bang, bang, bang. Ah, where are the people? Where did they go? Where's the enemy? Shihouin Naraku is like a swimming black dragon, shuttling between the Cloud Shinobi, and every swing of Kurikara will take a life. Boom, boom, boom. The instant fire style exploded among the crowd, and one Cloud Shinobi after another was thrown into the air and slammed down hard. Shihouin Naraku used his overwhelming strength and courage to scare many Cloud Shinobi into submission. Everything happened so fast that the Konoha Shinobi who had been attacking all night had already tacitly agreed with the Cloud Shinobi to stop and prepare to fight again at dawn. But just as they were about to withdraw, they witnessed such an explosion. Turn around. It's Lord Naraku. Don't retreat. Keep attacking. Lord Naraku is backing us up. Run faster, before those bastards Cloud Shinobi surround Lord Naraku. Speed up. Faster. The Konoha Shinobi, who wanted to take a short rest, had barely caught his breath when he discovered that the person besieged by the enemy in the center of the battlefield was actually his own top commander on the front line. He immediately turned around and rushed to the battlefield again. What? Naraku, Narashikaku, looked around. It was the darkest moment before dawn, so he couldn't see the situation in the center of the battlefield clearly. It should be Lord Naraku. It's him. Hyuga Hayashi and Yamanaka Hai spoke at the same time. One of them relied on his Byakugan, and the other relied on his top perception ability, and they immediately confirmed Shihouin Naraku's identity. This is different from what we planned before. Narashikaku frowned. This scene was not in their plan, but he immediately realized that the commander was fighting on the front line. So how could they stand here? Our supreme commander is fighting. The Konoha. Charge. The Konoha Shinobi poured out like a flood. Because the target of Cloud Shinobi's attack was Shihouin Naraku, with Naraku's deliberate guidance, the Cloud Shinobi troops were actually facing sideways towards the Konoha side. The charging Konoha Shinobi were like a raging flood, instantly cutting off the Cloud Shinobi force and dividing it into two parts. After Shihouin Naraku joined forces with the Konoha Shinobi, he quickly wiped out a portion of the Cloud Shinobi, and then joined others to attack the remaining Cloud Shinobi forces again. Cloud Shinobi, who had already saved Killer Bee and felt relieved, naturally couldn't resist such a fierce attack and was defeated in an instant. Just like that, with one chasing and the other fleeing, the Konoha Shinobi, led by Naraku, completely drove the Cloud Shinobi out of the kingdom of Hot Springs. It even dispersed the border troops of the Thunder Country in one fell swoop and occupied part of the Thunder Country's land. It was only at this time that Shihouin Naraku led his troops to stop. Breaking through the border of the Land of Thunder was a rather unexpected situation. Shihouin Naraku immediately passed the information back to Konoha Village. Temporary Command Center. Shihouin Naraku, Narashikaku, and other staff officers were extremely busy. There are so many things that the Konoha Shinobi forces need to prepare before the Land of Lightning can react. Let's distribute the frontline bases like this. We will face a violent reaction from the Land of Lightning and Cloud Shinobi Village next. If we distribute them like this, it will be convenient to provide support. Shihouin Naraku pointed at the map and decided on the next offensive deployment. This is not bad. Although it is a bit of a waste of manpower, it is just right for us. Narashikaku nodded in agreement. It is a bit troublesome to transmit intelligence and transport supplies to various bases. If we waste people on this, the front line will be in trouble. That's no problem. Let's assign these tasks to the Chunin who are going to the battlefield for the first time. The next battlefield is not suitable for them to participate. Okay, Naraku agreed, and then asked, should the field hospital be moved to the land of hot springs so that the wounded can be treated nearby? Nerku thought about it and rejected this tempting proposal. Although we have occupied the kingdom of hot springs, there are many loopholes in all directions. Ninjas are best at infiltration and sneak attacks. If we put the field hospital in the kingdom of hot springs, we will need to arrange a large number of ninjas to guard it, and we don't have that many people. The field hospital will remain in the land of fire, but a temporary treatment facility can be established in the land of hot springs. It will be mainly responsible for rescuing seriously injured ninjas, while the lightly injured and recovering ninjas will be directly transferred to the rear for treatment. Let's do it. Good. Konoha Village. An eagle's cry was heard, and a majestic ninja eagle circled in the sky. The ninjas in the village all looked up at the same time, watching the ninja hawk gradually descend. What's the big deal? Is there something wrong with the war on the front line? Master Jiraiya has just set out with his ninja troop, so what happened with Master Naraku? The Konoha shinobi watched worriedly as the ninja hawk disappeared. If something unexpected happens during the war, it will definitely affect everyone, and everyone will be worried. Compared to Jiraiya, who has led his troops into war many times, Shihouin Naraku is more worrying. No one denies Shihouin Naraku's strength, but strength is strength, and what everyone doubts is Naraku's ability to lead. The battlefield situation changes rapidly. A qualified commander must have important strategic thinking, the ability to make decisions at critical moments, the emotional intelligence to communicate with his subordinates, and the courage to think and act in dangerous moments. Shihouin Naraku has not been tempered on the battlefield, so no one knows whether he possesses these excellent qualities. Tsunade is adult. Shizen pushed the door open and rushed into the Hokage's office. Tsunade was buried in a pile of documents at the moment, so busy that he didn't even have time to look up. What's wrong? Frontline battle report. Give it to me now. Tsunade immediately stood up and snatched the information scroll from Shizun with a serious face. Wow! Opening the intelligence scroll, Tsunade quickly scanned the information content, and then a smile appeared on her bright face. Haha! Naraku, this kid is quite amazing. After quickly reading the information, Tsunade put her hands on her hips and laughed. At this time, the pressure on her was relieved a lot. Tsunade-sama, could it be that? Shizen also looked at Tsunade in surprise and asked tentatively. Tsunade read the information again, the smile on her beautiful face growing brighter. Naraku has won. Cloud Shinobi has been driven out of the land of hot springs, and even Naraku and Shikaku and their team have led an invasion into the land of lightning. Very good. Shizen was genuinely happy. Now Tsunade-sama can breathe a sigh of relief. Tsunade couldn't help but smile and said, I already knew Naraku was a powerful guy. Otherwise, why would he be the commander of the front line? You are worthy of being my student. Thinking of this, Tsunade couldn't help but feel proud. Not to mention Orochimaru, Jiraiya actually trained a fourth Hokage. Now she is caught up in this regard. Shihouin Naraku is not inferior to Namake's Minato in terms of qualifications and strength. No matter what, she trained an excellent ninja for Konoha Village, Shihouin Naraku. At this time, Tsunade had completely forgotten that she had spent very little time teaching Shihouin Naraku compared to Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Of course, Tsunade doesn't care about that. Shizun spread the good news immediately and put up a notice so that everyone could be happy together. Yes, etc. Watching Shizun preparing to go on a mission, Tsunade thought for a moment and said, notify the advisor to come to the meeting. Yes. Shizun turned and left, immediately delivering the news of the victory in the war. Soon, the entire Konoha village began to cheer. Haha, the war is almost over now. I told you that Lord Naraku is so powerful. How could he lose the war? You still didn't believe me. Cloud Shinobi is weak. He was beaten back in such a short time. Okay, that's great news. Because of the outbreak of war, the seemingly quiet Konoha village suddenly became joyful. Vendors on the busy streets shouted out discounts, civilians cheered, and children ran and played. The entire Konoha village seemed to be immersed in a sea of joy in an instant. In the Hyuga clan's territory, which occupies a large area of Konoha village, faint cheers could be heard, which was very rare among the Hyuga clan, who loved quietness. There was no way around it, since Cloud Shinobi village had set its sights on Hyuga Hinata, the heir to the Hyuga clan's main family. After the Cloud Shinobi kidnapping incident that year, the Hyuga clan was hit hard. Not only did the relationship between the main family and the branch house deteriorate, but the powerful branch house ninja, Hyuga Hizashi, also died as a result. So even though the Hyuga main family and the branch house don't get along, everyone is happy about Cloud Shinobi getting humiliated. This is also the reason why Hyuga Hayashi became Shihouin Naraku's subordinate and appeared on the battlefields of Konoha Village and Cloud Shinobi Village. Cloud Shinobi lost? A hint of joy flashed across Hyuga Niji's calm white eyes. Since losing the Chunin exam to Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Niji learned from Hyuga Hayashi the details of Cloud Shinobi's kidnapping of Hinata. Although he still has some resentment in his heart, he is much more cheerful than before. After Hyuga Hayashi led his people to the battlefield, Niji began to accompany Hinata and Hanabi sisters in training and exercise. Hyuga Niji was also very happy to hear the news of Cloud Shinobi's defeat. Although there were other reasons for his father's death, Cloud Shinobi's coercion was the most important part. How can I not be happy now that I hear the news of Cloud Shinobi's disastrous defeat? Victory! Hatake Kakashi looked up in surprise. In the training ground, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were fighting quickly, while little Sakura, carrying a lunchbox, stood aside. The cheers from the village naturally reached here as well. As expected of Naraku, Hatake Kakashi was surprised and also very happy that the news of victory came so quickly. But in this case, I don't need to bring anyone to support Naraku. The most important thing now is Master Jiraiya. Hatake Kakashi thought thoughtfully. According to the original plan, he would soon take people to support Shihouin Naraku. Just as Konoha village was immersed in a sea of joy, 3 figures wearing black windbreakers embroidered with red clouds and hats with bells tied to their heads appeared at the gate of Konoha. The 2 ninjas in charge of guarding the gate of Konoha looked at each other and asked. At this moment, a pair of scarlet Sharingan suddenly appeared in the pupils of the Konoha shinobi. Right before the 2 Konoha shinobi finished their words, their pupils shrank slightly and they were instantly caught in the illusion. Then they pretended not to notice the 3 people with strange movements and began to guard the gate of Konoha seriously. Let's go. The Magatama spinning in Uchiha Itachi's eyes dissipated, and he led the way into Konoha village. It really is creepy every time I watch it. Zabuza Momochi's tall body was covered by a black windbreaker. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Uchiha Itachi's back. Thank you, Professor Fukada. It's okay, follow me. But I looked at Momochi's Zabuza worriedly, but without saying anything else, he quickly followed. Uchiha Itachi, Momochi Zabuza, White. The 3 members of Akatsuki entered Konoha village quietly. The war with Cloud Shinobi village was won. Uchiha Itachi, Momochi Zabuza, and Haku were walking on the bustling streets of Konoha. Hearing the sounds of villagers cheering and talking, Uchiha Itachi understood what was going on. Uchiha Itachi said to himself, if it's Shihouin Naraku, then it's only natural that he wins. Thinking back to the battle with Shihouin Naraku, I couldn't help but feel a bit of awe. This is why Uchiha Itachi did not return to the village until now, after learning about the Konoha collapse plan. If Shihouin Naraku stayed in Konoha village, Uchiha Itachi really wouldn't dare to come back. Even though he has been confirmed as a spy by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, it depends on whether Shihouin Naraku is willing to give him a chance to explain. What's more, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already died in the battle, which made it even more difficult to explain. So it was not until the news came that Shihouin Naraku was leading the ninja troops to the front that Uchiha Itachi embarked on the journey back to the village. Third-generation members died in battle. Were Shimura Danzo? According to Uchiha Itachi's understanding of Shimura Danzo, if the third generation died in battle, he would definitely step forward first and compete for the position of Hokage. But Shimura Danzo did not show up, and Tsunade unexpectedly became the fifth Hokage. Uchiha Itachi doesn't believe that Danzo will become honest, and the other party must be doing something big in secret. Unable to suppress the desire to return to the village, coupled with the call of his younger brother, Uchiha Itachi is back. This time he came back for two purposes: to warn Shimura Danzo and to see how his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke was doing. This is Konoha Village. Zabuza, Momochi, and Shiro looked at everything in Konoha Village intently. The scene before them was something they had never seen before. There is no damp fog, no wary looks at each other, and no barriers between people. Konoha Village and Kirigakure are indeed different. This peaceful atmosphere makes it impossible for anyone to muster any murderous intent. Although Zabuza Momochi assassinated Mizukage Yagura, seemingly for his own ambition, in fact he had always been doing it for the better of his village and country. Although Kirigakure, which has been in a closed state for a long time, has not attracted other troubles from the outside world, the fighting and bloodshed within the village are even more terrifying. Zabuza didn't understand why Yagura Karitachi was fine before he became the fourth Mizukage, but after becoming the Mizukage, he began to implement more severe, terrifying, and bloody policies internally. This is simply unimaginable, especially when he saw the peaceful and intoxicating Konohagakure in front of him. Zabuza believed that he had done nothing wrong. Although he is still bound by the Akatsuki organization, one day he will return to Kirigakure and completely break that bloody and ridiculous system. Uchiha, Itachi, and the other two sat quietly in the restaurant, preparing to have a hearty meal. By the way, is Shimura Danzo a very powerful person? Why did fifth generation specifically bring up the news of his death? I'm not sure, but he seemed to be a high-ranking official in the village. It's a pity that he was killed by Tsunade's enemies. TSK. It's not a pity at all. You don't know about this. Let me tell you about that year. The voices of the surrounding guests' idle chatter suddenly died down, and the other party's companions came closer to listen to the seemingly secret news. No way is this true. Don't you know my eldest brother is a ninja? Of course it's true. If that's the case, then his death is really not a pity at all. Yes, at the beginning. Keep your voice down. Oh, I know. The guest's chatter was very low, but it certainly could not be hidden from Uchiha Itachi and the other two. Momochi, Zabuza, and Shiro listened to the gossip of the guests next to them, raised their eyebrows at the same time, and looked at Uchiha Itachi. As for Uchiha Itachi, his heart was also in turmoil. When the end happened in Konoha Village, Shimura Danzo's death is a fact. The older generation of ninjas were certain that it was Shihouin Naraku who killed Danzo, but after thinking it over, no one dared to turn against him. When Tsunade succeeded as fifth Hokage, the death of Shimura Danzo was put on the shoulders of the Tsunade ninja. As the news spread, many blames were thrown onto Shimura Danzo. The tragedy of the wood-style experiment, the demise of the Uchiha clan, etc. were all blamed on Danzo. Tsunade's meaning was very clear. Since Danzo was dead, he might as well make good use of the waste and throw the blame that had been covered up by the village on the other party. From now on, Konoha Village will completely get rid of the darkness buried deep underground and can go into battle with ease. Everything that happened in the past will be forgiven, and the older generation of ninjas don't have to worry about being held accountable. Once you hear this, there will be no problem. Those who were originally upset about Shimura Danzo's death happily bury Danzo. This is also why Uchiha Itachi is shocked now. Originally, he had to bear the guilt of the Uchiha clan's extermination, but now Shimura Danzo came and took away part of it. Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly. Could it be that his identity as a spy was revealed to Konoha's top brass by the third generation, which is why he was able to come up with such whitewashing rhetoric? Although this news is indeed good for him, Uchiha Itachi does not need to be whitewashed. As long as he bears the sin of slaughtering his family, Uchiha Itachi will not let it go. When his only concern, Uchiha Sasuke, inherits his Mangekyo Sharingan, he will undoubtedly die carrying all the sins of pain, hatred, and disgust. Just as Uchiha, Itachi, and the other two were lost in thought, a greeting was heard outside the restaurant. "Hey, Kakashi, aren't you getting ready to leave? What are you doing here? Now that Nerku has won, there's no need to be so anxious." Hatake Kakashi leaned against the wall outside the restaurant, with one hand in his pocket, looking at the new version of Intimate Paradise, which had been released not long ago. Might Guy greeted and walked over, but was surprised to see Kakashi gave him a calm look. This look immediately made Might Guy alert. The camera turned, and Uchiha Itachi and the other two who were originally sitting in the restaurant had disappeared. Chase. Hokage's office. Tsunade, Shihouin Haramoto, Udatane Koharu, and Mitokado Hamura are in a meeting. The others now also know that Shihouin Naraku led the Konoha shinobi troops to a great victory. Everyone is discussing what to do next. Shihouin Chunyuan actually had no right to be here. He was attending the meeting on behalf of Shihouin Naraku. According to the intelligence sent by Naraku, there is no need to send too many ninjas to the front line. We only need some Chunin teams to help the front line with tasks such as intelligence transmission and material transportation. Tsunade glanced at Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura and continued. The support that was originally planned to be sent to Naraku will be temporarily stopped. Some of the Chunin teams will be assigned to Naraku, and the other ninjas will be sent directly to Jiraiya. That's fine. Mitokado Hamura nodded. This was Shihouin Naraku himself, not wanting support. The specific situation on the front line will be decided by the Supreme Commander. That's it. Udatane Koharu then asked, "So what's next? Should we continue to fight the Land of Lightning? Or should we send diplomats to negotiate with Cloud Shinobi Village?" Negotiation? Tsunade shook his head and rejected the two advisors' proposals. Just as Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura frowned, he said simply, "When I was traveling, I met the fourth Raikage, and he was not one to suffer any loss. This war is not over yet, and it will depend on whether Naraku can defeat the Cloud Shinobi team led by the fourth Raikage himself." Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura were stunned for a moment, then remembered the information they had just read. It's nothing for Shihouin Naraku to defeat Cloud Shinobi. As long as the fourth Raikage has a clear mind and knows the importance of the matter, the war will end sooner or later. The problem is that one Jinchuriki from Cloud Shinobi Village died, and another was seriously injured in the war. The seriously injured Eight Tails Jinchuriki is also the sworn brother of the fourth Raikage, which is very troublesome. Plus, the fourth Raikage's right-hand man Darui also died at the hands of Naraku, so this is a huge vendetta. With the overbearing character of the Raikage of all generations who either take advantage or suffer a loss, the war will definitely not end like this. So there is still a fight to be had. At this time, Shihouin Chunyuan spoke up. "If that's the case, then isn't it a bit inconsiderate to just send some weak Chunin to Naraku?" Naraku won a great victory, and Shihouin Chunyuan was very happy, but it was a very dangerous battlefield after all, so he thought it would be better to send more people there. To avoid any mishap with our own talented horse. Don't worry. Tsunade knew Shihouin Haramoto's concerns and comforted him. Naraku is not a person who doesn't know the importance of things. He knows what he is doing. Upon hearing this, Shihouin Chunyuan could only feel relieved for the time being. If he didn't need to stay in the village to look after his family members, he would have followed Naraku to the battlefield long ago. That's it. Tsunade finished her words, and just as the other three were about to leave, she took out a letter of appointment. Naraku fought hard to defeat the enemy for the village. I think there is nothing wrong with this letter of appointment. Tsunade glanced at the three people in front of him, and Shihouin Chunyuan almost couldn't help laughing when he saw the contents of the appointment letter. As for Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura, they had dark faces and nodded very reluctantly, grudgingly agreeing to Tsunade's appointment. "Okay, In my name as 5th Hokage, I appoint Shihouin Naraku as the senior advisor of Konoha Gakure. Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura looked at each other. They were very reluctant to agree to the appointment letter. But the problem was that Shihouin Naraku had just done a great service for the village, and the two were in no position to object. Besides, this is just a backup appointment. With Shihouin Naraku's status, he is already a de facto high-level advisor to Konoha. So what else can be said? The appointment issue was settled, and everyone was about to adjourn the meeting. Suddenly, boom! A loud bang exploded in Konoha village. Everyone present reacted immediately. Even the elderly Udatane, Koharu, and Mitokado Hamura jumped to the window and looked towards the location where the loud noise came from. The sound of an explosion coming from a branch of the Nanga River. The four people present stared at the direction of the tributary of the Minamiga River in Konoha village. Sure enough, the next second, two ferocious water dragons ran there, roaring and colliding with each other. Someone come. The border of the Land of Thunder. Shihouin Naraku and other staff officers gathered at the temporary headquarters, discussing how to deal with the upcoming reinforcement from Cloud Shinobi Village. Everyone was discussing heatedly when suddenly the system's voice rang in Shihouin Naraku's ears. Ding! Host is promoted to senior advisor of Konoha Gakure. Congratulations to Host for winning 5 draws. Current draws, 14. Friendly reminder. It is easier to get magical items if you draw 10 times in a row. Senior advisor, thank you for your patience. Tsunade-sensei did say that if the war went well, he would be promoted to a high-level advisor to Konoha village soon. But I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Although the appointment letter has not arrived yet, the system prompt is definitely correct. The qualification for the lottery has been granted, which means this matter must be true. The maximum number of draw qualifications is still 5. The number has been raised to 14 in one go, which means the next draw is getting closer. Shihouin Naraku looked up and saw the staff officers arguing fiercely. So he said, I'm going to take a rest first. If there is any emergency, send someone to notify me. Yes. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Naraku. The staff officer watched Shihouin Naraku leave, and then continued to discuss the next battle plan. Shihouin Naraku walked out of the temporary command center and headed towards his tent. Along the way, the Konoha shinobi bowed their heads and greeted us respectfully. After returning to his single tent, Shihouin Naraku sat down and immediately said, since the number of draws is enough for 10 consecutive draws, let's start system. Ding. Do you want to start the 4th 10 draw? Open. The very familiar turntable appeared again. The pointers spun rapidly, and all kinds of strange rewards flashed by. Although this scene was the 4th time, Shihouin Naraku was still nervous. Judging from Shihouin Naraku's current strength, basically no one in the ninja world can threaten his existence. Of course, this excludes the very mysterious Akatsuki clan. Who knows what these mysterious aliens are capable of? Ding! The lucky draw is complete. Congratulations to host for receiving the following rewards. 1. Summoning Sky Comet Dragon. 2. Water-style Water Severing Wave. 3. Big Spiral Wheel. 4. Two-tailed Nikamata Chakra 1000th. 5. Special Hokage Hat. 6. A bottle of nail polish, specially provided by Akatsuki. 7. Liver is strengthened by 10%. 8. Air Dance. 9. Heavenly Hand Power. 10. Senza Beans 10. After 10 consecutive draws, the answer was revealed instantly. Shihouin Naraku looked at the rewards for the 10-pull draw. Akatsuki supplied nail polish? What's the use of this thing? By the way, if you want to join Akatsuki, do you really have to paint your nails? Looking at the nail polish that appeared in front of him, Shihouin Naraku almost died. With a flick of his finger, the flame ignited the nail polish and quickly burned to ashes. Forget about the special Hokage hat. Don't take it out of the system. Keep it for now. Don't let Mr. Tsunade think I'm planning to usurp the throne. After all, the Hokage hat is ready. This 10-draw streak is really good. For Shihouin Naraku, only the nail polish is rubbish. There is still a chance that the Hokage hat can be used in the future. Second Hokage's signature water style. The big spiral wheel from Uzumaki Menma. They're all powerful ninjutsu. The large spiral chariot in particular was powerful enough to destroy Konohagakure. But the most powerful one is still the heavenly hand power. Uchiha Sasuke's 6 Magatama Rinnegan's eye technique. Extremely rare space pupil technique. Within a certain range, you can instantly exchange enemies and target objects at will, and you can also exchange yourself with other targets. Even a strong person at Akatsuki's level cannot resist the effect of this eye technique. Shihouin Naraku was very happy with the appearance of Tentorai. This was the first time he had won a space-type ability in a lottery, and it was a very good supplement to his own strength. For a moment, Shihouin Naraku almost forgot that there was a very good reward. Air dance. Air dance? Is that the air dance I was thinking of? Shihouin Naraku stood up, and the next second he began to float automatically. Bang! There was a soft thud, and Naraku's head hit the roof of the tent. It really flew. Shihouin Naraku's body slowly descended, his feet standing on the ground again. Flying like a bird is the eternal dream of mankind. Now, Shihouin Naraku has realized this dream. In previous battles, Shihouin Naraku was able to fight enemies in the air, basically relying on his jumping ability and the flame propulsion of the Maramara fruit to achieve a short-term hovering effect. But from today on, he won't have to go through so much trouble and can simply fly freely in the sky. The flying technique in Dragon Ball relies on chi to fly, while I rely on physical strength and chakra. Although they look different, they are both the use of energy. In the small tent, Shihouin Naraku was floating up, then his feet touched the ground. Then he was upside down, tossing back and forth. Feeling the consumption of chakra and physical strength in his body, Shihouin Naraku was a little surprised. This consumption doesn't look that big. By the way, I'm just doing a simple float now. It's not a full-speed flight, so it's normal for the consumption to be lower. Cross-legged and floating in the air, Shihouin Naraku pinched his chin and thought, the flying speed of the sky dance is not constant. As long as the strength itself increases, the flying speed will also increase. Like a spinning top, Shihouin Naraku sits cross-legged in the air and spins back and forth. It looks like they are having a lot of fun. Not many people in the Hokage world can fly, even in the later stages. When Naruto and Sasuke fought Kaguya, they had greatly increased in power, but they still couldn't fly. However, it seems that everyone in the Akatsuki clan can fly. Shihouin Naraku put both feet on the ground. My liver has also been strengthened this time, but it's not as obvious as my heart. Could it be that the system is trying to strengthen all 5 of my internal organs? There is no need to explain the importance of the 5 internal organs in the body. If the 5 internal organs can really be fully strengthened and form a cycle, Shihouin Naraku has begun to look forward to what will happen. I just killed the 2-tailed Nakomata and ended up stealing his chakra. Feeling the chakra surge in his body, Shihouin Naraku clenched his fists. Senzu beans. This is good stuff. It's a pity there are only 10. A green bean suddenly appeared in the center of Shihouin Naraku's palm. The bean looked like a broad bean and looked ordinary. Crack! He threw the senzu beans into his mouth. Soon Shihouin Naraku felt the chakra and physical strength consumed in his body being replenished quickly, and he felt full. Rubbing his stomach, Naraku felt that he wouldn't be hungry even if he didn't eat for the next week. If you just use them to fill your stomach, it's a bit of a waste of senzu beans. Although I'm hard to get hurt with the observation haki and the elementalization of the Maramara fruit, anything can happen in battle. Senzu beans are still very powerful as a trump card. But normally, it's hard for me to use senzu beans. The elementalization of Maramara fruit, the increase in strength and the surge in chakra amount, plus Kurikara, also has the effect of restoring chakra and physical strength. How should I put it? For Naraku now, senzu beans are somewhat dispensable. It would have been fine if I had drawn it earlier, but now it's a little redundant. Next, Shihouin Naraku looked at the prize in this draw, which made him most excited. The silver-winged evil star of Monster Hunter World, Sky Comet Dragon, a supersonic jet fighter. Naraku didn't expect that he could actually draw a dragon, although he also signed a summoning contract with the Slug Sage of the Wetbone Forest. The Slug Sage was better at medical treatment than combat. So Naraku has always wanted a summoning beast that can help him fight. The result is that he has a dragon, and it's a very handsome dragon. However, there is no way to summon the Sky Comet Dragon in the tent. After all, it is still a dragon after all. Shihouin Naraku walked straight out of the tent, nodded to the passing ninjas, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. This should be about the right place. Standing on a hill at the border of the Land of Lightning. This place is quite far away from the Konoha camp, so if there is any noise, it probably won't be noticed. Come out, Sky Comet Dragon. There is no need to summon the Sky Comet Dragon obtained from the system lottery. As long as you think about it, the Sky Comet Dragon will appear. But in order to make it more exciting, Naraku shouted out loud. But after he finished shouting, he looked around and didn't notice any movement. Shihouin Naraku narrowed his eyes slightly, and suddenly there was a loud explosion in the distant sky. A red comet streaked across the blue sky and rushed towards this place rapidly. Because the red comet was moving so fast, the eyes didn't even have time to capture its specific details and could only see a ball of red fire. And in just a blink of an eye, flames appeared in front of Shihouin Naraku. A strong wind blew towards them, and the powerful wind and waves made Naraku put his hands up to block the wind and waves in front of his eyes. Roar! A huge shadow covered his head. He waved his hand to sweep away the dust, and a handsome and ferocious ancient dragon appeared in front of Shihouin Naraku. The slightly vibrating huge wings were emitting red flames, and the silver scales were shining abnormally in the sunlight. This ancient dragon had a streamlined body that was more than 13 or 14 meters long. Although it cannot match the tall bodies of the tailed beasts, the Sky Comet Dragon is enough to satisfy Shihouin Naraku. The tall bodies of the tailed beasts are indeed very powerful, but the noise they make is too loud, making them completely unsuitable as Shihouin Naraku's mounts. It's so beautiful, so pretty. This body of silver scales is really shining. Shihouin Naraku stretched out his hand, and the ferocious-looking Sky Comet Dragon lowered its head obediently, allowing Naraku to stroke its body. Unexpectedly, the scales of the Sky Comet Dragon feel very smooth and not prickly. Next, Naraku circled around the Sky Comet Dragon and looked at its body carefully. Maybe because Naraku's eyes were too fiery, the Sky Comet Dragon seemed a little uncomfortable and swung its long tail. Bang! The long tail swung down, smashing a huge rock on the hill into pieces. Let's go. Show me your speed. The most striking feature of the Sky Comet Dragon is its extremely fast flying speed, like a meteor. This is also the origin of the title of Sky Comet Dragon, such as Silver-Winged Evil Star, Red Comet, etc. Roar! The Sky Comet Dragon lowered its body obediently and motioned for Naraku to come up. Okay, let's go. Shihouin Naraku stepped a few steps onto the dragon body of the Sky Comet Dragon and stood very steadily under the chakra absorption. Before he finished speaking, boom! The earth shook and the Sky Comet Dragon instantly rose from the ground and rushed into the sky like a meteor. With a bang, the Sky Comet Dragon broke through the sound barrier instantly, and its speed skyrocketed. In just a few seconds, it broke through the thick clouds from the ground and reached the stratosphere. The light and shadows in front of Shihouin Naraku's eyes changed rapidly until the warm sunlight fell. The silver-winged evil star, Sky Comet Dragon, flew high in the sky, shuttling through the thick clouds again and again and knocking big holes into the white clouds. Shihouin Naraku stood on the back of the Sky Comet Dragon, breathing heavily, and only recovered after a few minutes. The speed of the Sky Comet Dragon was really too fast. It broke the sound barrier the moment it started. This outrageous acceleration almost made Shihouin Naraku unable to react. In other words, his physical fitness has improved a lot. If it were someone else, even if they could stand firmly on the back of the Sky Comet Dragon, they would die because of this terrifying speed. There is no need to explain how powerful the Sky Comet Dragon is. That is why ordinary people are not qualified to subdue it. Standing on the back of the Sky Comet Dragon, Shihouin Naraku looked at this scene he had never seen before for the first time. The sky below the clouds and the environment above the clouds are completely different. What caught his eyes was an endless expanse of azure blue sky, which looked extremely beautiful and spectacular. Naraku took a deep breath and could clearly feel the purity and freshness. However, the stratosphere is a complete forbidden area for ordinary ninjas. Not to mention the extremely dazzling light without any shelter. The temperature of more than 50 degrees below zero was too much for a normal person to withstand, not to mention the strong winds that swept in from time to time, trying to overturn Shihouin Naraku. So this high altitude may seem beautiful and spectacular, but it is actually full of deadly dangers. It's so beautiful. Shihouin Naraku exhaled a breath of white air, his strong physique and chakra protecting his body from the low temperature and strong wind. Okay, go down. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianwalong turned his head and dived under the clouds. After returning under the clouds, Naraku saw the familiar scenery of the earth again. No matter how you look at it, I think this scene is so beautiful. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Naraku's mind. The next second, he jumped directly off the back of the Sky Comet Dragon and began to fall rapidly. The strong wind made Naraku's clothes rustle, and his long hair became a little messy. At the same time, he was falling faster and faster. Roar! The Sky Comet Dragon easily slowed down and followed Naraku, growling. It's okay, just stay away. Shihouin Naraku shouted, and the Sky Comet Dragon immediately obeyed and moved away, but was ready to respond at any time. Ah, that feels so good. Swish! As he was getting closer and closer to the ground, he used the air dance technique and rushed out with a whoosh. Let's go in that direction and see who's faster. Naraku was in a rare mood and pointed in a direction, signaling to the Sky Comet Dragon. Roar! Okay, let's go. The chakra in Shihouin Naraku's body flowed rapidly, and his speed in the air soared instantly, and he rushed out in an instant. The dragon energy of the Sky Comet Dragon erupted and instantly followed. Although Naraku really wanted to compete with Sky Comet Dragon to see who was faster, no matter how much he squeezed his physical strength and chakra, he could not get rid of Sky Comet Dragon. So after competing in the air for a short while, Shihouin Naraku had no choice but to give up the competition. The speed difference between the two is too big. Naraku was almost desperate, but he could still see the Sky Comet Dragon following him leisurely. Reborn stood on the back of Sky Comet Dragon, letting it fly freely in the sky. After a while, Naraku was about to let it turn around and return to the border of the Land of Lightning. But when he accidentally looked down at the ground, he was surprised to find that he had run to the Kingdom of Grass. Just down below, the Konoha shinobi led by Jiraiya are engaged in a fierce battle with the Iwagakure ninjas led by Huang Tu. Of course, it was a fierce battle, but it was just a fight between small groups of troops competing for a small piece of land. Jiraiya and Huang Tu are both very steady frontline commanders. Having experienced war, they are experienced and will not be easily fooled. Moreover, without a mature opportunity and full confidence, they usually won't take risks, such as Shihouin Naraku, who used Cloud Shinobi's sneak attack to wipe out the opponent's ninja army. So on this battlefield, although the fighting was fierce and the killing never stopped, there were very few deaths and the positions of both sides rarely fell. Basically, you kill 2 of my people today, and I will steal some of your supplies tomorrow. Although this way of fighting will yield very little, it will form an advantage if accumulated over a long period of time. But this depends on the abilities of the commanders on both sides. Naraku and Tianwalong stood on the top of the cloud, watched the battle below for a while, then turned and left. On the ground, Jiraiya just walked out of the command center and looked up at the sky, only to see a meteor wrapped in red light streaking across the sky and flying away. Comet? That's a little strange. I didn't expect to see a comet in the daytime. Or red. It was not until the red comet rushed into the sea of clouds in the distance that Jiraiya withdrew his gaze and continued to think about various issues of the war. I don't know what's going on with Naraku. It's his first time as a commander, so he lacks experience. But with the help of Shikaku, it won't be a big problem. Besides, Naraku's strength has long surpassed mine. Even if the war doesn't go well, there's no possibility of a disastrous defeat. Forget it. Let's just think about how to win Huangtu. It's such a headache. Jiraiya turned back to the command center. High in the sky comet dragon was bursting out with extremely powerful speed, flying in the direction indicated by Shihouin Naraku. Originally, Naraku planned to return to the border of the Land of Lightning. Although the Raikage could not reach the front line for a while, there were still many things that required his decision. But I thought since I was already out, why not go back to Konoha village to take a look? Anyway, with the speed of the sky comet dragon, it won't take long to go back and forth, and it won't delay other things. Just do it. It took the comet dragon less than 5 minutes to fly back to Konoha village from the land of grass. Shihouin Naraku looked down at the familiar Konoha village. It was still the same. Nothing much. Just when Naraku was about to say that Konoha village was very quiet, a scene of a ninjutsu battle appeared before his eyes. Who's coming to Konoha village to cause trouble? Orochimaru will definitely not dare to come anytime soon, unless he wants to die again. That's the Akatsuki, but the time is wrong. Oh, it's Uchiha Itachi. I almost forgot about him. Naraku originally thought that after the battle with him, Uchiha Itachi would never come back to Konoha village. After all, it was too dangerous with him around. Who knew that the other party would really come back? TSK, TSK, TSK. Brothers are friendly and respectful to each other. It really is. This guy Uchiha Itachi really takes Sasuke seriously. Just at this moment, a white cloud floated over, and Shihouin Naraku, who didn't want to be discovered, immediately urged Tainwalong to hide in the cloud. Chakra kept the cloud together and gradually approached the place where the battle took place in Konoha village. Then, no one noticed that a cloud was sneaking towards Konoha village. The sky is clear and cloudless. No, in the sky of Konoha village, there was a lonely white cloud suspended there, motionless. No one knows when the cloud appeared or why it stayed there. Shihouin Naraku hid in the clouds and looked down. There, Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy were fighting Uchiha Itachi, but Uchiha Itachi had 2 helpers beside him. Beheading Sword, Momochi Zabuza, and the other skinny guy is Haku. What kind of combination is this? Naraku couldn't figure out how Zabuza Momochi and Haku got into the Akatsuki organization. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like that. Could it be that because he killed Hoshigaki Kisame, the Akatsuki organization found another member of the 7 ninja swordsmen to fill the missing personnel? Thinking about what he had seen in Wave Country before, Shihouin Naraku now knew that Zabuza and Haku had joined the Akatsuki organization. However, after going around in circles, Zabuza Momochi still couldn't escape the fate of fighting with Hatake Kaka. I just don't know who will win or lose this time. Looking at the familiar water-style ninjutsu battle below, Naraku was a little surprised. The current Hatake Kakashi is different from before. Due to various stimuli, his strength grows faster and more violently. Logically speaking, it would be easier for Kakashi to win if he fought against Zabuza at this time. But it seems that the battle situation below is still 50-50. What is this? Is Kakashi's passive attribute starting to work? It's 50-50 again. Strange, Zabuza has become much stronger. Although not to Kaga level, he is definitely more powerful than he was before. Could it be the result of training in the Akatsuki organization? In Konoha village, a tributary of the Minamiga River, Uchiha Itachi, Momochi Zabuza, and Haku stood together. Opposite the 3 stood Might Guy and Hatake Kakashi. The 2 sides have been fighting for a while. At this time, Might Guy has already opened the 6th gate of the 8 inner gates. He is emitting green energy, and his power is increasing greatly. As for Hokage Kakashi, he even lifted up his ninja forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan, with lightning faintly flashing on his palms. In a battle just now, Hokage Kakashi faced Zabuza and Haku. Might Guy versus Uchiha Itachi. Except for Might Guy, everyone else was in more or less a state of disarray. Uchiha Itachi's scarlet pupils shrank slightly. Although his physical skills were very strong, he still suffered some losses when facing Might Guy, the physical skills expert of Konoha Village. Might Guy has been fighting Kakashi for many years, so he is familiar with how to deal with enemies with Sharingan. As long as he does not make eye contact with the opponent and responds by changing his body movements, he can avoid a lot of trouble. In addition, after he opened the 8 inner gates, his speed increased dramatically, making it difficult for Uchiha Itachi to seize the opportunity to perform illusions. As for ninjutsu, Might Guy can smash any ninjutsu released by Uchiha Itachi with just one punch. Of course, Uchiha Itachi was not without other options, but he just didn't want to make a big fuss. The rebel ninjas from Kirigakure and Konoha Village, judging by the style of your clothes, you have joined the same organization. Hokage Kakashi glanced at the 3 people opposite him wearing black windbreakers embroidered with red clouds, and seemed to be thinking about something. Copy Ninja Kakashi, you're not as good as I thought. Zabuza Momochi showed a cruel smile and raised the beheading sword on his shoulder, but compared to others, Zabuza was more embarrassed. His clothes on his abdomen were torn, and it could be vaguely seen that he was kicked hard by someone. This was done by Might Guy. Even if Bai hadn't used Ice Release and Water Style to buffer Might Guy's power at the critical moment, Momochi Zabuza would have been kicked to death. Hurry up. Once we've dealt with them, we can retreat. The 3 Magatama and Uchiha Itachi's eyes spun and turned into a dart-like pattern. Zabuza Momochi formed seals with his hands, and thick fog began to spread. The 3 of them soon disappeared in the fog. Hokage Kakashi and Might Guy stood back to back, scanning their surroundings to guard against sneak attacks from the enemy. Guy, be careful. This is Kirigakure's silent killing technique. No problem. The 2 of them had no intention of fighting to the death. Time was on their side. With such a fierce battle taking place in Konoha Village, I'm sure someone will come to check it out soon. Maybe even the 5th Hokage. Therefore, as long as they could drag on, victory will eventually be on their side. Sniff, sniff. The next second, countless hidden weapons pierced through the thick fog and appeared in front of the 2 men, flashing cold light, ready to kill them. Ding, ding, ding. Hokage Kakashi widened his Sharingan and swung the kunai in both hands rapidly, sparks flying, knocking down one hidden weapon after another. But Might Guy was even faster. The nunchaku in his hands were almost dancing into flowers. Although he didn't have the Sharingan to see the trajectory of the hidden weapons, Might Guy used his speed to arrive first and knock down the hidden weapons one by one. Guy, watch out! In the thick fog, filled with murderous intent, the silent beheading sword was aimed at Might Guy and chopped down instantly. It seems that Zabuza was a little crazy about the kick that Might Guy gave him. Using the body flicker technique performed with the mist, Zabuza's speed increased to a certain level, and he appeared next to Might Guy as if he had teleported. With a flash of cold light, the beheading sword had already chopped down. Might Guy was about to kick Zabuza away, but was surprised to find that his feet were frozen by ice and he could not move at all. Go to hell. Hokage Kakashi wanted to help Might Guy, but at this time, the attack of the hidden weapons had not stopped. Several hidden weapons collided with each other in the air, splashing sparks. Their trajectories suddenly changed drastically and began to attack Kakashi's blind spot. This magical shuriken throwing technique is Uchiha Itachi's signature move. Fire style, great fireball technique. After the hidden weapon, the powerful fireball followed. Water style, water dragon bomb technique. At some point, Hokage Kakashi's shadow clone stood on the river, quickly forming seals with his hands, and a mighty water dragon roared and crashed into the fireball. Smoke filled the air again, blocking everyone's vision. As for Might Guy, The ice restraint was not a problem for him. With a burst of powerful strength, he instantly broke free from the cold light that Bai had worked so hard to maintain. As ice chips scattered all over the ground, Might Guy's fist smashed towards Zabuza. You came just in time. Zabuza didn't care about the fist that was about to hit him, but instead accelerated and swung the beheading sword down. It was just a matter of life or death. He didn't care. Ice escape. Ice rock all.No. Crack. A crystal ice wall suddenly stood up between Might Guy and Zabuza, separating the two. Although Zabuza was rescued, he looked back with dissatisfaction at Bai, who was hiding in the deep fog. Eventful. Get out of the way. Mr. Zabuza. To the peacock. Might Guy leaped in the air, swinging his powerful fists at high speed. The friction between the air and his fists formed countless flames and shock waves, just like a peacock spreading its tail. Such a powerful attack instantly shattered the ice wall. A large amount of shock waves and flames bombarded Zabuza, and the attack became stronger and stronger in the thick fog. Oink oink. Just as Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy were fighting against Uchiha Itachi and the battle was getting heated, 7 or 8 ninjas rushed here. The leader was naturally Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, and the others were all Umbu members. As for the ninjas from Konoha village, some of them were rushing over. It can be said that if the battle continues, it may not be long before Uchiha Itachi and the other two will be surrounded by Konoha shinobi. Although many powerful ninjas rushed to the front lines due to the outbreak of war, there were still many ninjas left in Konoha village, and some of them were very powerful. Surround them. Yes. Umbu members immediately surrounded the foggy area, leaving no gaps. As for Tsunade, she even rushed into the fog area. 5th generation eyes. Tsunade is adult. The Umbu members were a little dumbfounded. How could a Hokage be so impulsive? The death of 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in battle had already caused a lot of blame to the Umbu members. Now if something happens to the newly appointed 5th Hokage, they will have no chance of survival. Tianzong made a gesture, indicating that everyone should continue to block the area, and then led 2 Umbu members into the fog area. It's a real mess. In the clouds, Shihouin Naraku complained speechlessly. Although the ground was covered in thick fog, he could see all the battles taking place in the foggy area by using observation haki. Zabuza is a very strong Miss Shinobi. Is it because he was by the river? Or is it because of his growth in Akatsuki? The thick fog on the ground did not dissipate because of Zabuza's attack. Instead, it seemed to be getting thicker. This is somewhat inconsistent with Zabuza's original strength. It is obvious that it is either due to the increase in his strength or the result of some benefits or training he received in the Akatsuki organization. It looks like Kakashi is in trouble. He is not suited to fight Uchiha Itachi. With his Sharingan targeted, it will be difficult for him to compete with him. Naraku knew that Kakashi would be stabbed next, but he was lucky that Tsunade arrived in time. Bang! Hitaki Kakashi's body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground. His breathing suddenly became rapid. Kakashi covered his Sharingan and let out a suppressed cry of pain. Haha, this is the gap between us. Even if you have the Sharingan, it doesn't mean you can master the true power of the Sharingan. With a flash of cold light, Uchiha Itachi's right hand stretched out from his sleeve, and the kunai was aimed at Kakashi. At this time, Might Guy was still in another location dealing with Zabuza and Haku, and it would be impossible for him to arrive in short time. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Itachi did not attack Kakashi, but jumped back directly away from where he was standing. Heavenly feet hurt. Boom! The heroic Tsunade rushed out of the thick fog and stomped hard on the ground. In an instant, the ground collapsed, spiderweb-like cracks spread, and countless stone fragments flew into the air. The ground shook violently, and Kakashi, who had no time to react, was affected and thrown out. In an instant, a deep pit appeared. Uchiha Itachi stood aside, cold sweat almost breaking out on his forehead. If he had been kicked by Tsunade just now, he would definitely have suffered a lot. Kakashi, how are you? No, cough, 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 it's okay. Hokage Kakashi climbed up from the side in a very embarrassed manner and signaled to Tsunade to deal with Uchiha Itachi first. Uchiha Itachi naturally couldn't wait there, so he quickly retreated into the thick fog and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Tsunade immediately rushed forward as well, tearing through the thick fog and chasing after Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi has already started thinking about retreating. He doesn't want to experience the strength of the Sannin. Even if he wins, there is no benefit. Anyway, if he wants to see Sasuke, there are other ways, so he doesn't plan to continue fighting with Tsunade. But Tsunade was chasing very closely, and every punch and kick attack would cause horrible damage, so Uchiha Itachi could only try his best to dodge. But before he could do anything, Tsunade saw that the surroundings were shrouded in thick fog, and it was difficult for outsiders to detect. So he immediately stopped, made a gesture to Uchiha Itachi, and then said a secret code word. Uchiha Itachi was stunned. This code word was agreed upon by Sarutobi Hiruzen and him, and only the two of them knew it. The fact that he knew this code word showed that Tsunade was someone Sarutobi Hiruzen absolutely trusted. Now that he thought about it, this was normal. After all, Tsunade's identity and background were indeed trustworthy. Sir Tsunade, I'm sorry for offending you earlier. Uchiha Itachi bowed politely, and as a sign of sincerity, the Mangekyo pattern in his pupils gradually dissipated, returning to their normal state. It's really useful. Tsunade didn't expect that he could gain Uchiha Itachi's trust just through gestures and code words, and Nerku really didn't lie. Yes, Tsunade knew hand gestures and code words. Of course, Shihouin Naraku told her. Because they were going to the front line, and most of the Konoha village's ninjas would be dispatched, Nerku told Tsunade how to contact Uchiha Itachi, just in case. Sure enough, it really happened. High in the clouds, Nerku watched this scene and couldn't help but smile. In fact, it is most appropriate to tell Tsunade this method of contact. If Nerku contacts Uchiha Itachi himself, even with gestures and secret codes, the other party will be suspicious. After all, both of them had a fight, so there was really no way they could trust each other. Tsunade is different. As the new Hokage, with his identity, background, qualifications, connections, and a series of other conditions, Uchiha Itachi will naturally trust Tsunade. After all, if he even doubts Tsunade, then there is basically no one in Konoha village that Uchiha Itachi can trust. In the thick fog, Tsunade saw Uchiha Itachi's attitude and knew that the other party really trusted her. So in order to show her sincerity, she told Uchiha Itachi about Uchiha Sasuke's current situation without hiding anything. Mr. Kakashi has become Sasuke's instructor. Uchiha Itachi glanced thoughtfully at the thick fog, which was the direction where Kakashi was just now. Don't get me wrong, he is not dissatisfied, but very satisfied. Although Hatake Kakashi had just been defeated by him, Uchiha Itachi believed that he was indeed the most suitable person to teach Sasuke. At least apart from Sasuke, Hatake Kakashi is the only one in Konoha village who has the Sharingan. In this regard alone, Sasuke can learn a lot from Kakashi. Please don't resist. Uchiha Itachi bowed his head slightly to show that he meant no harm. Tsunade nodded in relief, indicating that it was okay. The Mangekyo Sharingan opened again, tears of blood flowed from his pupils, and the illusion Tsukuyami was released, instantly pulling Tsunade into the illusion space. In the scarlet, dim illusion space, Uchiha Itachi and Tsunade stood facing each other. Tsunade looked around curiously. Looking at the scene that didn't seem like reality at all, she couldn't help but marvel at the power of Uchiha Itachi's illusion. This is one of the eye techniques of my Mangekyo Sharingan, called Tsukuyami. Its specific function is... Uchiha Itachi explained very frankly, and Tsunade became more and more frightened the more she listened. This illusion ability really exceeded her imagination. But when you think about how powerful his grandfather Senju Hashirama was, yet he was still evenly matched with his archenemy Uchiha Madara, this also shows how powerful the Sharingan is. Therefore, although the Mangekyo Sharingan's eye technique is a bit outrageous, it is still within Tsunade's acceptable range. After all, She had seen Uchiha Madara with her own eyes. After seeing a person like that, it was really hard to be shocked when looking at other people. Uchiha Itachi finished talking about his Tsukimi ability, and without waiting for Tsunade to ask, he continued, "The organization I joined is called Akatsuki, and this set of clothes and bamboo hat are its most distinctive features. There are not many members in Akatsuki, but they are all famous rebel ninjas from their respective villages, such as Awagakure Tsuchikage student Deidara, Sunagakure elder Chiyo, and Ebizo's grandson Akagisa no Scorpion. Most of Akatsuki's bases are located in the Land of Rain. Their leaders are Pain, who possesses the Sage of Six Paths Rinnegan, and the female Ninja Konan." Tsunade's heart was beating wildly as she listened to the information leaked by Uchiha Itachi. Although she wanted to get some information from the other party, she really didn't expect that there would be so much extremely explosive information. Seeing Uchiha Itachi pause, Tsunade quickly asked, "So what does Akatsuki want to do by gathering so many powerful rebel ninjas?" "Akatsuki's goal is the nine-tailed beasts of the ninja world." "All the tailed beasts?" "Yes." Tsunade was stunned, then puzzled. If Akatsuki's target is a certain tailed beast, then it would be understandable. But Uchiha Itachi said that Akatsuki wants all the tailed beasts. Isn't this tantamount to turning against the entire ninja world? Akatsuki is confident that it can take on the entire ninja world. In fact, Uchiha Itachi did not reveal all the information he knew. In fact, he always suspected that Pain and Konan were only the nominal leaders of the Akatsuki organization, and the real leader was actually Uchiha Madara. Of course, the main reason was that at this time, Uchiha Itachi was not clear about Uchiha Obito's identity. So, he had always thought that the masked man was Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Itachi believes that all this is Uchiha Madara's doing, and everyone else is just a pawn. In a sense, Uchiha Itachi guessed Obito's identity wrong. But miraculously, he guessed correctly that the person behind the scenes was indeed Uchiha Madara, and that Nagato, Konan, and Obito were all Madara's pawns. But in the end, Uchiha Madara is also a pawn of Black Zetsu. Otsutsuki Shinshiang, who wanted to split the moon to save his mother, was the mastermind behind everything. Uchiha Itachi told Tsunade most of the information he knew, giving the other party some time to digest it. He also knew that what he had said was enough for Tsunade to not accept. When Tsunade had barely digested the information, Uchiha Itachi continued to add, "The Akatsuki organization still has many core secrets. I haven't discovered anything else yet. The people in the Akatsuki organization don't trust me. Most of my companions who completed the mission together were asked to monitor me. So it's difficult for me to collect more core intelligence. But you can rest assured for now, Lady Tsunade. The premise for me to join the Akatsuki is that the Akatsuki cannot invade Konoha Village. So, as long as I don't die, Konoha Village won't be attacked by the Akatsuki." Uchiha Itachi also knew that Akatsuki would not trust him. After all, his identity as a spy was exposed at the beginning. However, he didn't know that Nagato and Obito didn't trust each other, so Nagato was always wary of Uchiha Itachi, whom Obito brought into Akatsuki. Tsunade would neither completely believe nor disbelieve all the information Uchiha Itachi said. After reluctantly accepting this information, Tsunade asked tentatively, "So, since Akatsuki doesn't trust you, then you can also come back to Konoha. Shimura Danzo is dead, and the tragedy of the demise of the Uchiha clan was all Danzo's fault. So if you want to come back, I can take care of the rest. I can guarantee that there won't be any other problems." "Return?" Uchiha Itachi stood there in a daze, not replying for a long while. Does he want to come back? Of course I want to come back. But can he come back? Cannot. Even if all the dirty water can be thrown on the dead Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Itachi cannot pretend that what he did not happen. The sin of killing your own people will never fade away. Uchiha Itachi raised his hands, lost in thought. These seemingly white palms were actually stained with blood that would never fade. He seemed to smell the unpleasant smell of blood on his body and the wailing of his relatives who were always around him. All of this means that there is no turning back for him. The ninja named Uchiha Itachi will bear this sin for the rest of his life, forever. No, I won't go back. Uchiha Itachi put his hands away, and his expression returned to normal, as if everything that had just happened had never happened. Tsunade was not surprised. After returning this time, she specifically looked for the intelligence from that year regarding the tragic demise of the Uchiha clan. Although some records were not very detailed, Tsunade could barely understand how troublesome and complicated the tragedy that happened that year was. It is not possible to easily erase the tragedy by blaming the incident on the already deceased Shimura Danzo. Tsunade came back to her senses and continued. Do you need me to tell Sasuke something? That kid is targeting you for revenge and has been trying to get revenge. Uchiha Itachi refused and said directly, there is nothing to tell you. I will tell him some things in person. So, I was wondering if Master Tsunade could do me a favor. What's the matter? I need a little time with Sasuke. Tsunade frowned and asked in confusion. This matter is easy to solve, but I want to know what you are going to do. Uchiha Sasuke is the Jōnin of Konoha village. As the 5th Hokage, it is my responsibility to protect his safety. Uchiha Itachi smiled for the first time. He was very satisfied with Tsunade's sense of responsibility. With such a Hokage around, he believed that Sasuke would be fine even if he died in the end. I need to teach Sasuke some of the secret techniques of the Uchiha family. No one can teach him except me. I hope so. After taking a deep look at Uchiha Itachi, Tsunade agreed to this small request. In a flash, the two returned to reality. Tsunade looked around, confirming that in reality, not much time seemed to have passed, and it seemed like only a moment. Uchiha Itachi nodded respectfully to Tsunade, then turned and disappeared into the thick fog. Tsunade did not continue the pursuit, but sighed, thinking back to the information Uchiha Itachi had told her. Tsunade was pretty sure that something was wrong with Uchiha Itachi's body. As the top medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade can guarantee that Uchiha Itachi will not live for many years. And this is Tsunade trying to think positively. But I don't know if it's an illusion, but Tsunade always feels that Uchiha Itachi has no belief in living at all. The other party seems to be looking for death, or looking forward to the arrival of death. This is also the reason why Tsunade easily agreed to help facilitate the meeting between the two Uchiha brothers. Just when Tsunade was still thinking about something, the thick fog suddenly shook. Ice release. Magic mirror ice field. Boom! The thick fog quickly shrank, and large areas instantly became visible again. Then the thick fog condensed into water, and then quickly turned into ice crystals, soon forming a large ice field that froze everyone nearby. A gust of wind blew by, and although it was midsummer, it was extremely cool. At this time, everyone who had regained their sight looked around and saw Zabuza Momochi vomiting blood and falling to the ground. Might Guy's fist was about to fall toward him again, but at this moment, Bai gasped and froze Might Guy into an Iceman. Ice escape. Tsunade looked at the ice field spreading under her feet in surprise. The ice crystals bound her feet. Obviously, the force was not strong enough, but there was always a chill spreading from her feet to her whole body. Therefore, if you're bound by ice crystals for too long, your body will definitely be hurt internally by the cold. Any bloodline limit in the ninja world should not be underestimated. Let's go. Uchiha Itachi appears next to Haku and Zabuza and helps Haku to lift up the gasping Zabuza, and the three of them quickly leave. Crack! There was a crisp sound, which was the sound of ice crystals breaking. Might Guy suddenly broke free from his frozen state with blazing heat, looked in the direction where Uchiha Itachi and the other two left, roared, and prepared to give chase. That's enough. Stop chasing me. At this time, the others also easily broke free from the ice crystals. Tsunade gave a loud order, and everyone had to give up the plan of chasing the enemy. The village's defenses are insufficient, so there's no need to pursue them in case there are other loopholes that the enemy could take advantage of to break in. Everyone stays in their place. Yes, Guy, take Kakashi to the hospital. and you better get checked out too. No problem. Everyone present immediately got busy. Those who were going to the hospital went to the hospital. Those who were protecting the Hokage continued to protect him, and those who were in charge of guarding remained vigilant. At this time, many ninjas from Konoha village also arrived. After learning that the enemy had been defeated and few people were injured, everyone dispersed. Shihouin Naraku in the clouds saw that the fun was over and prepared to go back to the front line. Zabuza will definitely die, but Bai's ice escape ability is indeed very powerful. He definitely couldn't do that explosion just now in the original novel. So Akatsuki also needs Bai's strength. Did they conduct special training? Touching his chin, Shihouin Naraku's mind moved, and dragon energy spurted out from the wings of the sky comet dragon. Red light shone, and it rushed out like a dazzling meteor. It only takes a few minutes to get from Konoha village to the border of the land of lightning, and it's there in the blink of an eye. Naraku didn't intend to let Sky Comet Dragon fly directly into the Konoha camp, which would definitely cause misunderstanding and chaos. So he signaled Sky Comet Dragon to stop in midair. Go back to your world. Reaching out and patting the Sky Comet Dragon a few times, Naraku jumped directly down. The Sky Comet Dragon roared, a red light flashed, and it disappeared directly in midair. Swish! Shihouin Naraku quietly landed outside the Konoha camp and walked over. Adult. Naraku is adult. Obviously, Naraku, who led the ninja troops to victory, won everyone's unanimous recognition, which is also the fastest way to gain prestige. Of course, the first condition is to win. Among the 5 major countries in the ninja world, commanders suitable for leading large ninja armies to wage war are rare talents, and there are only a few such people in each ninja village. It really deserves everyone's respect. Naraku, I was about to send someone to look for you. As soon as Shihouin Naraku entered the command center, Naraku handed him an intelligence scroll. What? This is the information sent by the spy. The news that the two-tailed Jinchuriki is dead, the Cloud Shinobi are defeated, and we have occupied the land of lightning has been reported back. The Rampage is furious and has assembled the ninja troops to set off. According to the schedule, the vanguard troops led by the Rampage will arrive at the border at noon tomorrow. Naraku nodded and looked at the information in his hand, suddenly amused. The Rampage said he would never retreat until he cut off my head? Naraku explained. This is what the Rampage said under oath in front of many civilians in Cloud Shinobi Village. It should be true. No, I don't doubt the truth of this news. Naraku stroked his chin, thinking, it seems that the Rampage is really angry, otherwise he wouldn't say such a thing. What do you think? Should we retreat back to the land of hot springs? In such a short time, there are many loopholes in the defense facilities at the border of the land of lightning. It will be difficult to plug them all with our numbers. The defense measures at the border of the Kingdom of Thunder are aimed at preventing external enemies, not internal attacks. Although the Konoha shinobi occupied these facilities, they were unable to use them to counterattack against attacks from Cloud Shinobi Village. So Naraku's meaning is very simple. Abandon these useless facilities on the border of the land of lightning, and use the positions and strongholds of the land of hot spring to counterattack, so that the losses of Konoha shinobi will be reduced. This was also the opinion of most of the staff, mainly because everyone was not familiar with the environment of the land of lightning, and the supply lines were a bit too long. If Cloud Shinobi attacked by surprise, it would be a big disaster. Therefore, the more advantage you have, the more careful you should be. Many times, wars are lost because of such seemingly insignificant details. No, Shihouin Naraku shook his head and rejected the proposal. I'm not good at defense. I prefer offense. Never stop attacking. Naraku frowned. He was somewhat disapproving of continuing the attack, but Naraku was the frontline commander. He could only make subtle suggestions. So where do you mean to attack? Naraku walked to the map and pointed his finger at a location. Here, Thunder Gorge. Naraku was a little confused, because this canyon was the place with the most complete defense facilities and the largest number of troops in Cloud Shinobi Village. Thunder Gorge is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. In addition, Cloud Shinobi Village has been maintaining it for many years. If we want to capture this place, we must be determined to sacrifice all our military strength. I understand what you mean. As long as we take down Jinglei Gorge, there won't be any more obstacles. But the key is that we can't take down Jinglei Gorge. Jinglei Gorge is an extremely dangerous pass on the border of the Kingdom of Thunder. Although it is easy to defend and difficult to attack, as long as this pass can be captured, the rear will be completely flat and there will be no terrain that can hinder the enemy. Jinglei Gorge is a unique feature of the Land of Thunder, and Cloud Shinobi Village also knows that if this place is breached, the losses of the Land of Thunder will be extremely serious. So they have established perfect defense measures at the pass of Jinglei Gorge and even dispatched a large number of ninjas for defense. Even though Konoha Village has now broken through the border defenses of the Land of Lightning, the ninja troops stationed at the Thunder Gorge Pass have not made any move and have no intention of coming to expel the Konoha Shinobi. Because their mission is to defend Jinglei Gorge, they cannot leave their base even if the border is breached. Everyone knows how great the benefits will be after taking over Jinglei Gorge, but everyone also understands that Jinglei Gorge is very difficult to break through. Shihouin Naraku was well aware of Nara Shikaku's concerns and said, "Understand that Thunder Gorge is not easy to attack, and there is no need for us to fight to the death here. But if we attack here, the Rampage will definitely lead a team to support us, and the initiative will be in our hands. Instead of just staying here and waiting for the counterattack of Cloud Shinobi Village, besiege and attack the reinforcements." Nara Shikaku understood that although he pretended to set his sights on Jinglei Gorge, his real focus was still on the ninja troops led by the Rampage. In this case, there will be no problem. The advantage of attacking Thunder Gorge is that even if Cloud Shinobi Village knows that we may just be fainting, they still have to support us because Cloud Shinobi Village and the Kingdom of Lightning cannot withstand the consequences of Thunder Gorge being breached. That's right. Nerku snapped his fingers and continued to explain his plan. Although our target is the team led by Rampage, there is no need to fight them head-on. This ninja team must be elite. If we force them, we will suffer heavy losses. So my real idea is that all ninjas will feint to attack Thunder Gorge together, and then separate a part of the troops to quietly enter the Land of Thunder, hiding on the enemy's must-pass route, letting go of the vanguard and main force, and leaving the real killer move on the logistics supply team. After solving the supply and logistics problems of the Cloud Shinobi troops, their morale and will surely be shaken. Even if the Rampage uses his prestige to put pressure on them, it will certainly not stop the overall problem. Nara Shikaku felt that there were no major loopholes in this plan, but he had a question. Other aspects are easy to deal with. We have no way of knowing the route of Cloud Shinobi's march. The route they must take is inside the Land of Lightning. If too few people go there, we won't be able to open a gap. If too many people go there, it will be equivalent to a direct attack on the Land of Lightning. Leave it to me. Whether it was the existence of the Sky Comet Dragon or the air dance technique he had mastered, he could easily enter the Land of Lightning and find Cloud Shinobi's marching route. There are too few ninjas in the ninja world who can fly, and the 5 major countries rarely think about air defense. Next, Naraku, Shikaku, and other staff officers began to make careful arrangements for this plan, and various details needed to be supplemented. For example, who will lead how many ninjas to launch a sneak attack, and who will lead the team to stay behind and launch a feint attack on Jinglei Gorge. The transmission of intelligence and supplies, the deployment of personnel, etc., all need to be determined in advance. The staff officers argued heatedly, their faces turning red as they argued over a small detail. But everyone wants Konoha to win the war. After a long discussion, everyone finally finalized the plan. The next step is to mobilize the ninja troops and prepare to start the battle plan. At the command, the ninja troops gathered, and Shihouin Naraku led the ninja troops to Thunder Gorge. After more than 2 hours of forced march, The Konoha shinobi troops successfully arrived in front of Jinglei Gorge, organized their troops, and were ready to attack at any time. We let off a few waves of cloud shinobi along the way. The news should spread quickly. Shihouin Naraku looked up at the towering Jinglei Gorge. In the middle of a narrow path, a magnificent pass stood there, blocking all invading enemies. Just looking at this pass makes my scalp tingle. Naraku knew very well that with the current number of Konoha shinobi, it was impossible to capture this fortress. Of course, this is because Shikaku still doesn't understand the true strength of Shihouin Naraku. Easy to defend, hard to attack. Notice everyone. No one else is allowed to approach the fortress before I take action. Yes, the Konoha shinobi are lined up, ready to attack at any time. After taking a look at the surrounding environment, Shihouin Naraku walked towards the pass on Jinglei Gorge step by step. Naraku did not hide his tracks, so the cloud shinobi guarding the pass saw him immediately. Because the border of the land of lightning was breached, the cloud shinobi here were already very vigilant, and when they saw Naraku appear, they immediately sounded the alarm. Someone come. The enemy appears. Hurry. The Konoha shinobi troops are lining up at the foot of the mountain. Hurry up and inform the rear. Jinglei Gorge is under attack from Konoha. Don't worry, the Konoha shinobi will never be able to break through the strong pass we have built. So cheer up. Only one enemy appeared. There's only one ninja approaching, and the other party. No, he seems to be Shihouin Naraku, the supreme commander of the Konoha shinobi force. Kill him. Aim your crossbow, aim. Shoot. The sharp sound of bowstring was heard, the bowstring was tightened, and the arrow like a spear shot out like lightning. The sharp arrow pierced through the air, and a fierce force burst out, as if lightning with terrifying power blasted toward Shihouin Naraku. Boom! Gravel flew everywhere, and a deep hole was instantly created on the ground. Shihouin Naraku seemed not to notice this, and continued to slowly approach the pass. Boom! 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 Arrows flew down like heavy rain, bombarding Naraku continuously and covering the entire area. No matter how powerful these arrows are, if they cannot hit the target, they cannot cause any harm to Naraku. Naraku walked under the rain of arrows without slowing down at all, still approaching the pass. Stop! Damn it! The target is too small. We won't be able to hit it at this rate. Don't waste arrows. He can't possibly break through our pass alone. While slowly approaching the enemy pass, Shihouin Naraku drew out the Kurikara. With a clang, a pitch-black crescent-shaped blade slashed out and hit the solid wall with lightning speed. Boom! Gravel flew everywhere, and a very obvious knife mark appeared on the wall. However, compared to the tall and solid buildings, a knife mark is indeed not very conspicuous. Even though the power of the knife is huge and can penetrate the building, it does not cause more damage to the entire pass. Immediately afterwards, several more sword beams slashed at the building, leaving ugly scars on the tall city walls. Ha! You really thought that the pass we built could be breached so easily by you? How ridiculous! No one in the entire ninja world can break through this level. The commotion on the mountain was so loud that the Konoha shinobi below naturally saw it clearly. This pass is indeed too strong to be broken through by any human power. It's really amazing. Shihouin Naraku raised his eyebrows and looked at this majestic pass. As far as he knew, the materials for building this level were all transported from other places by Cloud Shinobi Village with great effort, in order to make this level a building that no one could break through. There is also an unconfirmed rumor that the original intention of building this pass was to guard against the god of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama, and the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. In fact, in Naraku's opinion, this rumor is not groundless. After all, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara crushed the entire ninja world with their powerful strength, so it is not difficult to understand why other countries would do such things in order to defend themselves. On the towering mountain, stands a mighty pass that one man can block from opening with 10,000 men standing still. Shihouin Naraku looked at the majestic checkpoint and stopped drawing his sword. The cloud shinobi on the level laughed loudly, and all the obscenities were directed at Naraku. Naraku seemed not to hear this, and chakra surged all over his body. A god has come to the world. Boom! The giant who stands on the top of the mountain looks as if he can touch the sky with his hands. The white clouds lingered around the giant's waist, as if tying a belt around him, and the thunder surging in the sky was like a weapon in the giant's hand, ready to fall from the sky at any time. At this point, both the cloud shinobi who were laughing crazily at the checkpoint and the Konoha shinobi lining up at the foot of the mountain were all shocked and shut up, not daring to say another word. The sunlight shines down, illuminating the towering giant like a god. In the face of such a miracle, no one dares to speak rudely anymore. Boom, boom, boom. Amid a huge roar, the giant took a step forward, stretched out his arms as thick as a river, and grabbed the mountain wall with his huge palm. His strong fingers dug deep and suddenly exerted force. In an instant, the earth shook. A terrifying force that seemed to be able to tear the earth apart exploded, and a huge rock was torn out from Yamanaka. The giant carrying the boulder on his shoulder aimed at the pass guarded by the cloud shinobi and swung it violently, smashing the boulder out. Bang! The huge rock that fell from the sky crashed down on the pass. The stunned cloud shinobi had no time to dodge and were instantly smashed into pieces by the rock. The broken rocks flew everywhere and pierced through everything around them. Before the other cloud shinobi could react, the debris pierced their bodies, and they fell to the ground involuntarily, without a breath of life. A huge, deep pit was created on the pass where the boulder hit, with cracks spreading out and filled with smoke and dust. It's a bit too strong. It should be weakened a bit. Shihouin Naraku, who was standing on top of Akala, looked at the effect of the attack and murmured, "Then let's get on with it." Akala drew out his long sword and stepped forward with his huge body. Every step left clear and huge footprints on the ground. Boom! The long sword chopped down at Xiongguan, instantly cutting the building that Cloud Shinobi Village had spent countless time and energy to build in half. Various defensive buildings in the pass began to collapse, and in the terrifying, earth-shaking tremors, this once magnificent building turned into ruins in the blink of an eye. Child hunting. Oh! The clear sound of birdsong resounds across the sky. An orange-red phoenix over several hundred meters long soared in the sky, flapping its pair of flaming wings and sparks falling from the sky. The flapping flaming phoenix was beautiful and deadly. After a crisp cry, it slammed straight into the pass on the mountaintop. Boom! A huge explosion echoed on the top of the mountain, and the entire mountain began to shake violently. Flames gushed out, igniting everything around it, and the scorching flames burned the air hot. Oh! The phoenix was reborn in the flames, flapped its wings, and soared into the sky, then turned its head and crashed into the top of the mountain again. Boom! Raging flames rose up, burning the clouds and the sky red. The surrounding rocks were burned into charred ashes by the extremely high temperature of the fire, and flew all over the sky when the wind blew. On the top of the mountain, a sea of fire enveloped the pass. At the foot of the mountain, Naraku, Yamanaka Hai, Hyuga Hayashi, Akamichi Choza, and others stared at the top of the mountain in a daze, without saying a word for a long time. Isn't the plan a feint? It took Yamanaka a long time to come back to his senses. He looked at Shikaku with his mouth open, hoping that he could answer his questions. Naraku nodded. Yeah, it's a feint. Akamichi Choza and Hyuga Hayashi turned around and looked at Shikaku. We are not children. Does killing all the enemies mean a feint? All the enemies are dead. Why should we launch a feint attack? I'm on top of it. Naraku smiled bitterly, but he soon reacted. Konoha has grown into another top ninja warrior. Although I have never witnessed the first Hokage's demeanor back then, I don't think it will surpass what Naraku has done now. Shikaku looked at the sea of fire still burning on the top of the mountain. He felt that after this battle, no one would dare to speak loudly to Konoha village anymore. fight against hundreds of elite ninjas alone, killed 2 tails alone, and severely injured 8 tails. And here, Shihouin Naraku single-handedly destroyed the mighty fortress that Cloud Shinobi Village had spent countless resources and time to build. The former Nara Shikaku didn't understand how powerful the first Hokage was, but when he saw Shihouin Naraku at this moment, he didn't think anyone could be Naraku's opponent. Such a strong man who can fight against the whole world alone. It appeared again. Hyuga, Hayashi, and the other 2 also heard Shikaku's whispers. Although first Hokage Senju Hashirama had a special place in the hearts of Konoha shinobi, the strength displayed by Naraku at this moment made them completely change sides. Hyuga Hayashi suddenly laughed, "Huh? With such strength, strategies and the like are no longer the key." Others nodded in agreement, because with Shihouin Naraku's strength, even if unexpected situations occurred during the war, he would be able to forcibly change the situation. For the first time, Nara Shikaku felt that his own intelligence and talent were completely useless when faced with such power. On the top of the mountain, Shihouin Naraku stood on top of Akala, watching the sea of fire spreading wildly and the magma flowing, and was very satisfied with the effect he had created. The power of the flame has increased again. The temperature is much higher than before. Is it because of the 2-tailed Nikomata chakra? Naraku remembered clearly that Nibi Nikomata was also good at fire style. Maybe it was because of the chakra of the 2-tailed Nikomata that the intensity of the flame increased again. Wait, how did I ruin this place? Naraku, who originally wanted to try the large spiral wheel, suddenly realized that he seemed to have gone a bit too far, as the battle plan clearly did not go that way. It's troublesome. I was just planning to make a feint. Are we really going to cross the Thunder Gorge and break into the heart of the Thunder Country? This is just a small-scale war. We can't destroy the Thunder Nation. Waving his hand to disperse the Akala, Naraku sheathed his sword and stepped on a huge rock, looking at the red flames that were still burning. Just as Naraku was thinking about the next war, a red meteorite appeared in the distant sky and rushed towards the top of the mountain. Comet Dragon. In the blink of an eye, the Sky Comet Dragon appeared in front of him. A strong wind swept up, making the sea of fire on the top of the mountain even more violent. The Sky Comet Dragon folded its wings and landed on the top of the mountain. It lowered its head slightly and growled at Naraku. Found it! Roar! The Sky Comet Dragon swung its long tail, raising a cloud of dust. Well done! The Sky Comet Dragon suddenly stood in front of Naraku, its wings spread wide with red color, and roared at the people who were quickly rushing to the top of the mountain. We are one family. Stop shouting. Shihouin Naraku patted the Sky Comet Dragon's body, signaling it to keep its voice down. The Sky Comet Dragon scratched its head with its claws, folded its wings, and walked aside. Naraku, are you okay? Ino, Shika, and Cho quickly rushed to the top of the mountain, and were surprised to see the huge and majestic Sky Comet Dragon squatting obediently beside Naraku. It's okay. This is my summoning beast. The 3 of them felt relieved after hearing this. Although they had never seen a creature that looked like the Sky Comet Dragon, summoning beasts were indeed strange and had all kinds of weird things, so they accepted it quickly. We were shocked just now. We saw a red comet falling down and thought something was going to happen. The 3 people who breathed a sigh of relief finally looked at the devastated scene on the top of the mountain. The sea of fire was still burning, and the hot air made it difficult for the 3 people to breathe. Looking at the magma flowing on the top of the mountain, the 3 of them couldn't help but smack their lips in amazement. The fire was burning so fiercely. Shikaku waved his hands to disperse the burning air and asked, "Why is the fire getting more intense?" Shihouin Naraku was stunned. "Oh, that's right. Why hasn't the fire gone out yet?" He was used to seeing everything on fire, so he didn't react for a while. Especially since there is no other combustible material on the top of the mountain except rocks and soil, but the flames are still burning vigorously and there is no sign of them going out. The most important thing is that without Naraku's deliberate control, the sea of fire was still spreading, as if it was going to set the entire mountain on fire. This is almost turning into a flaming mountain. Naraku waved his hand casually, and the spreading sea of fire quickly shrank and became a huge column of fire that swirled and burned in place. Even if he stopped now, without chakra, the pillar of fire would still spew flames, etc. As the flames burned, an idea flashed through Naraku's mind. If that was the case, Naraku stood up, and in front of the astonished eyes of Ino, Shika, and Cho, he spread his arms, and a fiercely burning column of fire instantly appeared, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a sea of fire, completely covering the top of the mountain. The sea of fire began to surge, and in an instant a winding road formed on the other side of the mountain. There were flames on both sides of the road, but there was not a single spark on the road. Seeing this winding path taking shape, Naraku Shihouin, who had the fastest brain, immediately reacted, "Good idea." There was no fire on this side of the mountain where the Konoha shinobi were. Facing the mountain that is the vast and undefended territory of the Land of Lightning, a raging fire is burning. The air is filled with hot air, and there is only a winding path leading up the mountain. If the Land of Lightning doesn't want to lose a large tract of land, it can only follow the path up the mountain to repel the Konoha shinobi. Otherwise, it can only endure the Sword of Darkmo's hanging over its head. Of course, you can also choose to take a detour to Cloud Shinobi Village and climb the mountain from the other side where there is no flame. But that would not only take more time, but also require one to be careful of sneak attacks from Konoha shinobi along the way. After all, this mountain is too close to the border. The Konoha shinobi can find an opportunity to cross the border at any time and retreat to the land of hot springs after the sneak attack. Let the ninja troops start to go up the mountain. Dingzwa, go down the mountain to notify them. Yes. After Naraku gave the order, he discussed with Shikaku and Hai about changing the battle plan. The revised plan is more favorable to us. After all, we have the initiative. Now it is Cloud Shinobi who has to find a way to attack the mountain. This is their country. Cloud Shinobi must attack. That's it. The Konoha shinobi troops soon climbed up the mountain, all staring at Shihouin Naraku with the look of a god. Naraku felt uncomfortable being stared at by so many people, so he waved his hand and asked them to set up their positions and prepare for the upcoming attack from Cloud Shinobi. With the help of the flames, Konoha shinobi can save themselves a lot of trouble. Of course, there are other disadvantages. Even though Naraku tried to contain the flames as much as possible, the scorching flames and the burning air made the Konoha shinobi start sweating uncontrollably. Well, that's it for now. Naraku glanced around at the people busy and bustling about. I'm going to lead them in to ambush the Cloud shinobi supply team first. Okay, leave this to me. Shikaku watched Naraku lead his men away, and then began to discuss the battle with the staff. Naraku had already prepared the best position, and if he still lost, he would not be able to forgive himself. This is also Shikaku's confidence. Naraku, along with a handful of ninjas, quietly broke through the Cloud shinobi's defenses and entered the Land of Lightning without anyone noticing. The perfect combination of observation haki and Byakugan made it easy to find loopholes in Cloud shinobi's defenses, and since the team was small in number, the team was able to enter the ambush site silently. Hyuga Hayashi is responsible for leading the team in battle, while Naraku will only be there to support them and will not take any action himself. Otherwise, if Naraku takes charge of all the battles, what are the other ninjas going to do? He is the supreme commander on the front line, not a small soldier. High in the sky, standing on the back of the sky comet dragon, Naraku looked at the large army of Cloud shinobi marching on the ground below. Ahead of them, the Konoha shinobi were waiting for the supply troops to arrive. Now it all depends on when the Rampage will receive the information that Thunder Gorge has been breached. By then, the Cloud shinobi troops may change their route or split up. It all depends on what the other side chooses. On the ground, a large group of Cloud shinobi. Fourth Rampage AI, who has short light yellow hair and wears a white cloak, looks dignified and serious. He walks in the middle of the ninja team. From the moment he received the bad news, Fourth Raikage AI could no longer suppress his anger. He wanted to lead his team immediately and completely wipe out all Konoha shinobi. He wants all the Konoha shinobi to die on the battlefield, all of them, especially Shihouin Naraku. This time he really D him off. I swear in the name of the Fourth Raikage that I will break Shihouin Naraku's neck. If it didn't take time to gather the ninja troops, and he wasn't responsible for these things, AI would have run to the battlefield alone to fight. AI's anger did not disappear, but was suppressed deep in his heart, especially when he saw the bodies of the two wooden golems being sent back to Cloud Shinobi Village, and his brother Killer Bee, who was seriously injured and unconscious. AI's anger was about to ignite the entire Cloud Shinobi Village. But as the Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village, the closer it gets to this point, the less he can panic. So AI suppressed his anger and arranged everything, sent Killer Bee to Turtle Island, and then led the ninja troops to the front line. Even though he was angry, AI still led the team forward cautiously without revealing any flaws. Shihouin Naraku, who was high up in the sky, also had some respect for the Raikage, for he could hold back his rage for revenge. This man was amazing. But I hope he can withstand the news of the fall of Jinglei Gorge. So many blows in a short period of time, I am really worried about the Fourth Raikage. Shihouin Naraku almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Raikage Adult. Raikage Adult. When Fourth Raikage AI was leading his team on the journey, Cloud Shinobi suddenly came to report the news. What? Thunder Gorge. Impossible. With a number of Konoha shinobi, how dare they attack Thunder Gorge? Send someone to check it out for me immediately. I want to know the specific information. Yes. After receiving the information that Jinglei Gorge was attacked, AI immediately ordered the ninja troops to speed up and try to reach the front line in the shortest time possible. But before the team had advanced far, AI began to receive more news about Konoha Village's attack on Thunder Gorge. This made him extremely anxious. Although we know that with the defense of Jinglei Gorge, even if all the Konoha shinobi are deployed, they may not be able to break through the pass. But who knows if there will be any accidents? Notify the vanguard troops to speed up and support Jinglei Gorge. Yes. Soon after, more and more bad news began to come in. The Fourth Raikage's already bad expression turned completely black. The situation on the battlefield changed too quickly, and for the Land of Lightning, it was all terrible news. Breakthrough? Are you kidding me? AI angrily grabbed Cloud Shinobi's neck with one hand, completely disbelieving the information the other party had just sent. As the Raikage, AI knew very well how much energy and resources the Cloud Shinobi Village and the Land of Lightning had spent on the mighty pass at Jinglei Gorge. So how could he believe that Konoha Village could break through Thunder Gorge? Could it be that the majestic fortress is just a pile of tofu dregs? Where did all that money go? My lord, ahem, Thunder Gorge has really been breached. Send some reinforcements quickly. Cloud Shinobi, who came to deliver the letter, blushed and coughed hard while trying to speak. Damn it! AI let go of Cloud Shinobi and punched the ground hard. With a loud bang, gravel flew out of the ground and a huge, deep pit was formed. Tell me what happened. It was Shihouin Naraku who breached Thunder Gorge. It was him. It looked like Cloud Shinobi was frightened, but he still told the Raikage what he knew so that he could judge the situation. Giant? Flame Phoenix. AI raised his thick eyebrows, and his whole body exuded a violent aura. No, now is not the time to think about these things. The entire army must support Jinglei Gorge. Given the environment of the Land of Lightning, although it would be dangerous if other places were breached, the Konoha shinobi would encounter more resistance if they dared to go deeper into the country, as both the strongholds and defenses would be far stronger than those at the border. Only Thunder Gorge is different. If this place is breached, the Konoha shinobi can really march straight in. Except for a few obstacles, the enemy can even directly enter the capital of the Land of Thunder. If this happens, AI should stop being Raikage. Just commit seppuku and apologize. Taking a long breath, AI calmly ordered, send someone to inform Todai to hold the line. If Konoha's attack is too fierce, I will allow the defenders to retreat and rely on favorable terrain and environment to block the enemy ninja troops. Notify Cloud Shinobi Village that the situation on the front line is tense and more ninjas are needed. In addition to the necessary defense personnel, gather ninja troops to support the front line as quickly as possible. The existing supplies and materials are probably not enough. Notify the rear, open the storage warehouse, and send more people to transport the supplies. Watch out for the enemy's sneak attacks on the way. I order all the ninja troops behind Jinglei Gorge to abandon their defense and attack Jinglei Gorge with all their might. We must recapture this position. AI was well aware of the consequences of losing the Jinglei Gorge position. Now that the Konoha shinobi troops had broken through this place, the defense in the rear was basically useless. So instead of wasting military forces to garrison in the rear that was impossible to defend, it would be better to make the effort in one battle and take back Jinglei Gorge first. The fourth Raikage orders were carried out without compromise, and the entire Cloud Shinobi force began to advance at an accelerated pace. As a result, the Cloud Shinobi troops, which had originally had a perfect formation, began to gradually become disconnected, and the personnel responsible for transporting supplies and materials fell behind. Although the situation was urgent, the Raikage was not stupid and left some ninjas to protect the supplies. However, compared with the entire ninja army, the remaining protection personnel are not worth mentioning. Shihouin Naraku, who was high in the sky, relayed the news to Hyuga Hayashi, asking the sneak attack team to prepare. The Cloud Shinobi force quickly crossed the area where the sneak attack team was ambushing. The large number of Cloud Shinobi had no idea that someone was lying in ambush. One reason was that the ambushing Konoha Shinobi was still some distance away from Cloud Shinobi's main force. Another was that Cloud Shinobi was too impatient and the sensory ninjas did not conduct a carpet search nearby. And finally, Hyuga Hayashi's Byakugan was too comprehensive and powerful on the battlefield. He saw the enemy before the enemy discovered him, and then adjusted the team deployment according to the enemy's reaction. In this way, the possibility of being discovered by the enemy was greatly reduced. Of course, the more important reason is that this place belongs to the Land of Lightning, and Cloud Shinobi doesn't think he will encounter an enemy sneak attack here. The necessary vigilance will not be less, but it will certainly not be as strict and serious as on the front line. So the Konoha assault team watched calmly as the Cloud Shinobi army passed by and headed towards the front line, and then continued to wait for the ninja team responsible for supplying supplies. Veins bulged on Hyuga Hayashi's face, and his white eyes watched the Cloud Shinobi gradually approach from a distance of more than 1,000 meters. Here it comes. The Cloud Shinobi team responsible for supplying supplies totals 17 people. Based on the amount of chakra, there's only one person close to Jōnin levels. The rest are Chunin and Genin. The Chunin are the most numerous, about 10 of them. The remaining 6 are Genin. The Byakugan scanned the Cloud Shinobi team's formation, and Hyuga Hayashi quickly identified the Cloud Shinobi based on the opposing ninja's position, formation, and chakra. Then quickly arranged for the Konoha Shinobi to set traps, arrange attack formations, and be ready for sneak attacks at any time. Shihouin Naraku stood high in the sky and watched the movement below. He couldn't help but sigh. The Byakugan is really a strategic-level bloodline limit. Before they even make contact, the Byakugan has already figured out the opponent's details. How can we fight this battle? If fighting alone, Sharingan is indeed a very powerful bloodline limit. But in war, the Byakugan is the strongest. Except for Konoha Village, all other ninja villages are coveting the Byakugan. Kirigakure took practical action and seized a Byakugan from the Hyuga main family during the war and regarded it as a treasure. This Byakugan indeed helped Kirigakure to achieve great merit. As for Cloud Shinobi Village, they even took action to kidnap Hyuga Hinata just for the sake of Byakugan. The Byakugan can play a strategic role in war. So from this perspective, the emergence of Curse Mark, Caged Bird, is not without reason. Of course, the appearance of Caged Bird was necessary, But the conflict between the Hyuga main family and the branch house was not necessary. Shihouin Naraku stood high in the sky, watching Hyuga Hayashi and his sneak attack team wipe out the Cloud Shinobi who were in charge of supplies and materials without any surprises. No one from the Konoha team died. Only a few were injured. Call. Dust rose up, and Shihouin Naraku landed on the ground on the Sky Comet Dragon. Cloud Shinobi will soon discover that there is a problem with the supply team, and once they have cleaned up the battlefield, they will prepare to retreat. Yes, because of the ninjutsu released by the warring parties, some scrolls storing supplies were damaged, so not much was seized this time. Watching his subordinates put away the intact scrolls, Naraku waved his hand and retreated. These scrolls for storing supplies do not mean that you can take out the supplies directly after you snatch them back. Because the sealing techniques are different, a ninja who is proficient in curse sealing techniques is needed to break the seal of the scroll. Of course, breaking the seal by force is also possible, and Naraku can do it too. However, in that case, all the materials sealed in the scroll would be destroyed and could no longer be used. It wasn't until half an hour after Naraku and his group left that Cloud Shinobi realized something was wrong. When they found the site of the battle, all that was left for them was a mess. *****. Damn Konoha scum. You took all our supplies. ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Raikage-sama that the Konoha shinobi have intruded. Yes, Leader Cloud Shinobi angrily sent people to search the surrounding area, but apart from finding some possible traces, there was nothing else to find. The fourth Raikage quickly received the bad news, and after venting his anger, the only thing he could do was to send as many men as possible to protect the transportation of supplies. In the following time, Hyuga Hayashi led the Konoha assault force and began to attack Cloud Shinobi's supply team every now and then. Although the raiding party's gains were decreasing due to the increase in the number of escort ninjas, a number of Cloud Shinobi were implicated in this matter, and coupled with the difficulty of supply, the war on the front line became more difficult. Therefore, Hyuga Hayashi's sneak attack team did not disband. Instead, they moved to another location after stealing supplies and tormented Cloud Shinobi back and forth. Naraku stuffed all the ninjas who were good at perception into this team. As long as they were not caught, it would be okay even if they failed to grab the supplies. Their main purpose was to cause trouble. Cloud Shinobi was also very annoyed by this Konoha team, but he failed every time after besieging them several times. Even if they used a large amount of supplies to set up traps, it would be useless. The ninjas in this team include the Hyuga clan, the Inuzuka clan, the Aburame clan, the Yamanaka clan, etc., all of whom have maxed out various perception talents. Vision, smell, bugs, mind, and other perception abilities. Naraku didn't believe Cloud Shinobi could hide it from everyone in this team. If Cloud Shinobi could really destroy this team, Naraku would admit it. Anyway, after handing the sneak attack mission to Hyuga Hayashi, Shihouin Naraku turned around and went back to Jinglei Gorge. The battle here had already begun. Prior to this, Naraku distributed the reinforcements from Konoha to various strongholds and positions, responsible for the transmission of intelligence and supplies, as well as escorting injured ninjas to the field hospital. The main reason is that these people lack experience and their strength is a bit weak, but they have no problem completing these ordinary tasks. What the hell is this? Isn't this Thunder Gorge? Why is there a mountain burning? The ninja troops coming from Cloud Shinobi Village finally arrived at Thunder Gorge, but the scene before them drove everyone crazy. The familiar environment was completely gone, and what came into view was a mountain covered in flames. As for Cloud Shinobi Village and the mighty pass that the Land of Lightning had spent a great deal of resources to build, it had long since disappeared in the Sea of Fire without a trace. This is what Shihouin Naraku did. The fourth Raikage looked solemn. This war was not going to be easy. Sir, we found a path that leads to the top of the mountain. Take me. Looking at the winding path extending to the top of the mountain, the fourth Raikage stomped his foot hard on the ground, and a deep pit instantly appeared on the ground. This is definitely Shihouin Naraku's doing. A winding path. It looked like Cloud Shinobi might make it to the top of the mountain. But the fourth Raikage knew that this was a trap wrapped in poison in order to make Cloud Shinobi fight according to the plan of the Konoha Shinobi. The fourth Raikage knew that unless he paved the path with the blood of Cloud Shinobi, he would be unable to break through the obstruction and attack the top of the mountain. This is a road of death specially prepared for Cloud Shinobi, leading to hell. Damn it. This unexpected situation caused Cloud Shinobi, who had originally planned to start fighting immediately, to stop temporarily and start thinking about how to solve the current dilemma. In the temporary camp, the fourth Raikage and his staff discussed for an entire night, trying every possible means, and finally decided on a few plans that they had to test no matter what. Thunder Gorge is too important to Cloud Shinobi Village and the Kingdom of Thunder, so no one dares to give up. Cloud Shinobi also discovered that there was no fire on the other side of the mountain, the side occupied by the Konoha Shinobi. In this way, they could go around and choose the side without fire to attack. But that would take too much time, and besides, they would still need to break through the defenses set up by the Konoha Shinobi. In fact, attacking from both sides at the same time is the best solution. At the very least, the Konoha Shinobi can be trapped to death on the top of the mountain. The problem is that Cloud Shinobi Village does not have that many troops. The next day, at dawn, Cloud Shinobi went into action. Ino, Shika, and Cho were at the top of the mountain. Looking ahead, they saw that the ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village had already started to get busy at the foot of the mountain. Akamichi Choza looked on curiously. What are they planning to do? Who knows? Narashikako looked at the bottom of the mountain and could see what Cloud Shinobi was doing. They're trying to put out the flames. That's a pretty reasonable logic. Haha. They'll be disappointed then. It looks like we won't have to worry about a fight breaking out anytime soon. After arranging for the others to keep an eye on Cloud Shinobi's actions, Narashikaku went to do other things. At the foot of the mountain, the Cloud Shinobi began to think of a way to deal with the flames all over the mountain. For such a large-scale fire, it would consume too much chakra if the ninja simply used earth style or water style to extinguish it. For an average ninja, his chakra will be almost consumed after releasing a similar ninjutsu. Therefore, in most battles, close combat is unavoidable. Therefore, the Cloud Shinobi dug a lot of sand from other places and buried the flames at the foot of the mountain. This method was indeed good. As time passed, a lot of the flames were extinguished. As long as it works, the Cloud Shinobi worked very hard. Although the method was a bit stupid, it didn't require them to work too hard, so it was okay. Moreover, those low-level ninjas who are not strong enough are the ones who do the hard work. The strong ninjas only need to be responsible for guarding and preventing sneak attacks by Konoha Shinobi. It's going fast, just do it. Although he was very anxious, the fourth Raikage did not rush him. The current war situation could not be solved in a hurry. Just as AI turned around and was about to go back to discuss with his staff, with a whoosh, several hidden weapons shot out from the top of the mountain. Ding, ding, ding. The Cloud Shinobi who was on guard reacted quickly and knocked the hidden weapons away in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The hidden weapons that were knocked away were tied with detonating talismans, which exploded one after another, with flames, smoke, and dust rising. The Cloud Shinobi stared with bloodshot eyes at the flames that had just been buried and extinguished, because the flames from the explosion of the detonating talisman instantly rose up. It's all in vain. The Cloud Shinobi looked at the scene happening before their eyes and suddenly felt like vomiting blood. The flame that had taken so much effort to extinguish was ignited in an instant, and the sea of fire spread rapidly, covering a large area once again. There were even some low-level ninjas who didn't have time to react and were ignited by the flames in the blink of an eye, turning into real firemen. The power of flames is extremely great. Once ignited, a person will quickly lose his life and be burned to charcoal. Water style, a grand waterfall technique. Water style, water barrier. Instantly, two well-trained Cloud Shinobi jumped out and quickly formed hand seals to release water style. With a hissing sound, water vapor filled the air, and a large amount of water flowed like a waterfall instantly suppressing the spreading sea of fire. Taking this opportunity, Cloud Shinobi, who was surrounded by the sea of fire, quickly retreated. When the steam dissipated, the sea of fire once again dominated, spreading and rising, burning the air, forcing Cloud Shinobi to retreat. The fourth Raikage frowned as he watched this scene. This is trouble. If the extinguished flame can be reignited so easily, then no matter how hard they try, it will be in vain. After all, no one can guarantee that they can stop all the hidden weapons thrown by the Konoha shinobi. So we have to think of other ways. At the top of the mountain, Naraku watched the Cloud Shinobi retreat and waved to the Konoha shinobi to call a day. "Shikaku, why are you exposing the characteristics of fire now? If we wait until Cloud Shinobi reaches the mountainside before lighting the fire, they won't have enough time to escape, and the losses will definitely be greater than they are now." Facing his companion's doubts, Naraku shook his head and explained, "Casualties are inevitable in war, but this war must be kept on a small scale, although the current situation is no different from the Ninja World War. But we can't continue to add fuel to the fire. If too many Cloud Shinobi are killed or injured, even if the fourth Raikage wants to stop the war, he won't be able to do so due to pressure and public opinion. So the battle must continue, but the intensity of the war must be reduced. In fact, this war was originally going to be maintained in the land of hot springs, but who could have thought that Nerku was so powerful that he defeated Cloud Shinobi in one breath? Now it all depends on when the Raikage calms down. Then the war will be over." Boom! Shihouin Naraku dropped from the sky and landed on the ground, stepping on a huge rock, watching the actions of Cloud Shinobi at the foot of the mountain. "If the Raikage can't calm down himself, I will make him calm down. How about a sneak attack, Naraku?" Very successful. Shikaku was not surprised by this result at all. With Naraku's support, he could not imagine the possibility of failure. "Shikaku, when do you think the Raikage will admit defeat?" Naraku knew how much of a blow he had dealt to the Cloud Shinobi village, so he couldn't imagine when the fourth Raikage would give, and given his personality, both Jinchuriki are dead. It shouldn't be too late. Although the fourth Raikage looks rough, he is very thoughtful. His temper is just an outward manifestation. Naraku had met the fourth Raikage more than once, so he knew him well. As long as he realizes that insisting on doing so will cause greater losses to Cloud Shinobi Village, the fourth Raikage will give in. Naraku was somewhat skeptical of Shikaku's words. Although he did not use any harsh force against Killer Bee, he knew that the other party must be feeling bad right now. The relationship between the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee was like that of brothers, so it should be difficult for him to calm down his anger. But it doesn't matter. If they want to continue fighting, Naraku is willing to accompany them, as long as the other party can withstand the losses of Cloud Shinobi Village. There are still some abilities in this lottery that have not been tested yet. Naraku really wants to try it on the Land of Lightning to see how powerful it is. The reappearance of the Sea of Fire hit Cloud Shinobi's confidence, but the fourth Raikage was still there. As a leader, even if he didn't take action himself, as long as he appeared on the battlefield, he could give his subordinates more courage to face the enemy. The source of confidence for the Konoha shinobi is Shihouin Naraku. As long as he appears, the momentum of the Konoha shinobi will not be reduced. The result of leading the army to defeat the enemy repeatedly is that everyone trusts Naraku very much. Soon, Cloud Shinobi reorganized the team, and this time did not try to extinguish the flames. Instead, they moved in batches along the path and began to attack the top of the mountain. It's just that Cloud Shinobi has equipped each team with ninjas who are good at water style and earth style, hoping that if the Sea of Fire riots again, they can rely on water style to delay the invasion of flames, so that their own team can take the opportunity to retreat. "Go! Drive the enemy back! Kill them!" The Cloud Shinobi shouted as they rushed along the path to the top of the mountain. The flames spread on both sides like a surging wave, burning the air hot. The Cloud Shinobi who had just set foot on the path could not stop sweating. The high temperature evaporates the sweat completely before it falls onto the road. The Konoha shinobi on the top of the mountain were already prepared. Their high ground position gave them all the advantages, and no one had anything to worry about. "Get started," Naraku shouted, and all the Konoha shinobi attacked. A large number of hidden weapons with detonating tags attached to them fell towards Cloud shinobi as densely as raindrops. The opponent reacted quickly, and someone immediately stood in front of everyone. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. Solid walls instantly rose up on the mountain peaks. Countless hidden weapons were stuck into the walls, and then suddenly exploded. The debris and dirt flew everywhere, and holes of various sizes appeared on the solid walls. Some of the walls were even blown down, causing disaster to Cloud shinobi who was hiding behind them. However, most of the hidden weapons were indeed blocked by Earth Style, and this wave did not cause much damage to Cloud shinobi. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Fire Style, Dragon Fire Technique. Fire Style, Gorgeous Flame Technique. The Konoha shinobi started the next wave of attacks without stopping. Because of the surrounding environment, the release of fire-style ninjutsu was faster, less labor-intensive, and more powerful. Just like it is advantageous for water-style ninjas to fight near rivers, lakes, and seas, the Sea of Fire created by Nerku greatly enhances ninjas who excel in fire style. The various forms of flames also converge together, stirring up the Sea of Fire, and waves of fire began to surge like ocean waves, shattering the remaining walls with unrivaled force before crushing towards Cloud shinobi. Wind-style Airflow Dance. Wind-style Sandstorm. Wind-style Cyclone Technique. Wind-style Once the Typhoon Passes. The Konoha shinobi and Cloud shinobi simultaneously released a large amount of wind-style. Strong winds swept across. Hurricanes came, storms roared, and flames shot straight into the sky, burning the sky red. The plans of both sides are very clear, which is to blow the greatly powerful fire style into the opponent's position. No one held back, and under the strong wind, a fire tornado that reached the sky and the earth was born. The wind helps the fire, and the fire uses the power of the wind. The fire tornado released its power wantonly, and the strong wind made it impossible for people to open their eyes. The originally neat formation became chaotic, and the temperature around it rose rapidly, and the baked ground began to crack, not to mention the two ninjas. The strong wind cuts like a knife, and the scorching flames are scorching. But everyone was trying to endure such power and did not dare to retreat even a little. Whichever side backs down will be doomed. It's spectacular. It's spectacular. Shihouin Naraku looked at the scene in front of him as a fire tornado spiraled into the sky, releasing its fiery aura wantonly. He had no involvement in this movement. These are all the effects of a ninjutsu battle between Konoha shinobi and Cloud shinobi. Of course, the fire style of both sides can form such a terrifying fire tornado, and the Sea of Fire played a certain role. The ninjas on both sides were fighting with all their might and did not dare to relax at all. In the blink of an eye, the fire tornado began to move rapidly down the mountain, and Cloud shinobi could no longer hold on. This result is not surprising at all. The Konoha shinobi are in a commanding position, taking advantage of the terrain, and Cloud shinobi could only follow the small path up the mountain. In this situation, they could not take advantage of their numbers at all. It's pretty good to be able to hold on for a while. This shows that the overall quality of this group of ninjas is indeed good, and they can hold on under disadvantages instead of directly collapsing. But right now, no matter how hard Cloud shinobi tried, he could no longer reverse the direction of the fire tornado. They could only watch helplessly as the scorching flames swept over them. The hurricane made it impossible for anyone to stand steadily, and the ground was already being baked and began to crack. Retreat. Run. Run. At this point, there is no point in persisting. The only choice is to retreat quickly. The fourth Hokage at the foot of the mountain looked at everything that was happening on the mountain, his expression becoming very solemn. Water-style water barrier. Earth-style earth flow wall. The team leader Cloud shinobi was not ready to give up, and in order to buy time for his subordinates to evacuate, he immediately jumped out and performed ninjutsu continuously in an attempt to stop the fire tornado's attack. Laugh! The moment water and fire collided, a large amount of water vapor spread out. The next second, the fire tornado released terrifying heat, directly evaporating the water vapor, as if it was angry. While the range of the tornado was rapidly moving forward, its range was also expanding rapidly. The fire tornado that was madly accumulating energy destroyed everything in its path, and there was nothing in front of it that could stop it from releasing its power. Cloud Shinobi used up all of his chakra to create a solid and thick wall, but it didn't last even a second before it was easily destroyed by the fire tornado. It's going to explode. Shihouin Naraku stood on the boulder, looking at the expanding body of the fire tornado. The fire tornado filled an area of hundreds of meters above the mountain. Everywhere he looked was the red color of fire. At this time, unless Nerku takes action personally, no one can control this ferocious beast that is about to get out of control. Nerku said softly, "Boom! Boom!" The fire tornado could no longer maintain its towering body and exploded with a loud bang. First, there was a pause of less than half a second, and then a flash of white light appeared, blinding countless people's eyes. The red flames exploded, releasing energy that was enough to destroy the world. The powerful shock wave spread out instantly, roaring like a wave, crushing and destroying everything. The flames that followed formed a scene like a volcanic eruption. Fireballs of all sizes fell from the sky, smashed into the ground, and exploded, forming deep pits. "Ah, save me, Puff!" The Cloud Shinobi tried to escape, but they couldn't stop it. The sky was filled with exploding fireballs, leaving them with nowhere to hide. Some were burned to ashes, some were blasted into the sea of fire by the shock wave, and some were directly hit by fireballs and left with no trace. All the Cloud Shinobi who went up the mountain were wiped out. But this is not the end. The fourth Raikage looked at the flames in the sky with a serious expression, and suddenly his face changed drastically. "All troops retreat. Quickly!" At the command, Cloud Shinobi retreated quickly without hesitation. Everyone was standing still, terrified by the horrific scene. When they heard the order, they dared not delay at all. Countless fireballs fell from the sky, like fire from heaven. Waves of fire ignited on the ground and surged towards the location of Cloud Shinobi at the foot of the mountain with overwhelming momentum. The fourth Raikage reacted quickly and evacuated the ninja troops in the shortest possible time, preventing more casualties. But all the Cloud Shinobi on the mountain were wiped out without exception. The fire wave swept over a large area. After spreading out from the foot of the mountain, it ignited a large area of land before gradually weakening. Perhaps it was because the fire tornado absorbed most of the energy of the sea of fire that caused such terrifying power, but it also caused a consequence, which was that the flames on the mountain weakened more than a little. The sea of fire that had burned half the mountain is now just a small stream at most. The fourth Raikage was the first to notice this and immediately sent out another batch of Cloud Shinobi troops to climb the mountain again. That's a pretty quick reaction. Shihouin Naraku stood on the mountain, watching the Cloud Shinobi below rushing towards the top like ants. "We wiped out a wave of Cloud Shinobi. It was a bit of a big deal, but still not bad. The fire tornado later went out of control, and Naraku did not intervene, so it was powerful enough to cause such a large scale of damage." In the following battle, Shihouin Naraku still did not take action, but just acted as the leader to command the Konoha Shinobi to repel wave after wave of Cloud Shinobi attacks. As the power of the Sea of Fire waned, Cloud Shinobi seized the opportunity and launched a continuous attack like a wave, hoping to take the top of the mountain in one fell swoop. However, even without the help of the Sea of Fire, the Konoha Shinobi held their ground time and time again, preventing the Cloud Shinobi from succeeding. In addition to commanding the ninja troops, Naraku was waiting for the fourth Raikage to take action. As a result, until the end of the day's battle, the Raikage did not personally appear on the front line of the battle. I had thought that if the fourth Raikage dared to take action himself, Naraku would kill him without hesitation, but he didn't give him that chance. It may be that the fourth Raikage also knew that Naraku was waiting for him to take action, so he did not show up, but just commanded the Cloud Shinobi to fight from the back. Raikage is really calm. He doesn't care about Cloud Shinobi's death or injury. Shihouin Naraku stroked his chin, curiously looking at the Cloud Shinobi troops camped far away from the foot of the mountain. Observation Haki swept over and easily found the Cloud Shinobi team on guard in secret. At this time, the sea of fire on the mountain began to burn violently again. The raging fire enveloped the mountain, illuminating the area within 100 miles as if it were daytime. In this situation, there is no need to think about a sneak attack, as either side will be easily discovered. There's no way the Raikage doesn't care about Cloud Shinobi's death or injury. The key is that Cloud Shinobi Village cannot lose him. If anything happens, there will be no recovery. Shikaku came over, heard Naraku's question, and answered. The current Cloud Shinobi Village is on a cliff. Naraku turned around and asked, "What's the situation?" The team led by Captain Hayashi completed the raid mission well. Although Cloud Shinobi sent people to surround them, they were never able to catch anyone. That's fine. Their mission is to contain Cloud Shinobi. It doesn't matter how many supplies they can grab or destroy. Well, I've told them to put their own safety first and not to take any risks. Naraku and Shikaku were discussing the details of the battle here, and in the Cloud Shinobi unit at the foot of the mountain, the third Raikage was also working with the staff to figure out how to capture Thunder Gorge. In the Cloud Shinobi village camp, the command staff was drawing up a battle plan. Fourth Raikage AI frowned as he looked at each plan, rejecting most of them and leaving only a few to try again the next day. Even though I know there's little hope, I can't just give up. Walking out of the command center and looking up at the blazing mountain, the fourth Raikage wished that a bolt of lightning would kill all the Konoha shinobi on the top of the mountain, especially Shihouin Naraku. Bang! He smashed the tree with one punch, but the anger on AI's face was still there. Just now at the command center, he was trying hard to suppress the anger in his heart. By the wooden golem, when he thought of these three people and the other sacrifice Cloud Shinobi, AI's eyes turned red, as if he was about to awaken the Sharingan. The Cloud Shinobi team that was patrolling the camp noticed the movement here, came over and saw that it was the Raikage, then quietly left. The fourth Raikage's loss of composure is understandable. After all, he sacrificed so many of his companions. With AI's hot temper, it's not easy for him to endure until now. The fist hit nothing and AI staggered. When he came to his senses, he found that another big tree was broken and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Staring at the flames covering the mountain, AI's muscles bulged ferociously, and he couldn't wait to rush up the mountain to duel with the Konoha shinobi. But his reason told him that he couldn't do that. If he wasn't seriously injured, a tailed beast bomb would be enough to flatten the top of the mountain and completely destroy the Konoha shinobi army. Unfortunately, the two-tailed beasts controlled by Cloud Shinobi Village, the two-tailed cat, died along with the wooden golem, and it is unknown when they will be resurrected. Killer Bee is in a coma. Cloud Shinobi Village has tried everything, but still cannot wake him up. They can only place him in a secret training base on Turtle Island and continue to think of other ways. So what AI is saying now is just illusion. It's simply not possible. The next day arrived. A fierce battle started again. This time Cloud Shinobi learned from yesterday's lesson and would retreat in advance as long as there was a slight fluctuation in the sea of fire. But the frequency of attacks increased greatly. Wave after wave of ninjas launched attacks on the top of the mountain, not seeking to succeed in one try. No matter how fast or slow, as long as they could move forward, it would be fine. The fourth Raikage has made up his mind that no matter whether there will be peace talks in the end, Thunder Gorge must be recaptured. Otherwise, the war will never end. Of course, having said that, it still depends on the casualties of Cloud Shinobi in this war. AI really wants to avenge Killer Bee, but looking at the current situation, it is difficult to do so. He cannot use Cloud Shinobi as a tool to be consumed. Standing on the top of the mountain and looking down, Nerku was stunned, then called over to Naraku Shihouin combination. Take 3 ninja teams down the mountain immediately and join forces with the personnel at the base to fight. Absolutely allow Cloud Shinobi to break through the defense line, otherwise we will be trapped on the mountain. Yes, the Shika Cho team immediately left with their men to stop the Cloud Shinobi forces. Naraku had already thought of Cloud Shinobi's plan, so he was on guard against them. If the Cloud Shinobi can retake their border position, they can go around and behind the Konoha Shinobi to encircle Naraku and his group. Under normal circumstances, the Konoha Shinobi trapped on the top of the mountain would be defeated in no time without supplies. Moreover, it would be simpler and easier to attack from the side of the mountain occupied by Konoha. At least there is no sea of fire. The 4th Raikage didn't know how Shihouin Naraku had set a mountain on fire. Taking himself as a reference, AI felt that what Naraku had achieved so far was already a stretch, and there was absolutely no way he could do it again. Therefore, on the whole, it would be easier to succeed if we send someone to join forces with Tsuchiya to seize back the border stronghold, and then attack the Konoha Shinobi from both sides. However, Shihouin Naraku discovered the Raikage plan at the first moment. I was wondering why the frequency of Cloud Shinobi's attacks has increased so much. If you look closely, some of the faces look familiar. I don't know when the Raikage divided his forces. Was it last night? Naraku is not worried that Narashikaku will not be able to hold the position. It is still difficult for the Cloud Shinobi over there to break through the position. The Cloud Shinobi troops, led by Todai of Cloud Shinobi Village, were defeated by Naraku himself. Especially when the opponent rescued Killer Bee on the battlefield. They were completely defeated. The casualties are heavy. The current situation of these people is that they are more than capable of defense due to the terrain of the Land of Thunder, but are completely insufficient for offense. Even if the 4th Raikage sends out troops to fight together, it will definitely be affected. As for the Konoha Shinobi, they not only had the advantage, but were also in high spirits after a series of victories. With Shikaku's command, Naraku couldn't imagine how they could lose. Watching a wave of Cloud Shinobi rush up the mountain and be repelled by the Konoha Shinobi, Naraku seemed to see the 4th Raikage staring at the battlefield at the foot of the mountain. Come on, let's see who wins and who loses. In the following time, around the Land of Lightning, the Konoha Shinobi and the Cloud Shinobi fought fiercely in 3 battlefields. Thunder Gorge, the border of the Land of Thunder. Supply line operations. The battlefield was filled with smoke and all kinds of powerful ninjutsu, physical techniques, and hidden weapons reaped the lives of every ninja participating in the battle. Among the 3 battlefields, the fighting on the supply line was the least intense. This was actually more like a game of hide-and-seek. Konoha relied on its top perception ability to launch sneak attacks everywhere, and Cloud Shinobi sent a large number of ninjas to hunt them down. It just had to see who could run faster. The battle launched in the Jinglei Gorge area was not the most intense, but it never stopped. Konoha's senior advisor, Shihouin Naraku, led his team to occupy the advantageous terrain, and the 4th Raikage led his men to attack the top of the mountain continuously. The situation between the 2 sides was more like a confrontation, and the non-stop fighting was just a foil. As for the battle at the border of the Land of Lightning, it was the most brutal and intense. Narashikaku and Toshiro used their wisdom and tried every possible means to suppress the enemy's offensive. Toshiro wanted to lead the ninja to besiege Jinglei Gorge, but Shikaku led his men to block various strongholds to prevent the other side from passing. In order to achieve their own strategic goals, neither side will give in. The constant flow of supplies and ninja support makes the battle here more brutal and dangerous. Even the elite Jōnin cannot guarantee their own safety here. Attack, defend, sneak attack, counter sneak attack, ambush and uncover, conspiracy and open conspiracy. Everything is to defeat the enemy and achieve final victory. As time went by, Cloud Shinobi's side began to find it difficult to sustain. Compared to Konoha, their casualties were even more horrific. Their manpower was seriously insufficient, and their morale was also problematic. Although Todai still wanted to fight according to the original plan, the situation began to change. Thunder Gorge. On the battlefield, 27 ninjas were vigilantly watching the movements of Cloud Shinobi at the foot of the mountain, ready to respond to the enemy's attack at any time. Naraku looked up at the clear blue sky. It's about time. This war should end. Pack up your things and prepare to retreat. Yes. The only 27 ninjas in Jinglei Gorge obeyed the order, picked up their bags, and retreated down the mountain without looking back. Shihouin Naraku was the only one left on the ruined battlefield. Shihouin Naraku leaned against the hot rock burned by the flames, his feet on the gravel and white ash on the ground, and whistled leisurely. A person sits on a battlefield that looks like ruins. The sound of leisurely whistles echoes, and the surroundings seem quiet and comfortable. Fighting blood. It seems like everything has disappeared. The flames still burning on the mountain peaks danced more happily, as if following some kind of rhythm, beautiful and free. But this feeling of comfort did not last long. As the Cloud Shinobi team at the foot of the mountain began to gather again and began to climb along the winding path that Naraku had deliberately left behind. The enemy was approaching step by step, but Naraku didn't care and just whistled leisurely. The sound of whistles accompanied the sea of fire, and clusters of flames flickered and swayed. The shouts and screams of the Cloud Shinobi team were approaching quickly, but just as they were about to reach the top of the mountain, they suddenly stopped. Where are the people? Why are the enemies gone? What happened? There were no ninjutsu attacks, no hidden weapons coming at them, and the Cloud Shinobi team froze in their tracks. This is all going too smoothly. There is a sea of fire on both sides of the path, with flames flickering, but the surroundings were completely calm. Such an abnormal scene made the Cloud Shinobi team a little overwhelmed. Continue to attack or retreat? Team leader Cloud Shinobi immediately signaled his subordinates to notify other teams not to come up yet. The Cloud Shinobi force at the foot of the mountain also noticed something was wrong and immediately called the fourth Raikage over. Why is it so quiet? There's no sound of fighting. The Raikage immediately noticed that several teams of ninja had retreated from the mountain, and only the first team that set out remained on the mountain. What exactly happened? On the top of the mountain, Shihouin Naraku had already stood up, his pair of star-like eyes calmly looking at the hesitant Cloud Shinobi team. Not coming up? I'm going down. A clear whistle sounded, waking up the hesitant Cloud Shinobi team. Who knows what those people in Konoha are up to? Let's go ahead and see. That's right. Charge up and reoccupy the top of the mountain. Never mind, let's go. Go! The Cloud Shinobi team gathered their courage and charged once again. Boom! At this moment, a faint roar was heard from the distant sky, and a comet filled with red light crashed towards Jinglei Gorge. Get out of the way. Hi! A mighty ancient dragon rushed out from the clouds and crashed into the mountain in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom. The towering mountain shook violently, smoke and dust filled the air, and countless pieces of rubble rolled down the mountain. What was that just now? The fourth Raikage frowned and looked up at the sky. What was that flash of red light just now? Meteor? Meteorite? Or what? Thinking of what the Cloud Shinobi team had just told him about the abnormality on the top of the mountain, AI immediately shouted out an order. Ho! Alert! The well-trained Cloud Shinobi immediately perked up, gripped their weapons tightly, and looked toward the mountain with vigilance. Mountaintop. Clatter. The long tail swept the rubble aside, and the sky comet dragon swung its body and flapped its wings to jump out of the deep pit. As for the Cloud Shinobi team that was originally here, they may have turned into gas. With the speed of the sky comet dragon and the terrifying impact force, it would be a miracle if the Cloud Shinobi could survive. Crack! Footsteps sounded, and Shihouin Naraku stood in front of the pit. Well done! Roar! The sky comet dragon swayed its huge body, and its huge head approached Naraku and roared. This is just the beginning. Since the Raikage is so stubborn, let's give him a gift to wake him up completely. Roar! Naraku jumped up and landed on the back of the sky comet dragon. Child hunting. Naraku waved his hand, and the sea of fire covering the mountain began to boil. The flames quickly surged and condensed together, and the cool sound of birds chirped. Two graceful fiery red phoenixes were born. The phoenix spread its wings, raised its slender neck, and cried toward the sky. It stepped on the ground with its sharp claws, and flames clung to its gorgeous feathers, forming intricate and strange patterns. Call! Two phoenixes flapped their wings, soared into the sky, and soared into the sky. Let's go! Ouch! The sky comet dragon twisted its head and flapped its wings slightly. A powerful airflow spurted out and instantly rushed into the sky 10,000 meters high, like a red line. Two beautiful yet dangerous phoenixes flapped their wings and flew up and down, circling Shihouin Naraku. Puff! The sky comet dragon looked at the two phoenixes curiously and snorted. Set off. A good show is about to begin. Alone. One dragon. A pair of phoenixes. Target the Cloud Shinobi village camp. Dazzling flames gathered and suddenly burst out, and the sky comet dragon rushed down like an arrow. A beautiful stream of light flashes. In just half a second, the sky comet dragon pierced through the sonic boom and left the roar behind. The phoenix followed closely behind the sky comet dragon, rushing towards its destination in a V-shaped formation. What's coming? The fourth Raikage and many cloud shinobi raised their heads and looked towards the distant sky. The sound of muffled thunder could be heard faintly from that direction. It's thundering. Is it going to rain? Suddenly, three small black dots appeared in everyone's sight. Enemy attack. A shrill sound echoed, but it was too late. The cloud shinobi's pupils reflected sparks, shining extremely beautifully. Countless flames fell from the sky and landed in the cloud shinobi camp. A large number of fireballs exploded directly, blowing everything into pieces. The sudden air raid instantly destroyed a large area of the camp. Flames and flashes raged wildly, and cries of pain filled the space. The circular shock wave overturned all the tents, and the flames easily destroyed everything around them. Some people were burned to ashes by the flames before they could even run away. Some people were blown away while running and hit the wreckage, and their life force disappeared. The flames spread everywhere, devouring everything in the world. Careful! Get out of the way! Fight back! Fight back! The fourth Raikage screamed madly, watching his subordinates fall one by one with bloodshot eyes. Blood spilled on the soft ground that was blown up, leaving a cruel picture that was clearly visible. Collapse, roar, explosion, smoke, fire, blood. Everything seemed like a lively drama. It's not that no one wanted to fight back, but when these people raised their hands in confusion and wanted to throw hidden weapons or release ninjutsu, they found that they couldn't find the attacking enemy at all. The Phoenix and Sky Comet Dragon sprinted across the camp. At such a terrifying speed, Cloud Shinobi could only vaguely see red rays flashing and piercing back and forth in the sky. Every time the red light flashes, a large number of fireballs will suddenly explode in Cloud Shinobi's camp. The earth-shattering explosion never stopped, and the white translucent shock waves and flames swept away everything within the damage radius. Smoke and flames rose into the sky, sand and gravel flew everywhere, and explosions similar to fireworks followed one after another, completely covering the entire camp. In the extremely painful eyes of the fourth Raikage, he could only vaguely see a flash of red light shuttling back and forth in the sky. 3 red rays of light shuttled back and forth in the sky, as if no one was around. Whenever a red glow flashed above the Cloud Shinobi camp, it was accompanied by a violent explosion. Under such high-frequency bombing, the entire camp fell into a desperate situation. In the desolate wilderness, cruel and beautiful flowers of death bloomed. The horrific explosion and impact destroyed everything. The effect of the airstrike was so horrific that the area looked as if an extremely violent earthquake had just occurred. Countless body parts, debris, wood chips, and other things could be seen flying in the air, but before they could fall, The rising flames swallowed all of these objects up. After a long time, the explosion finally stopped. Fourth Raikage stood there in a daze. He didn't understand why he didn't die. He should die. The fourth Raikage tried to speak, but found that only hoarse and indistinct sounds came out. Blood and body parts were scattered all over the ground, and AI's ears were filled with the painful groans of Cloud Shinobi who had survived by chance. The ghostly attack speed and terrifying explosion power completely frightened Cloud Shinobi. The entire camp was unusually quiet except for the crackling of the fire and the groans of the seriously injured ninja. The clear sound of birdsong echoed in the sky, and the fourth Raikage vaguely saw a few black dots flashing in the sky. In the clear blue sky, Shihouin Naraku stood on the back of the sky comet dragon and looked at the land that had been madly bombed and filled with smoke. It's a bit too powerful. I thought I'd have to finish it off, but it looks like that won't be necessary. Not many people survived. The fourth Raikage was lucky that he wasn't killed by the explosion. Naraku didn't intentionally let the fourth Raikage go. Maybe he was just too lucky. In that case, he didn't plan to finish off the opponent. The Cloud Shinobi who managed to survive today's air raid is basically half crippled, and it will take several years for them to recover. Not to mention fighting, the surviving Cloud Shinobi had the courage to go to the battlefield, and Naraku would have to praise him for his courage. The air raid is over. Let's go reunite. But where should we throw these two phoenixes? Naraku looked at the two phoenixes flapping their wings and soaring beside him. His original plan was to throw the two phoenixes as super bombs at the Cloud Shinobi camp. At first, Naraku was worried that the airstrike would be too weak. Now it seems that it is totally unnecessary. In that case, bang! Naraku snapped his fingers very coolly. The two phoenixes chirped softly, flapped their red, flaming wings, and quickly fell towards the Thunder Gorge. Boom! Orange-red flames shot up into the sky, and the entire mountain was completely ignited and began to burn fiercely. The hot breath dispersed the clouds in the sky. This time, it was not just half of the mountain that was set on fire, but the entire mountain was completely covered by flames. The wind was howling, and the flames engulfed the mountain. No matter what this mountain was called before, it is now called Flaming Mountain. Naraku was very satisfied with his work. The blazing flame mountain was like the perfect curtain call of a drama. Boom! The sky comet dragon roared angrily, and dragon energy spurted out like beautiful fireworks. It rushed out in an instant and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A red comet streaked across the cloudless blue sky. It's gone in a flash. The scenery seen from high altitude is completely different from that on the ground, and it has a special beauty. Of course, only in Naraku can you see such beautiful scenery. However, in order to enjoy this treatment, one must first withstand the terrifying flying speed of the sky comet dragon. Roar! Arrive! Naraku looked down and could vaguely see various buildings on the ground, with flickering fires from time to time not far away. It looks like the battle between the two sides was very fierce. I can vaguely see the flashes of fire from such a high place. Okay, go back now. Shihouin Naraku stood high in the sky and patted the body of the sky comet dragon beside him, signaling that it could leave. Roar! Don't worry, I'll summon you out from time to time. The sky comet dragon stretched out its big head and rubbed Naraku's arm, then dissipated like a point of light and returned to its own world. Call. Naraku no longer consumed chakra and energy to maintain the aerial dance technique, and his body began to fall rapidly toward the ground. Why does it feel like this falling speed is much slower than my own flying speed? Shaking his head, Naraku once again used the air dance technique, turning into a white line and flying quickly towards the Konoha position. Swish! Naraku appeared in the middle of Konoha's camp, startling everyone present. The Konoha shinobi were well-trained. Some had drawn their short swords, some were ready to release ninjutsu, and even an encirclement was about to form. Good, quick response. It was really great to be able to react so quickly when encountering an unexpected situation, and Naraku was very satisfied. Adult. Naraku is adult. After seeing the appearance of the person who came, the Konoha shinobi finally breathed a sigh of relief and saluted respectfully towards Naraku. Where's Shikaku? But I'm going to find him. Lord Naraku, Chief of Staff Shikaku, set out with his team not long ago and is on the front lines fighting Cloud Shinobi. The captain of the team in charge of this position stepped forward and answered seriously. Cloud Shinobi attacked our position like crazy before. In order to ensure the smooth flow of intelligence, Lord Shikaku led the team to station at the temporary position at the front line. The Ino, Shika, Cho trio all go to the front together? The battle is so fierce. Shihouin Naraku thought as he walked towards the command center. Naraku Shikaku may have sensed that he was approaching, so he led the team out directly in order to suppress the enemy's momentum as quickly as possible. As for why Cloud Shinobi's offensive was so crazy, Toshiro seemed to be sending people to attack Konoha's position frantically without caring about casualties. It might be because Cloud Shinobi Village was about to collapse, so they decided to give it one last try. Maybe there was a chance of victory. Naraku is adult. When they entered the headquarters, several staff officers who had been arguing loudly quickly saluted. Naraku waved his hand casually, then asked, "How's the battle going?" Lord Naraku, Cloud Shinobi is holding on to his last breath and could collapse completely at any moment. According to our guess, this time should come soon. If there is another unexpected attack, the Cloud Shinobi troops might be destroyed in the next second. Several staff officers looked at Shihouin Naraku, hoping that he could give everyone good news. Naraku nodded and gave everyone a reassuring, but the Cloud Shinobi troops in Thunder Gorge have been destroyed. There won't be many Cloud Shinobi left alive. I believe this news will soon reach the Cloud Shinobi camp. The war will be over soon. Very good. As expected of Lord Naraku, you are so strong. Sure enough, this is Lord Naraku's magnanimity. Consultant Naraku is really amazing. Lord Naraku, this is the information sent from the village. Please take a look. Naraku took the intelligence scroll and found that it had not been opened, so he opened it and began to read. This is the letter from Tsunade. The commendation letter and appointment letter had been delivered a long time ago, and Naraku had already read them. The newly received intelligence does not contain much information. As expected by Shihouin Naraku, in this letter Tsunade specifically talked about the attack on Konoha village by Uchiha Itachi, Momochi Zabuza, and Haku. Konoha village has now confirmed that Momochi Zabuza is dead, but Uchiha Itachi and Haku are still alive. There's another small thing. When Uchiha Sasuke went to visit Hatake Kakashi, who was injured and hospitalized, he accidentally learned the news that Uchiha Itachi had returned to the village. Uchiha Sasuke chased after Uchiha Itachi like crazy and got beaten up. When this letter was sent, Sasuke was receiving treatment in the hospital, and thanks to Tsunade's help, he was recovering very well. However, something unexpected happened again. For some reason, Sasuke and Naruto had a conflict and even had a very dangerous duel. Fortunately, Tsunade was nearby and beat Naruto and Sasuke mercilessly, which made the two of them calm down temporarily. Uzumaki Naruto has Nine Tails chakra to help him, so no matter how serious the injury is, he will be fine after a good night's sleep. Poor Sasuke, he had just been beaten up by his own brother and was admitted to the hospital. Just when he had recovered a little, he was beaten up again by Tsunade. Now he had to continue to stay in the hospital. It seems that the village is unexpectedly lively since I was away from Konoha. Naraku put away the letter, and the contents on it seemed to be vivid in his mind, as if a picture was playing in front of his eyes. The big picture of what happened was the same, just some small details were different. For example, Naraku was very sure that Tsunade had learned a lot of information from Uchiha Itachi and relied on code words and gestures to barely connect with Uchiha Itachi. Although Naraku knew the ins and outs of some things very well, due to his identity, he was not in a position to leak the information. Now, with Uchiha Itachi, things are much easier. This is why Naraku told Tsunade the code words and hand gestures that the third Hokage taught him. Uchiha Itachi will definitely return to Konoha. His younger brother is there, so there is no need to worry that he will not show up. So now Shihouin Naraku is speculating that maybe Sasuke accidentally learned about Uchiha Itachi, and Tsunade leaked it on purpose? Uchiha Itachi had given so much information and wanted to see his brother, so Tsunade had no reason to stop him. The Uchiha Itachi incident is over. After Kakashi is discharged from the hospital, he and Guy lead the team to the front line to help Jiraiya. So the person who stopped Naruto and Sasuke from fighting became Tsunade. TSK. Tsunade-sensei is different from Kakashi. Those two guys must have suffered a lot. In that case, Sasuke's defection will still happen. Naraku pinched his chin in thought. In fact, if Uchiha Itachi hadn't suddenly returned to the village, Sasuke would have changed a lot under the influence of Naruto and would not necessarily defect. Unfortunately, Uchiha Itachi still showed up, and he also takes good care of his younger brother and gave Sasuke Tsukuyami, making Uchiha Sasuke recall the painful memories of the Uchiha genocide once again was a blow beyond words. Sasuke is unlucky to have a brother like Uchiha Itachi. However, Naraku is just watching the fun of these things now. The letter sent by Tsunade also explains one more thing. Hope the war ends soon. Tsunade had only been in office for a short time. The pain of Konoha's collapse plan had not yet ended, and 2 wars had broken out in succession. If it continued for a long time, it would not be a good thing. This point coincides with Naraku. He was already planning on ending this war, but it all depended on Cloud Shinobi's cooperation. If Cloud Shinobi Village cooperated a bit, Naraku wouldn't mind showing mercy, since he didn't intend to destroy the Lightning Nation outright, as that would do him no good. In the following period of time, fierce fighting on the battlefield continued. More than 20 ninjas who evacuated from Jinglei Gorge finally arrived at the border battlefield. They had obviously left earlier than Naraku, but this group of ninjas only arrived after Naraku had begun giving orders and making final preparations for the battle. Who made Naraku fly? Shihouin Naraku did not send these 20-odd ninjas to the battlefield immediately, but ordered them to rest first before the final decisive battle. The war continued. Konoha's side became more and more powerful, and the Cloud Shinobi who began to suppress it retreated step by step. At this time, the news of Cloud Shinobi's disastrous defeat in Jinglei Gorge had begun to spread everywhere. Not only the Konoha Shinobi, but also the Cloud Shinobi who had been gritting their teeth and fighting in this position had learned the news. Of course, the news was leaked on Naraku's orders in order to damage the morale of the Cloud Shinobi. The result was very good. Konoha could clearly feel the morale of Cloud Shinobi decreasing, and the offensives from all sides gradually weakened. Cloud Shinobi position. You think that Jinglei Gorge really failed? They must have lost. Didn't you notice that the Konoha Shinobi are getting more and more numerous as we fight? They must have occupied Thunder Gorge and sent people here to support us. I don't know what the casualties are, but if the 4th generation is still here, it should be fine. Who knows? Maybe Raikage-sama has already... Bang! What are you talking about? UB ******** D. Before they could finish their sentences, the Cloud Shinobi started fighting. Toshiro signaled from a distance, and someone immediately pulled the fighting ninjas apart. It seems that the dispute has been settled, but everyone knows that the problem is not that simple. The scene happening before their eyes was already very common in the Cloud Shinobi troops. Everyone was feeling very depressed and began to use quarrels and fights to relieve the heavy pressure like a mountain. Toshiro sighed deeply. With his abilities, it was already the best he could do to suppress the current Cloud Shinobi troops without any problems. As for the originally fierce battles, the frequency has long been greatly reduced. In fact, even if the fighting continues, there will be no progress. It is better to slow down and let the troops rest before thinking about counterattack. What happened in Thunder Gorge? It has been a long time since Raikage has communicated information via mail. Is it true that? Toshiro returned to the tent with a worried look on his face and began to ponder the details of the next battle. The Nara clan really cannot be underestimated, And that powerful Shihouin Naraku, how did Konoha village cultivate him? Why do they keep popping up in batches? Thinking of Darui, whose life and death are uncertain. This is one of the few top ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village who could be entrusted with the future Raikage. But now, in fact, when Todai saw Killer be carrying the corpse of Wooden Golem back, he knew that Darui was in danger. He said this now just because he was holding on to the last glimmer of hope. If Darui is indeed still alive and just being held captive by Konoha, then maybe he could be redeemed once the war is over. It's a pity that Killer Bee fainted due to his injuries, so I didn't have a chance to ask him about Darui's situation. Killer Bee, who was carrying the 2 corpses of Wooden Golem, was finally rescued, but he fell headfirst in front of Todai, scaring him so much that his heart almost stopped beating. Fortunately, Killer Bee was only seriously injured and unconscious and did not die, but his condition was indeed very critical at the time. So Todai had to quickly send someone to escort Killer Bee back for treatment. There was no chance to ask about the safety of Darui and others. Wow! A noisy sound rang out in the position, and Todai frowned and walked out. Raikage is an adult. Toshiro had never seen the 4th Raikage like this before. The original Raikage was always the kind of strong man who could not be crushed by the sky or the earth. He would never show signs of retreat, confusion, ruin, or decadence. But the 4th Raikage standing before him now seemed unchanged in appearance. Still the determined, strong, mountain-like ninja, but Toshiro had seen that the confidence he once had in the other's eyes had been lost, and now there was more pain and confusion. What happened? Toshiro glanced behind the 4th Raikage and saw that they were followed by only a dozen Cloud shinobi covered in scars. What about others? Although Jinglixia sent people to support the front line he was in charge of, there shouldn't be only this many left. As a high-ranking official in Cloud Shinobi Village, Tsuchiya has a rough idea of the number of Cloud Shinobi. He led the 4th Raikage into the building first and watched him sit down. Toshiro motioned for the others to leave first, leaving only 2 people in the room. However, the 4th Raikage did not speak. Instead, he remained silent for a long time and then sighed. Seeing the 4th Raikage in this state made Toshiro shudder with fear. What on earth had happened to make the Raikage become like this? Adult Raikage. This won't work, Toshiro was about to ask when he saw the Raikage speaking. Tsukio, withdraw the ninjas responsible for protecting the supplies. Toshiro was stunned and immediately explained, if this happens, the Konoha shinobi will attack our supply team even more recklessly. Over time, there will be logistics problems. Let them come back and prepare for the final battle. Decisive battle? Todai understood that if that was the case, he must call the person back. The decisive battle is imminent, and there is no need to worry as long as there are no logistics problems before and after the battle. Got it. I'll go right away. The order was issued, and when Toshiro returned, the 4th Raikage also told him about the changes that took place in Jinglei Gorge. Tsukio was almost broken down like the Raikage at this point. Those who died were the elite of Cloud Shinobi Village. Even if they won the final battle, the dead ninjas could not be resurrected. At this moment, Todai regretted deeply that he should have firmly opposed the war. However, both of them were experienced ninjas. Although the blow was too severe this time, they managed to recover some of their energy. After all, everyone was still on the battlefield, and so many ninjas were waiting for them to make a decision. The news of the disastrous defeat at Thunder Gorge could certainly no longer be concealed at this point, so the Raikage and Toshiro did not suppress it, but instead used this opportunity to let everyone vent their emotions on the Konoha shinobi, causing the hatred between the 2 sides to grow even stronger. Suddenly, the Cloud Shinobi were no longer depressed, and their morale barely returned to the level before the war broke out. In addition, the appearance of the 4th Raikage filled everyone's hearts with confidence. Although I don't know how long this morale can last, it will be fine as long as it is maintained until the decisive battle. Soon, the Cloud Shinobi who were scattered to protect the supply team returned to the camp one after another. Boom! Several figures were engulfed by the flames produced by the explosion. The Konoha team has once again successfully attacked Cloud Shinobi's supply team, but Hyuga Hayashi is not too happy. Where are Cloud Shinobi's protectors? How did they succeed so easily this time? The scene within a kilometer of the Byakugan, Hyuga Hayashi, is a bit strange. He had thought it was a trap, but the team's various sensing methods failed to detect the ambushing Cloud Shinobi. The results of the attack further demonstrated that they had overthought. Over the next day, Hyuga Hayashi led several successful attacks and destroyed several Cloud Shinobi supply teams. Cloud Shinobi, are you not planning on getting supplies? What are they planning to do? Do they have any new plans? It was a bit unexpected, but there was definitely no sign of an ambush. We should be careful to avoid being tricked. We already have the upper hand, so there's no need to be too aggressive. Don't worry, Cloud Shinobi's methods will never be able to break through our perception capabilities. The Konoha Shinobi in the team discussed for a long time and finally decided to report this back to the headquarters. However, before Hyuga Hayashi could send someone to deliver the information, the headquarters issued a new order. Captain Hayashi, Lord Naraku, has given the order that your mission is over. Return immediately. Yes. Thinking of Cloud Shinobi's abnormal behavior and the order just received from the headquarters, Hyuga Hayashi immediately understood that the decisive battle was about to begin. So without wasting time, he immediately led his men back to the Konoha camp. Late at night, Cloud Shinobi camp. Cloud Shinobi on guard patrol sweep all suspicious hidden locations to prevent surprise attacks by Konoha Shinobi. Important locations in the camp are covered by simple barriers. Without special instructions and secret codes, it is impossible to approach these locations. If you are far away, it is even difficult to see the situation here clearly. The entire camp was divided into several areas, all guarded and monitored by Cloud Shinobi. Probably because the Cloud Shinobi camp in Jinglei Gorge was destroyed, the 4th Raikage learned a lesson and quickly erected several towering buildings near the camp, equipped with crossbows with extremely long range. There are even quite a few Cloud Shinobi hiding in the high terrain around the camp. In short, in order to avoid repeating the same mistake, the 4th Raikage spent a lot of effort to improve defense measures, and even ordered the Cloud Shinobi village in the rear to immediately begin developing anti-aircraft weapons. Inside the headquarters, the 4th Raikage, Todai, and the staff have decided on the final battle deployment. After the others left, the 4th Raikage looked at the battle plan for a while, then said directly to Toshiro, "Toshiro, take the ninjas who have been withdrawn from the Jinglei Gorge camp back to the village. Given their mental state, they are not fit to participate in the final decisive battle." But Toshiro was stunned. The final battle was about to begin. How could he leave at this time? "Lord Raikage, the final battle hasn't even started yet. Are you planning to let me escape?" AI was ready to give the order forcefully, but gave up. He could understand Todai's thoughts, and could only choose to let others complete the task. "Tsuchiya, remember what I'm going to say next. If the war starts, The original Raikage was listening very carefully, but he became more and more panicked the more he listened, and even wanted to interrupt the Raikage's orders several times, but he barely held back. After finally waiting for the 4th Raikage to finish his instructions, Toshiro said with a look of horror, "Master Raikage, the situation is not yet that critical, and I believe that Cloud Shinobi Village will definitely be the final winner. So there is no need for you to. It's just a preparation in advance. It may not happen." The 4th Raikage had now fully regained his usual cheerful and assertive personality, looking extremely strong and not allowing Toshiro to argue at all. Although this is a good phenomenon, the local government is still worried. There's no need to worry. Just like you said, Cloud Shinobi Village will definitely be the final winner. The 4th Raikage clenched his thick fists. His well-developed muscles were filled with terrifying power, and he exuded a strong aura. He is ready for battle. After dawn, the war began. The dim sky and the drizzle formed lines, blurring the whole world. The rain was light at first, but soon it turned into a river. The sudden rain disrupted everyone's plans. In the rain, the two groups of ninjas were hundreds of meters apart, and murderous aura filled the air like fog. The morning light was dim, but it was difficult to see clearly. Clatter. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and it was difficult for those who were being drenched to open their eyes. In this situation, many ninjas could hardly stand, let alone fight. But what's worse is that most of the Konoha team are ninjas who are good at fire style. If they fight on such a rainy day, they will be at a great disadvantage. Naraku Shihouin suggested. Naraku, what should we do? Should we stop the decisive battle for a while? It's no use asking me such questions. Shihouin and Naraku looked up at the Cloud Shinobi team in the distance and saw that they were advancing instead of retreating, and their morale had obviously improved. It seemed that Naraku, the fire-style ninja, had put too much pressure on Cloud Shinobi before, but now with the blessing of the weather, the Cloud Shinobi side immediately became confident. This rare rainy day is a perfect opportunity for Cloud Shinobi. No matter how you think about it, Raikage will not let it go. That's true. While Shikaku was thinking about countermeasures, Shihouin and Naraku smiled happily. The sky has turned to rain, and I am the sun. I will transform any scene that is not suitable for combat. Before he finished speaking, Shihouin and Naraku walked out of the position alone and headed towards the center of the battlefield. Call! Fire started from under my feet, and torches were lit using Shihouin and Naraku as fuel. The heavy rain could not extinguish the flames on Naraku's body, but instead made it burn even more violently. All the ninjas on the battlefield on both sides turned their eyes to Naraku, who was still on the front line. Boom! The fiercely burning flames suddenly rose up, with Naraku as the center. Flames bloomed in the wet mud and stagnant water, and instantly spread out and turned into a sea of fire. Rain continued to fall, but was burned into gas by the flames in an instant. The misty moisture was wiped out by the high temperature before it could spread. Naraku, standing in the center of the sea of fire, attracted countless eyes. Flames began to gather around him, and infinite energy began to compress and compress frantically. Even the ninjas far away from the battlefield could feel a vague uneasiness. Boom! The next second, a pillar of fire stretched across the sky and earth. The rising flames instantly shattered the rain clouds above the sky, and the heavy rain that formed a line dissipated directly. The high temperature burned the air, and the coldness disappeared without a trace. The sun also emerged from the clouds in time and began to release its own light and heat. In an instant, the natural barrier becomes a thoroughfare. Fight natural disasters alone. In the blink of an eye, the rainy day was transformed into a warm day with clear blue sky. When outrageous power, such a terrifying force, has completely fallen into the category of natural disasters. That's amazing. Naraku-sama is awesome. So strong. The Konoha Shinobi team cheered, and their morale was high. As for Cloud Shinobi's camp, they fell into an unbearable silence, and their morale instantly plummeted. Even with the fourth Raikage standing in the front, he couldn't stop the despair that appeared on everyone's faces. How can we fight this? There is no way around it. Shihouin Naraku's method of changing the celestial phenomena is too powerful, and it is not something that can be ignored just by talking about it. In the center of the battlefield, the sea of fire boiled for a while and then gradually subsided. Naraku suddenly clenched his fist, and the flames began to shrink and condense rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a palm-sized fiery red phoenix. The bird hopped onto Naraku's shoulder, preening its wings made entirely of flames. It looked unusually well-behaved, but its dangerousness could only be vaguely seen from the extremely hot flames that its beak would spit out from time to time. Kill! Shihouin Naraku's voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the Konoha Shinobi team. In an instant, the ninja team surged like a tide and rushed towards the enemy with roars. Cloud Shinobi was a little slow to react, but he reacted immediately, and although his morale was at its lowest, he still poured out without hesitation for the sake of his friends and family behind him. The two teams were like surging waves, moving forward without stopping, and then collided violently, stirring up countless waves. A large number of ninjas died from just one contact. Amid the sounds of fighting, smoke filled the air and blood rose. Everyone was fighting hard, trying their best to kill all the enemies in front of them without holding back at all. Various escape techniques were used fiercely and hidden weapons were fired indiscriminately. In such a chaotic battlefield, a Jōnin who had dodged a powerful ninjutsu 1 second might be killed by a very inconspicuous hidden weapon the next. Except for the top ninjas, no one can guarantee to survive in such a cruel battlefield. After Shihouin Naraku solved the problem of the rain, he remained standing there without moving, except for the cloud shinobi who ran in front of him in search of death. But before he could make a move, he was killed by the fire spit out by the little phoenix and burned to ashes. The Konoha shinobi clearly had the upper hand in the war. Even though the cloud shinobi had more men, they had suffered many blows and their morale was low, so they were no match for Konoha's elite ninjas. Although Cloud Shinobi's sneak attack on Naraku was somewhat overestimating his own abilities, most of the people who didn't even dare to get close to him were even more useless. How could a ninja team with completely destroyed confidence possibly display its true strength? It was only normal for them to be crushed by Konoha. Therefore, even if Naraku stood still and did not take action, it would be a great deterrent to the Cloud Shinobi, and he was also a source of confidence for the Konoha Shinobi. As long as Naraku is still standing, the Konoha Shinobi has full confidence in defeating any enemy. The top leaders on both sides understand this, but there is no way to solve the problem. If you have the ability, kill Shihouin Naraku, and all problems will be solved. Bang! With his hands in his pockets, Naraku kicked the sneaking Cloud Shinobi away, and with a cry of the phoenix, he spit out flames, igniting the enemy who was still screaming in mid-air into a human-shaped pillar of fire. It looks like the winner will be decided soon. Observation Haki swept across the battlefield, and Naraku was very aware of the changes in the situation between the two sides. Ninja battles are so fast. Most of the time, it is just a fight at the squad level. Once it expands to the war level, it ends just as quickly. After all, who could have thought that a war involving the ninja world would only last a few days? Shihouin Naraku raised an eyebrow and looked towards the Cloud Shinobi position. It looks like the fourth Raikage can't stand it anymore. On Cloud Shinobi's side, the fourth Raikage's muscles were knotted and veins bulged. Thunder spread around him. Lightning flashed, and his short hair all stood up. This is the lightning-style chakra mode, the strongest lightning-style armor. In this state, the fourth Raikage's defense and speed will be greatly improved. Even the Mangekyo Chakravartin cannot capture the opponent's trace, which is enough to show how exaggerated AI's speed is. It can be said that right from the start, fourth Raikage took out his trump card and was ready to fight to the death. Naraku's observation Haki locked onto the Raikage, watching his movements with interest. Lightning-style chakra mode. It was enough to rival the ultimate speed of 4th Hokage Namake's Minato Flying Thunder God, and Shihouin Naraku was very interested in it. He also wanted to know if he could keep up with the other person, or even surpass him. It was a rare opportunity to meet a good opponent, and Naraku became excited again after a long time. Accustomed to throwing his ultimate moves everywhere, he also wanted to have a hearty physical battle with an evenly matched opponent. Fourth Raikage is a very suitable choice. There was fire burning in a pair of eyes. There is lightning flashing in a pair of pupils. His aura gradually gathered and rose. The lightning wrapped around the fourth Raikage's body crackled, his muscles bulged, and his sturdy body became noticeably more sturdy. Looking at Cloud Shinobi being crushed by the Konoha Shinobi, the fourth Raikage's eyes became more and more angry. In the next second, he appeared in front of the Konoha Shinobi who wanted to kill Cloud Shinobi, as if teleporting, and his fist as big as a hammer was about to hit the Konoha Shinobi's head. It is conceivable that if a Konoha Shinobi was hit by such a powerful fist, he would die immediately. Bang! With a slight sound, a white and seemingly flexible hand grasped the fourth Raikage's wrist at the critical moment, and the fist as hard as iron could not go any further. "What are you going to do to my men?" A smile appeared on Shihouin Naraku's lips, and a rare hint of fighting spirit appeared in his pupils. It was not until this time that the Konoha shinobi and Cloud shinobi, who were fighting a life-and-death battle, reacted. They had no idea when their boss had appeared. The Konoha shinobi broke out in a cold sweat, and looking at the fist so close to him, he already understood what was happening. Naraku is adult. Raikage adult. Boom! The violent momentum exploded instantly, and the Konoha shinobi and Cloud shinobi were blown away before they could even scream, and the fire and thunder collided wildly. Waves of powerful force pour out indiscriminately. 4. Foam. Yuan. Na. Luo. The fourth Raikage gritted his teeth and called out Naraku's full name word by word. It seems that you have a deep hatred for me. Naraku tilted his head, not quite understanding why the other party was angry. Is there some misunderstanding? Of course, the bombing of Thunder Gorge was my fault. Boom! Before Naraku finished speaking, the fourth Raikage's overwhelming power exploded. With the two people as the center, the ground suddenly collapsed and countless cracks appeared. Pieces of rubble broke apart, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. But neither Naraku nor AI let go, and they were still fighting each other. Boom! With a loud bang, the earth finally couldn't bear such pressure, and a deep pit appeared in the center of the battlefield. The Konoha shinobi and Cloud shinobi around them all dodged as much as possible, but some were implicated. Bang, bang, bang. Two figures fought rapidly in mid-air. Thunder exploded, flames burst, and the naked eye could not keep up with the speed of the battle between the two. One could only vaguely see a red figure with a gleam of fire engaged in a fierce battle with a sturdy figure surrounded by thunder. Shihouin Naraku's physical skills are extremely strong and powerful. Every punch and kick is accompanied by terrifying strange force. Ordinary ninjas will die if they are touched by him, and will be injured if they are touched by him. Even with the strong body of the fourth Raikage, he dare not say that he can resist him a few more times. More importantly, Naraku's punches and kicks were accompanied by the explosive energy and burning high temperature of fire, which made it even more difficult for AI to resist. As for the fourth Raikage, after he activated the lightning-style chakra mode, the cells in his body became activated and his nerve reflexes were greatly improved. At this moment, he really looked like a blue lightning, and he had rich experience in hand-to-hand combat, not to mention the paralyzing power contained in the thunder. The speed of the two is almost the same, and fire and lightning each have their own powerful characteristics. The only thing is that Naraku's physical skills are indeed not as good as AI's. This is mainly due to the difference between their fighting styles, with AI Ben focusing on physical skills and melee abilities. In the past, Naraku's talent lay in his spirit and soul, and his physical fitness has just been improved. Although his physical skills are not weak, it depends on who he is compared with. Fourth Raikage AI is a ninja who is extremely skilled in taijutsu. Even so, during the crazy battle, Naraku did not suffer any loss. What's wrong with that other party? He can actually see through my movements, barely suppressing the anger in their hearts. The fourth generation, who seemed to be attacking crazily, used their inner calmness to make their offensive even more fierce. But at this moment, AI found something wrong. There was a very obvious difference in their melee and physical abilities, but every time his attack could be seen through by Naraku. He couldn't understand why this happened. It was obvious that the enemy did not have a bloodline limit like the Sharingan, and AI was very confident that even the Sharingan would not be able to see through his movements. But Naraku not only saw through his moves, but also took the opportunity to counterattack. Bang! AI punched Naraku hard in the heart, but it felt wrong, as if he had missed. Sure enough, it was then that AI discovered that his fist had actually pierced Naraku's heart, and the key point was that this ruthless move had no effect at all. Dodging Naraku's side kick, AI frowned and looked at Naraku's heart, where a hole appeared. Flames suddenly appeared and quickly filled the hole, and it returned to its original state in an instant. What kind of bloodline limit is this? Ever since the news of Shihouin, Naraku, killing Orochimaru came out, although many people did not believe this information, various forces have also investigated Naraku's background. The Shihouin clan naturally caught everyone's attention first. Everyone thought that no one would care about this small clan, which was numerous in the ninja world. After all, Shihouin is not a big family, and it does not have the bloodline limit that is famous in the ninja world. Now, the scene of Naraku Maramara fruit elementalizing and restoring his body was immediately recognized by the fourth Raikage as a special bloodline limit related to fire. Since you can recover, I will beat you so hard that you can't recover. The fourth Raikage's eyes were cold as he lunged at Naraku once again. Naraku also attacked the enemy with his fists and feet without hesitation. Both of them were well aware of how powerful they were, so in order to avoid affecting their own ninjas, they both moved to more remote locations to fight. Flames explode. Thunder roars. Two completely different forces collided wildly, pouring terrifying power all around, leaving ruins wherever they passed. During the physical confrontation, Naraku's experience was also growing rapidly. Although he was not as experienced as the Raikage in hand-to-hand combat, he relied on his observation haki and elemental abilities and was not afraid of the Raikage's fists and kicks at all. It's amazing. Naraku was safe and sound after taking a punch, but the fourth Raikage should be careful of Naraku's counterattack. Heavy flow, leaf-strong whirlwind. The elbow wrapped in the power of lightning style, and the back-spinning kick wrapped in flames collided fiercely. Boom! The ground was torn apart in an instant. Smoke and dust enveloped the two of them, and gravel and wood chips flew in the air. The spreading flames bombed the surrounding environment into a mess, and the flashing thunder crushed all the objects that still existed. The area within a 1,000-meter radius was in ruins. Such a horrifying battle scene. The Konoha shinobi and Cloud shinobi had already moved away, not daring to approach.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.